To stick to our example, the application of new machine tools may, in absolute terms, shorten the working period necessary for the production of a locomotive. But if improved processes in spinning increase the finished product turned out daily or weekly here to an even greater extent, then the length of the working period in machine building will still have increased relatively, compared with that in spinning. Chapter 13. Production time. Working time is always production time, i.e. time during which capital is confined to the production sphere. But it is not true, conversely, that the entire time for which capital exists in the production process is necessarily therefore working time. What is at issue here are not interruptions in the labor process conditioned by the natural limits of labor power itself, even though we have seen the extent to which the mere fact that fixed capital, factory buildings, machinery, etc., lies idle during the pauses in the labor process became one of the motives for the unnatural extension of the labor process and for working day and night. Asterisk. What is involved is rather an interruption independent of the length of the labor process, an interruption conditioned by the nature of the product and its production, during which the object of labor is subjected to natural processes of shorter or longer duration, and has to undergo physical, chemical or physiological changes while the labor process is either completely or partially suspended. After grapes have been pressed, for instance, the wine must go through a period of fermentation, and then also rest for a while before it reaches a certain degree of readiness. In many branches of industry the product must undergo a process of drying, as in pottery, or else be exposed to certain conditions in order to change its chemical properties, as with bleaching. Winter corn needs 9 months or so to ripen. Between seed time and harvest, the labor process is almost completely interrupted. In the raising of timber, once planting and the preliminary work connected with this is completed, the seed may need 100 years to be transformed into a finished product. During this whole time, only a relatively very insignificant intervention of labor is needed. In all these cases, additional labor is added only occasion AHY for a large part of the production time. The situation described in the see Volume 1, Chapter 10, 4. Production time 317 Vias chapter, where additional capital and labor has to be added to capital already tied up in the production process, occurs here only with interruptions of a greater or lesser extent. In all these cases, therefore, the production time of the capital advanced consists of two periods, a period in which the capital exists in the labor process, and a second period in which its form of existence, that of an unfinished product, is handed over to the sway of natural processes, without being involved in the labor process. This situation is not altered if the two periods of time occasionally cut across one another or are interspersed. Here the working period and the production period do not coincide. The production period is longer than the working period. But it is only after the production period has been left behind that the product is finished and mature, and e'en thus be transformed from the form of productive capital into that of commodity capital. The turnover period is then extended according to the length of that part of the production time that does not consist of working time. In so far as this time of production over and above the labor time is not determined by natural laws given once and for all, as with the ripening of corn, the growth of an oak, etc., the turnover period can often be shortened to a greater or lesser extent by the artificial shortening of the production time. Examples of this are the introduction of chemical in place of open-air bleaching, and more effective drying apparatus in the drying processes. In tanning, the penetration of tannic acid into the skins, which used to take between 6 and 18 months with the old method, only takes 1.5 to 2 months with the new method involving the use of the air pump. J.D. Courcelle Senoy, Traité théorique et pratique des entreprises industrielles, etc., Paris, 1857, 2nd ed., po. 49. The most far-reaching example of artificial shortening of a production time made up exclusively of natural processes is given by the history of iron production over the last 100 years, from the invention of puddling in 1780 to the modern Bessemer process and the latest procedures introduced since then. The production time has been enormously curtailed, but the application of fixed capital has also increased to the same extent. A peculiar example of the divergence between production time and working time is provided by the American manufacture of shoe lasts. Here a significant part of the expense arises from the wood having to dry out in store for up to 18 months, so that the finished lasts do not warp. During this time, the wood does not undergo any other labor process. The turnover period of the capital applied is therefore 318. The turnover of capital not only determined by the time required to produce the lasts themselves, but also by the time for which the capital has to lie idle in the shape of wood which is being dried out. The capital exists in the production process for 18 months before it can enter the labor process proper. This example also shows how the turnover times of various parts of the total circulating capital may differ as a result of circumstances that arise from the production sphere and not from the circulation sphere. The distinction between production time and working time is particularly important in agriculture. In our temperate climates, the land brings forth grain once a year. The shortening or lengthening of the production period, an average of 9 months for winter sowing, is itself dependent on the alternation of good and bad years, and hence cannot be precisely determined in advance and controlled, as in industry proper. Only subsidiary products such as milk, cheese, etc. can be produced and sold continuously in short periods. But the working time is in the following quite different situation. The number of working days for the 3 main working periods is assumed to be as follows in the different districts of Germany, with respect to the climatic and other conditions involved. The spring period from mid-March or the beginning of April up to the middle of May, 50 to 60 days. The summer period from early June to late August, 65 to 80 days. The autumn period from early September to the end of October or middle or late November, 55 to 75 days. As far as winter goes, there is simply the work suited to that period, such as haulage of fertilizer, wood, goods for market, building materials, etc. F. Kirchhoff, Handbuch der Landwirtschaftlichen Betriebslehre, Dessau, 1852, page 160. Thus, the more unfavorable the climate, the more the agricultural working period, and hence the outlay of capital and labor, is compressed into a short interval, as for example in Russia. In some of the northern districts, field labor is only possible during from 130 to 150 days in the course of the year, and it may be imagined what a loss Russia would sustain, if out of 65 million of her European population, 50 million remained unoccupied during 6 or 8 months of winter, when all agricultural labor is at a standstill. Beside the 200,000 peasants who work in Russia's 10,500 factories, particular cottage industries have grown up everywhere in the villages. There are villages, for instance, in Russia in which all the peasants have been for generations either weavers, tanners, shoemakers, locksmiths, cutlers, etc. This is particularly the case in the gubernias of Moscow, Vladimir, Kaluga, Kostroma and St. Petersburg. These cottage industries, INSI, production time 319 dentally, are already being pressed more and more into the service of capitalist production. For example, merchants supply the weavers with warps and weft, either directly or by intermediate agents. Abbreviated from reports by HM Secretaries of Embassy and Legation, on the Manufactures, Commerce etc., Number 8, 1865, pp. 86, 87. We see here how the distinction between production period and working period, with the latter forming only a part of the former, constitutes the natural basis for the unification of agriculture with rural subsidiary industries, just as these, in turn, are points of vantage for the capitalist, who first intrudes in his capacity as merchant. In so far as capitalist production later manages to complete the separation between manufacture and agriculture, the rural worker becomes ever more dependent on merely accidental subsidiary employments and his condition thereby worsens. As far as capital is concerned, as we shall see later on, all these differences in the turnover balance out. Not so for the worker. In most branches of industry proper, as well as in mining, transport, etc., production proceeds evenly in the same working time as work year in year out. Apart from fluctuations of price, disturbances of business, etc. and abnormal interruptions, the outlay of capital going into the daily circulation process is evenly distributed. While market conditions remain the same, therefore, the reflux or renewal of circulating capital is distributed over the whole year in equal portions. However, in those investments of capital where working time forms only one part of the production time, there is great unevenness in the outlay of circulating capital in the course of the different periods of the year, inasmuch as the reflux only follows, at one stroke, at a time prescribed by natural conditions. On a given scale of business, therefore, with the same volume of circulating capital advanced, this must be advanced in larger amounts at once, and for a longer time, than in those businesses with continuous working periods. The life of fixed capital is significantly different here from the time in which it actually functions productively. With this difference between working time and production time, the time during which the fixed capital is utilized is of course constantly interrupted for a longer or shorter interval, in agriculture for instance, with the use of draft cattle, implements and machines. In so far as this fixed capital consists of draft animals, it continues to require the same or almost the same outlay on fodder, etc. as during the time in which it operates. In the case of dead means of labor, non-use also gives rise to a certain depreciation. The product thus always becomes dearer, since the transfer of value to the product is not calculated AC. 320 the turnover of capital according to the time for which the fixed capital functions, but rather according to the time in which it loses value. In these branches of production it is a condition of normal use that fixed capital should lie idle, whether or not this still involves running costs, just as in spinning a condition of normal use is the loss of a certain quantity of cotton, and in the same way, in every labor process, the labor power expended unproductively, but unavoidably so under normal technical conditions, counts just as much as the productive. Every improvement that reduces the unproductive expenditure of means of labor, raw materials and labor power also reduces the value of the product. In agriculture the two things are combined, the long duration of the working period and a great difference between working time and production time. Hodgkin correctly notes on this point, the difference of time, although he does not differentiate here between working time and production time, required to complete the products of agriculture, and of other species of labor, is the main cause of the great dependence of the agriculturists. They cannot bring their commodities to market in less time than a year. For that whole period they are obliged to borrow of the shoemaker, the tailor, the smith, the wheelwright, and the various other laborers, whose products they cannot dispense with, but which are completed in a few days or weeks. Owing to this natural circumstance, and owing to the more rapid increase of the wealth produced by other labor than that of agriculture, the monopolizers of all the land, though they have also monopolized legislation, have not been able to save themselves and their servants, the farmers, from becoming the most dependent class of men in the community. Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, London, 1827, page 147, note. All methods in agriculture which on the one hand distribute expenditure on wages and means of labor more evenly over the whole year, and on the other hand shorten the turnover, by diversifying the products and thus making different crops possible during the year, require an increase in the circulating capital laid out on production, on wages, fertilizer, seed, etc. This is the case with the transition from the three-field system, with fallow, to the system of crop rotation without fallow. Also with the culture's derobes, undersowing system, in Flanders. The root crops are planted by undersowing. The same field first bears corn, flax or rapeseed for human requirements, and then after the harvest root crops are sown for the maintenance of cattle. This production time 321 system, which enables the horned cattle to remain permanently in the stall, produces a considerable amount of manure and is thus the cornerstone of crop rotation. More than a third of the cultivated area in the sandy districts is undersown in this way, just as if the cultivated land had been extended by a third. Besides root crops, clover and other fodder is also used here. Agriculture, being thus carried to the point at which it is transformed into horticulture, understandably requires a relatively considerable capital investment. In England, the sum reckoned with is 250 francs of investment capital to the hectare. In Flanders, our farmers will probably find an investment capital of 500 francs per hectare far too low. Essays sur l'économie rurale de la Belgique, par Émile de Lavallee, Brussels, 1863, pp. 59, 60, 63. Let us finally consider timber raising. The production of timber is fundamentally different from most others in that here natural forces work independently, and the power of men or capital is not required for natural growth. Even where forests are artificially cultivated, the amount of human and capital power expended in comparison with the action of natural forces is only slight. Furthermore, forests will thrive in types of soil and places where grain cannot grow, or where it no longer pays to produce it. Forest culture, however, requires a greater surface area than the cultivation of grain, if it is to be conducted on a regular commercial basis. Since small plots do not allow proper forestry methods, the secondary uses are abandoned, and forest protection is made more difficult, etc. The production process is also tied to such a long period of time that it extends beyond the plans of a private undertaking, and sometimes even beyond a single human life. Capital invested in the acquisition of forest land, in communal production this capital disappears and the question is simply how much land the community can withdraw from arable and grazing land for timber production. Only bears fruit after a comparatively long period of time, and turns over only partially, taking up to 150 years in the case of many types of wood. Moreover, effective timber production actually requires a reserve stock of growing timber amounting to between 10 and 40 times the annual yield. Thus, someone who does not have other income or possess substantial areas of forest cannot pursue regular forestry. Kirchhoff, page 58. The long production time, which includes a relatively slight amount, approximately 4 pounds and 8 pounds per acre respectively at the currency values of the time. 322 The turnover of capital of working time, and the consequent length of the turnover period, makes forest culture a line of business unsuited to private and hence to capitalist production, the latter being fundamentally a private operation, even when the associated capitalist takes the place of the individual. The development of civilization and industry in general has always shown itself so active in the destruction of forests that everything that has been done for their conservation and production is completely insignificant in comparison. Particularly worthy of note in the quotation from Kirchhoff is the following passage. Moreover, effective timber production actually requires a reserve stock of timber amounting to between 10 and 40 times the annual yield. Thus, the turnover takes from 10 years up to 40 and more. It is the same with cattle raising. Part of the herd, cattle stock, remains in the production process, while another part is sold as the annual product. Here only one part of the capital turns over each year, just as in the case of the fixed capital, machinery, draft cattle, etc. Even though this capital is fixed for a longer time in the production process, and thus lengthens the turnover of the total capital, it does not constitute fixed capital in the categorical sense. What is referred to here as a stock, a definite quantity of growing wood or cattle, exists partially in the production process, both as means of labor and material of labor. Depending on the natural conditions of its reproduction, a significant part must always exist in this form in the case of regular cultivation. A further kind of stock has a similar effect on the turnover, a stock that forms only potential productive capital, but has to be accumulated in larger or smaller amounts as a result of the nature of agriculture, and must be advanced to production for a relatively long time even though it enters the active production process only bit by bit. This includes manure, for example, before it is carted to the field, as well as corn, hay, etc. and any stocks of feed that go into the production of cattle. A considerable part of the working capital is contained in the stocks of the business. These can lose their value to a greater or lesser extent if the appropriate measures of protection required for their maintenance in good order are not taken. A part of the production stock can even be completely lost to the business by lack of attention. What is principally required in this connection is painstaking attention to the barns, fodder and grain lofts and cellars. The storage places must. Production time 323 always be kept well closed, and also kept clean, ventilated, etc. The grain and other crops kept in store must be thoroughly turned over from time to time, and potatoes and beets protected against frost, water and rot. Kirchhoff, page 292. In calculating one's own requirements, particularly for cattle, in which connection a division must be made according to the measure of the product in the intended use, attention must be paid not only to covering requirements, but also to having a sufficient stock left over for unforeseen contingencies. As soon as it appears that the need cannot be fully met by one's own production, it is necessary to take into consideration whether this lack cannot be covered by other products, substitutes, or whether these cannot be procured more cheaply in place of the missing products. If there should be a lack of hay, for example, this can be made up by root crops with added straw. In general, the material value and market price of the different products must be constantly borne in mind, and consumption regulated accordingly. If oats are dearer, for instance, while peas and rye are relatively cheap, then it will be advantageous to replace some of the oats for the horses with peas and rye, and sell the superfluous oats. Ibid. Page 300. In considering the formation of stock. We have already noted that a greater or lesser quantity of potential productive capital is required, i.e. a quantity of means of production destined for production, which has to be held in reserve in a greater or lesser amount in order to go into the production process bit by bit. We noted in this connection that with a capital investment of a given scale, the size of this production stock depends on the greater or lesser difficulty of its replacement, its relative proximity to the supplying markets, the development of means of transport and communication, etc. All these circumstances affect the minimum capital that must exist in the form of productive stock, and thus the period of time for which advances of capital have to be made, and the volume of capital that has to be advanced at once. This volume, which also has an effect on the turnover, is determined by the longer or shorter time for which circulating capital is tied up in the form of productive stock, as only potentially productive capital. On the other hand, insofar as the extent of this stagnation depends on the greater or lesser possibility of rapid replacement, on market conditions, etc., it itself arises from the circulation time, from circumstances that pertain to the circulation sphere. Moreover, a stock of all these implements or accessories, working. See above, pp. 215-20. 324. The turnover of capital tools, sieves, baskets, ropes, axle grease, nails, etc. is all the more necessary for replacement at any moment, the less opportunity there is of procuring them quickly in the vicinity. Finally, the entire inventory should be carefully inspected each winter, and the necessary additions and repairs immediately put in hand. Whether a larger or smaller stock of implements is generally needed is principally determined by local conditions. Where there are no craftsmen or shops in the vicinity, a greater stock must be kept than where these are to be found in the locality or very close by. If the requisite stocks are procured in greater quantities at once, under otherwise similar conditions, the advantage in cheap purchase is generally obtained, provided that a suitable point of time has been chosen. But of course a greater sum is then withdrawn at once from the current capital, which cannot always be dispensed with in the business. Kirchhoff, page 301. The difference between production time and working time, as we have seen, permits a wide range of possibilities. The circulating capita can be in its production time before it enters the actual labor process, manufacture of lasts. It may still be in production time after it has undergone the actual labor process, wine, seed corn. The production time may be occasionally interrupted by labor time, field crops, timber, or a large part of the product in a condition ready for circulation may remain incorporated in the active production process, while a much smaller part enters into the annual circulation, timber and cattle growing, the greater or lesser length of time. Thus the greater or lesser measure in which circulating capital has to be laid out all at once in the form of potential productive capital, partly arises from the kind of production process, agriculture, and partly depends on the proximity of markets, etc., in short, on circumstances that belong to the circulation sphere. We shall see later on, in Volume 3, what nonsensical theories McCulloch, James Mill, etc. were led to in their attempts to identify this production time diverging from working time with working time, attempts which in their turn arose from an incorrect application of the theory of value. Asterisk. On McCulloch see above, page 94. James Mill, the utilitarian philosopher, was in economics a disciple of Ricardo, his main economic work Elements of Political Economy being published in 1821. It is not in Volume 3 of Capital, as published, but rather in Theories of Surplus Value, that Marx's discussion of the elder Mill's futile attempts to resolve the contradictions of the Ricardian system is to be. Production time 325. The turnover cycle that we considered previously is a function of the durability of the fixed capital advanced to the production process. Since this encompasses a greater or smaller number of years, it also encompasses a series of turnovers of the fixed capital, repeated either yearly or within a year. In agriculture, a turnover cycle of this kind arises from the system of crop rotation. The duration of the lease must in any case not be shorter than the time taken to complete the system of crop rotation that is introduced, and hence with the three-field system it is always reckoned in terms of 3, 6, 9, etc. If we assume the three-field system with complete fallow, the field is cultivated only 4 times in 6 years, and in the years cultivated, with both winter and summer grain. The properties of the soil also require or permit this to be alternated between wheat and rye, barley and oats. Each kind of grain grows on the same soil better or worse than the others, each has a different value and is also sold at a different price. The yield of the land thus varies with the years of cultivation. It is different in the first half of the cycle, in the first 3 years, and in the second. Even the average yield over the whole cycle is not the same in one case as in the other, since fertility does not just depend on the quality of the soil, but also on the year's weather, the price also depending on many different conditions. If the yield is calculated on the basis of the average years of the entire cycle of 6 years, and of the average prices in these years, then the total yield for 1 year can be arrived at for either period of the rotation. But this is not the case if the yield is only calculated for half of the rotation, i.e. for 3 years, since then the total yields would not be the same. It is evident from this that the duration of the lease in the 3-field system must be fixed at least 6 years. It is always far more desirable for both landlord and tenant that the lease should run for a multiple of the lease, SIC, FE, and thus instead of 6 years in the case of the 3-field system, it should be 12 or 18 years or more, and in the case of the 7-field system not 7 but 14 or 28, Kirchhoff, pp. 117,118. The manuscript states here, the English system of crop rotation. A note on this to be given. FE, found, Part 1 II, pp. 84 ff. A discussion of McCool 10 chains coming later on in the same chapter, the disintegration of the Ricardian school, pp. 168 ff. Chapter 14. Circulation time. All the circumstances so far considered as differentiating the circulation periods of different capitals invested in different branches of industry, and hence also the times for which capital has to be advanced, such as the distinction between fixed and fluid capital, the difference in working periods, etc., arise within the production process itself. But the turnover time of capital is the sum of its production time and its circulation or rotation time. It is self-evident, therefore, that circulation times of varying length make for different times of turnover and thus different turnover periods. This becomes most readily apparent either when we compare two different capital investments in which all other circumstances modifying the turnover are equal and only the times of circulation are different, or when a given capital is taken with a given composition in terms of fixed and fluid capital, a given working period, etc., and only the circulation time is hypothetically varied. One section of circulation time, and relatively the most decisive one, consists of selling time, the period in which the capital exists in the state of commodity capital. According to the relative extent of this interval, the circulation time in general, and hence also the turnover period, is lengthened or shortened. An additional outlay of capital may also be necessary for costs of storage, etc. It is clear from the start that the time required for the sale of the finished product may be very different for individual capitalists in one and the same line of business, i.e. not only for the quantities of capital that are invested in different branches of production, but also for the various independent capitals invested in a particular sphere of production, which in actual fact simply constitute bits of the total capital which have attained an independent position. With other circumstances remaining the same, the selling period required by the same individual capital changes with the general fluctuations in market conditions, or with fluctuations in the particular line of business in question. We shall not deal any further. Circulation time 327 here with this point. We need only establish the simple fact that all circumstances that generally produce a variation in the turnover periods of capital invested in different lines of business may operate individually, e.g. if one capitalist has the occasion to sell more quickly than his competitor, if one applies more methods that shorten the working period than the other does, etc., and effect a similar variation in the turnover of the various capitals inhabiting the same line of business. A permanently effective cause of differentiation in the selling time, and hence in the turnover time in general, is the distance of the market where the commodities are sold from their place of production. For the whole period of its journey to the market, capital is confined to the state of commodity capital. If it is produced to order, then there is added to the time of the journey to the market the time in which the commodity is up for sale on the market. Improvement in the means of communication and transport shortens absolutely the period in which commodities migrate in this way, but it does not abolish the relative difference in the circulation time of different commodity capitals arising from the migration, or even that of different bits of the same commodity capital that migrate to different markets. Improved sailing ships and steamships, for instance, which shorten the journey, shorten it just as much for nearby ports as for distant ones. The relative difference remains, even though it is often reduced. The relative differences may however be displaced by the development of the means of communication and transport in a way that does not correspond to the natural distances. For instance, a railway leading from the place of production to a major inland center of population may lengthen the distance to a nearer inland point which is not served by a railway, absolutely or relatively, in comparison to the one naturally more distant. Similarly, the relative distances of places of production from the major market outlets may be altered as a result of the same circumstances, which explains the demise of old centers of production and the emergence of new ones with changes in the means of transport and communication. In addition to this, there is the relatively cheaper cost of transport for longer distances as compared to shorter. With the development of the means of transport, the speed of movement in space is accelerated, and spatial distance is thus shortened in time. In addition to this, the massive means of communication develops, so that for instance many ships depart for the same port at the same time, several trains run between the same 2 points along different railways, and, above all, freight ships leave Liverpool for New York, for example, on different 6A. 328 the turnover of capital sieve days of the week, and goods trains run at different hours of the day from Manchester to London. Admittedly, the last mentioned development does not alter the absolute speed, and so neither this part of the circulation time, if the effectiveness of the means of transport remains at a given level. But successive quantities of goods can now start their journey at more closely spaced intervals, and thus arrive on the market one after the other without accumulating in great masses as potential commodity capital until they are actually dispatched. Hence the reflux is distributed over shorter successive periods of time, so that one part is steadily being transformed into money capital while another part circulates as commodity capital. By this distribution of the reflux over several successive periods, the total circulation time is shortened, and hence also the turnover. At first, the greater or lesser frequency with which the means of transport function, e.g. the number of trains on a railway, develops with the degree to which a place of production produces more, and becomes a major center of production, and this is a development in the direction of the already existing market, i.e. towards the major centers of production and population, towards export ports, etc. On the other hand, however, and conversely, this particular ease of commerce and the consequent acceleration in the turnover of capital, inasmuch as this is determined by the circulation time, gives rise to an accelerated concentration of both the center of production and its market. With this accelerated concentration of people and capital at given points, the concentration of these masses of capital in a few hands makes rapid progress. There is simultaneously a further shift and displacement as a result of the change in the relative situation of production and marketplaces, which itself results from the changes in the means of communication. A place of production which possessed a particularly advantageous position through being situated on a main road or canal now finds itself on a single railway branch line that operates only at relatively long intervals, while another point, which previously lay completely off the major traffic routes, now lies at the intersection of several lines. The second place rises, the first declines. The changes in the means of transport therefore bring about local variations in the circulation time of commodities, in the opportunities to buy and sell, etc., or else they alter the distribution of already existing local variations. The importance of this factor in the turnover of capital is evinced by the disputes between the mercantile and industrial representatives of different places and the directors of railways. See for example the above quoted Blue Book of the Railway Committee. Circulation time 329. All branches of production which, owing to the nature of their product, are oriented principally to local outlets, such as breweries, thus develop to their largest dimensions in the major centers of population. Here the rapid turnover of capital partly balances out the increase in the cost of many conditions of production, building land, etc. If the progress of capitalist production and the consequent development of the means of transport and communication shortens the circulation time for a given quantity of commodities, the same progress and the opportunity provided by the development of the means of transport and communication conversely introduces the necessity of working for ever more distant markets, in a word, for the world market. The mass of commodities in transit grows enormously, and hence so does the part of the social capital that stays for long periods in the stage of commodity capital, in circulation time. Both absolutely and relatively. A simultaneous and associated growth occurs in the portion of social wealth that, instead of serving as direct means of production, is laid out on means of transport and communication, and on the fixed and circulating capital required to keep these in operation. Merely the relative length of the journey of commodities from their place of production to their outlet gives rise to a difference not only in the first part of the circulation time, the selling time, but also in the second part, the transformation of money back into the elements of productive capital, the purchasing time. Say that the commodity is sent to India. This takes maybe 4 months. Let us take the selling time as 0, i.e. assume that the commodity is shipped to order and paid for on delivery to the producer's agent. A further 4 months is required to send back the money. The form in which it is remitted is immaterial here. It is thus altogether 8 months before the same capital can function once again as productive capital, and can be used to renew the same operation. The variations in turnover brought about in this way form one of the material bases for differing periods of credit, just as overseas trade in general, in Venice and Genoa, for instance, formed one of the original sources of the credit system in its true sense. The crisis of 1847 enabled the banking and mercantile community of that time to reduce the India and China usance time allowed for the currency of bills of exchange between there and Europe, from 10 months date to 6 months sight, and the lapse of 20 years with all the accelerations of speed and establishment of telegraphs. Renders necessary a further reduction, from 6 months sight to 4 months date as a first step to 4 months sight. The voyage of 330. The turnover of capital a sailing vessel via the Cape from Calcutta to London is on the average under 90 days. An usance of 4 months sight would be equal to a currency of say 150 days. The present usance of 6 months sight is equal to a currency of say 210 days. Economist, the 16th of June 1866. On the other hand, the Brazilian usance remains at 2 and 3 months sight. Bills from Antwerp are drawn, on London, at 3 months date, and even Manchester and Bradford draw upon London at 3 months and longer dates. By tacit consent, a fair opportunity is afforded to the merchant of realizing the proceeds of his merchandise, not indeed before, but within a reasonable time of, when, the bills drawn against it fall due. In this view, the present usance for Indian bills cannot be considered excessive. Indian produce for the most part being sold in London with 3 months prompt, and allowing for loss of time in effecting sales, cannot be realized much within 5 months, while another period of 5 months will have previously elapsed, on average, between the time of purchase in India and of delivery in the English warehouse. We have here a period of 10 months, whereas the bill drawn against the goods does not live beyond 7 months, Ibid. The 30th of June 1866. On the 2nd of July 1866, 5 big London banks dealing mainly with India and China, and the Paris Comptoir d'Escompte, gave notice that, from the 1st of January 1867, their branches and agencies in the East will only buy and sell bills of exchange at a term not exceeding 4 months. Cite, Ibid. The 7th of July 1866. However, this reduction miscarried, and had to be abandoned. Since then, the Suez Canal has revolutionized all this. It is clear that with the longer circulation time of commodities, the risk of a change of price on the selling market rises, owing to the lengthening of the period in which this price change can occur. A difference in circulation time, both individually between different capitals in the same branch of industry, and between different branches of industry according to the different usances, when payment is not immediately made in cash, arises from the different terms of payment in purchase and sale. We shall not dwell any longer on this point here, although it is important for the credit system. The size of delivery contracts, which grows with the volume and scale of capitalist production, also gives rise to differences in the turnover time. The contract of delivery, as a transaction between buyer and seller, is an operation pertaining to the market, to the sphere of circulation. The differences in turnover time arising from it thus arise from the circula. Circulation time 331 tion sphere, but they react directly back on the production sphere, quite apart from all terms of payment and credit conditions, even with cash payment. Coal, cotton, yam, etc. are discrete products. Each day provides its quantity of finished product. But if the spinner or mine owner agrees to deliver quantities of products which require, say, a 4-week or 6-week period of successive working days, it is just the same, with respect to the length of time for which capital has to be advanced, as if a continuous working period of 4 to 6 weeks was introduced into his labor process. It is of course assumed here that the entire quantity of products ordered is to be delivered at once, or at least is paid for only after it has all been delivered. E3.ch day, then, considered in isolation, has provided its particular quantity of finished products. But this finished quantity is still only a part of the quantity contracted for. If the already finished part of the commodities ordered is no longer in the production process, it is still merely lying in the warehouse as potential capital. We come now to the second stage of the circulation time, the time of purchase, or the period in which the capital is transformed back from the money form into the elements of productive capital. In the course of this period it must persist for a shorter or longer time in its state of money capital, and thus a certain part of the total capital advanced always exists in the state of money capital, although this part consists of constantly changing elements. In a particular business, for instance, NX 100 pounds of the total capital advanced has to be present in the form of money capital. This is continuously being transformed into productive capital, but just as constantly being added to again by the influx from circulation, from the realized commodity capital. Thus a definite portion of the capital value advanced always exists in the state of money capital, in a form pertaining not to its sphere of production but rather to its sphere of circulation. We have already seen how, when the time in which capital is confined to the form of commodity capital is prolonged, by the greater distance of the market, this directly gives rise to a delayed reflux of money, and thus also delays the transformation of capital from money capital into productive capital. We also saw, Chapter 6, with respect to the purchase of commodities, how the time of purchase, and the greater or lesser distance from the major sources of raw material, makes it necessary to buy raw materials for longer periods and keep them available in the form of productive stock, latent or potential productive capital. How this in 332 the turnover of capital creases the mass of capital that must be advanced at one stroke, and the time for which it must be advanced, the scale of production being otherwise the same. In different branches of industry, the shorter or longer periods for which large quantities of raw materials are thrown onto the market have a similar effect. In London, for instance, major auctions of wool take place every 3 months, and these dominate the wool market, whereas the cotton market is on the whole supplied continuously from harvest to harvest, even if not always evenly. Periods of this kind determine the major terms of purchase for these raw materials, and particularly affect speculative purchases, making necessary longer or shorter advances in these elements of production, just as the nature of the commodities produced affects the speculative and deliberate withholding of products from the market for longer or shorter periods in the form of potential commodity capital. The agriculturalist must therefore also be a speculator to a certain extent, and hold back the sale of his products according to the conditions of the time. Single quote. A few general rules follow. F.E. Marketing the products, however, mostly depends on the person, the product itself and the locality. Someone who, besides being skillful and fortunate, is endowed with sufficient operating capital, is not to be blamed if he sometimes lets the crops he has obtained lie for a year when prices are unusually low. Someone who has insufficient operating capital, on the other hand, or who completely lacks the spirit of speculation, will seek to obtain the current average price, and will thus have to sell as soon and as often as he has the opportunity. To let wool lie for longer than a year will almost always involve a loss, while corn and oilseed can be kept for a few years without any detriment to their quality and properties. Products that are generally subject to a substantial rise and fall in price over short periods of time, such as for example oilseed, hops, teasels and the like, are rightly left to lie in the years when their prices stand far below the prices of production. One should least delay the sale of such objects as give rise to daily costs of maintenance, such as fattened cattle, or are liable to spoil, such as fruit, potatoes, etc. In many districts, a product generally has at certain times of the year its lowest price, at other times its highest. Grain, for instance, is in many places generally lower in price at Martinmas than between Christmas and Easter. There are also many products in several districts that are only good for sale at certain times, as is the case with circulation time 333 wool in the wool markets of those districts where at other times the wool trade is generally dull, etc. Kirchhoff, page 302. In considering the second half of the circulation time, during which money is transformed back into the elements of productive capital, it is not only this conversion alone that is involved, nor only the time in which the money flows back, according to the distance of the market where the product is sold. What is also and especially involved is the extent to which a part of the capital advanced must always exist in the money form, in the state of money capital. If we leave out of consideration all speculative activities, the scale of purchases of those commodities that must be constantly present as a productive stock depends on the latter's periods of renewal, on circumstances that in turn depend on market conditions, and hence vary for different raw materials, etc. Here, therefore, money must from time to time be advanced in large amounts at once. But whether it flows back quicker or more slowly, according to the turnover of the capital, it always flows back bit by bit. One part of it is just as regularly spent again at short intervals, the part transformed back into wages. Another part, however, that transformed back into raw materials, etc., has to be accumulated for a longer period of time as a reserve fund, either for purchase or for payment. It therefore exists in the form of money capital, although the extent to which it exists in this form changes. We shall see in the next chapter how other circumstances, arising both from the production and the circulation processes, require this presence of a definite portion of the capital advanced in the money form. It should generally be noted, however, that the economists are much inclined to forget not only that a part of the capital needed in a business is constantly passing alternately through the three forms of money capital, productive capital and commodity capital, but that it is always different portions of this that possess these forms alongside each other, even if the relative magnitudes of these portions are in constant flux. It is particularly the part always present as money capital that the economists forget, although precisely this circumstance is very necessary for the understanding of the bourgeois economy, and makes itself felt as such in practice as well. Chapter 15. Effect of circulation time on the magnitude of the capital advanced. In this chapter and the one following, we deal with the influence of circulation time on the valorization of capital. First example. Let us consider a commodity capital that is the product of a working period of 9 weeks, for example. We abstract for the time being both from the portion of the product's value that is added to it by the average wear and tear of the fixed capital, and from the surplus value added to it during the production process, so that the value of this product can be taken as equal to the value of the fluid capital advanced for its production, i.e. the value of the wages and of the raw and ancillary materials consumed in its production. Let this value be £900, so that the weekly outlay amounts to £100. The periodic production time, which coincides here with the working period, is 9 weeks. It is immaterial in this connection whether we assume a working period for a continuous product or a continuous working period for a discrete product, as long as the quantum of the discrete product that is put on the market at one stroke simply takes 9 weeks' labor. Let the circulation time be 3 weeks. The total turnover period is then 12 weeks. After 9 weeks have elapsed, the productive capital advanced is transformed into commodity capital, but it now has to spend 3 weeks in the circulation period. Thus, the new cycle of production can begin again only at the start of the 13th week, and production is at a standstill for 3 weeks, or a quarter of the total circulation period. It is also immaterial whether we suppose that this is the average time that it takes to sell the commodity, or whether the time is determined by the distance of the market, or alternatively again, by the date of payment for the commodity sold. In every 3 months, production is at a halt for 3 weeks, i.e. for 4 times 3 equals 12 weeks equals 3 months of the year, or a quarter of the annual turnover period. Hence, if production is to be continuous, pursued on the same scale week in, week out, there are only 2 possibilities. Effect of circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 335. One possibility is that the scale of production is cut back, so that the sum of £900 is now sufficient to keep work going during the circulation time of the first turnover as well as during the working period. A second working period is then begun in the 10th week, and thus a new turnover period as well. Before the first turnover period is at an end, since the turnover period is a 12-week one, while the working period is 9 weeks. £900 divided by 12 weeks gives £75 per week. It is clear straight away that a cut of this kind in the scale of business presupposes different dimensions for the fixed capital, and thus a reduced investment in general. It is questionable, however, whether this reduction can always be made, since the development of production in the various branches of industry sets a normal minimum of capital investment below which the business in question will cease to be competitive. This normal minimum itself grows steadily with the development of capital east production, and so it is in no way fixed. Between the normal minimum at any time and the normal maximum, which is itself continuously on the increase, there are several intermediate levels. A middle range that permits varying degrees of capital investment. Within the bounds of this middle range, therefore, there can be a reduction in scale, the limits to this being fixed by the normal minimum at the time. In the case of a hold-up of production, oversupply of markets, increase in prices of raw materials, etc., the limitation of the normal outlay of circulation capital in relation to a given basis of fixed capital takes the form of a limitation of working hours, for example only half the day being worked, just as in periods of prosperity there is an abnormal extension of the circulating capital on the given basis of fixed capital. Partly by the prolongation of working hours, partly by their intensification. With businesses that have always to reckon with fluctuations of this kind, these are coped with partly by the above means, and partly also by the employment of a larger number of workers, combined with a reserve of fixed capital, e.g. reserve locomotives on the railways, etc. Here we leave such abnormal fluctuations out of account, as we are assuming normal conditions. For production to be continuous, the same circulating capital must be distributed in this case over a longer period of time, over 12 weeks instead of 9. In any given interval of time, therefore, the productive capital function is reduced. The fluid part of the productive capital is reduced from 100 to 75, i.e. by a quarter. The total sum by which the productive capital functioning during the 9-week working period is reduced is 9 times 25 equals 225 pounds, or a quarter of the 900 pounds. But the ratio 336, the turnover of capital of the circulation time to the turnover period, is also 1. 32 equals 1. It follows therefore that if production is not to be interrupted during the circulation time of the productive capital that has been transformed into commodity capital, if it is rather to be continued simultaneously and continuously week by week, and there is no special circulating capital available for this purpose, the goal can only be attained by reducing the scale of the productive operations, by diminishing the fluid component of the functioning productive capital. The portion of fluid capital thus set free for production during the circulation time is related to the total fluid capital advanced as the circulation time is to the turnover period. The already noted, this applies only to branches of production in which the labor process is continued week in, week out on the same scale, and where the amounts of capital that have to be laid out do not vary between the different working periods, as in agriculture. If, however, we assume the reverse of this, namely that the nature of the investment excludes a reduction in the scale of production and hence also in the fluid capital to be advanced each week, then the continuity of production can be maintained only by an additional fluid capital, in the above case one of 300 pounds. During the turnover period of 12 weeks, 1,200 pounds is successively advanced, of which 300 pounds makes a quarter, as does 3 weeks out of 12. After the working period of 9 weeks, the capital value of 900 pounds is transformed from the form of productive capital into that of commodity capital. Its working period is concluded, and this cannot immediately be repeated with the same capital. During the 3 weeks for which the capital exists in the circulation sphere, functioning as commodity capital, it is the same for the production process as if it did not exist at all. We are abstracting here from all credit relations, and assume therefore that the capitalist operates only with his own capital. But while the capital advanced for the first working period spends 3 weeks in the circulation process after completing its production process, an additional capital outlay of 300 pounds now functions, so that the continuity of production is not interrupted. The following must now be noted in this connection. Firstly, the working period of the capital of 900 pounds originally advanced is ended after 9 weeks, and yet the capital does not return for another 3 weeks, until the beginning of the 13th week. A new working period, however, is immediately opened with the additional capital of 300 pounds. This is precisely how the continuity of production is maintained. Secondly, the functions of the original capital of 900 pounds, and of the capital of 300 pounds newly advanced at the close of the first 9-week work. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 331 ing period, which opens the second working period without interruption on the close of the first, are completely separate in the first turnover period, or can at least be separated, whereas in the course of the second turnover period they cut across one another. We can represent the matter more clearly in the following way. First turnover period of 12 weeks. First 9-week working period. The turnover of the capital advanced in this period is completed by the start of the 13th week. During the last 3 weeks the additional capital of 300 pounds functions, opening the second 9-week working period. Second turnover period. At the start of the 13th week, 900 pounds has returned and is available to begin a new turnover. But the second working period has already opened in the 10th week with the additional 300 pounds. By the beginning of the 13th week, a third of this working period has been completed by means of this capital, and 300 pounds has been transformed from productive capital into products. Since there are only 6 weeks more to go till the end of the second working period, only 2/3 of the returned capital of 900 pounds, i.e. only 600 pounds, can enter the production process of the second working period. 300 pounds of the original 900 pounds is set free, to play the same role that the capital of 300 pounds played in the first working period. At the end of the 6th week of the second turnover period, the second working period is concluded. The capital of 900 pounds laid out on it flows back 3 weeks later, at the end of the 9th week of the second 12-week turnover period. During the 3 weeks of its circulation time the capital of 300 pounds that was set free enters the scene. This begins the third working period of a capital of 900 pounds in the 7th week of the second turnover period, or the 19th week of the year. Third turnover period. The end of the 9th week of the second turnover period brought a new reflux of 900 pounds. But the third working period had already begun in the 7th week of this turnover period, and 6 weeks of this have already elapsed, by the start of the third turnover. Thus it has only 3 more weeks to run. Of the 900 pounds that returned, only 300 pounds therefore goes into the production process. The fourth working period comprises the remaining 9 weeks of this turnover period, and thus the fourth turnover period and the fifth working period begin together with the 37th week of the year. Second example. In order to simplify the example for purposes of calculation, we shall assume a working period of 5 weeks and a circulation time of 5 weeks, making a turnover period of 10 weeks, 338 the turnover of capital 50 weeks to the year, and a capital outlay of 100 pounds per week. Thus the working period requires a fluid capita of 500 pounds, and the circulation time of the additional capital of further 500 pounds. Working periods and turnover times can now be represented as follows. Working period. Weeks. Commodities in pound. Returning 1. 1 to 5. 500. End of week 10 2. 6 to 10. 500. N. 15 3. 11 to 15. Su. 24. 16 to 20. 500. 25 5. 21 to 25. Su. 30 etc. If the circulation time was 0, so that the turnover period was the same as the working period, the number of turnovers would simply equal the number of working periods in the year, hence with a 5-week working period, 50. 5 equals 10. The value of the capital turned over would be 500 times 10 equals 5,000 pounds. In the above table, where a circulation time of 5 weeks is assumed, a value of 5,000 pounds in commodities is still produced each year, but 1/10 of this, la. 500 pounds, is always in the shape of commodity capital, and returns only after 5 weeks delay. At the end of the year, therefore, the product of the 10th working period, weeks 46 to 50, has only completed half its turnover time, since its circulation time falls into the first 5 weeks of the ensuing year. Third example. We now take a third example. Working period 6 weeks, circulation time 3 weeks, weekly advance for the labor process 100 pounds. First working period. Weeks 1 to 6. At the end of the 6th week a commodity capital of 600 pounds, returning at the end of week 9. Second working period. Weeks 7 to 12. 300 pounds additional capital advanced during weeks 7 to 9. A return of 600 pounds at the end of week 9. 300 pounds of this advanced in weeks 10 to 12, so that 300 pounds is free at the end of week 12, and 600 pounds present in commodity capital, returning at the end of week 15. Third working period. Weeks 13 to 18. Advance of the above 300 pounds in weeks 13 to 15, then return of 600 pounds, of which 300 pounds is advanced for weeks 16 to 18. At the end of week 18, 300 pounds is free in money, 600 pounds is present in commodity capital, and returns at the end of week 21. For a more detailed presentation of this case see heading 2 below. 600 times 9 equals 5,400 pounds worth of commodities are thus produced in 9 working periods, equals 54 weeks. At the end of the 9th working period. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 339. The capitalist has 300 pounds in money, and 600 pounds in commodities which have not yet completed their circulation time. When we compare these 3 examples, we find, firstly, that only in the second example do capital I of 500 pounds and additional capital II, also 500 pounds, successively replace one another, so that the 2 portions of capital perform their movements separately, and this is simply because the assumption is made that the case is the highly exceptional one in which the working period and the circulation time form 2 equal halves of the turnover period. In all other cases, no matter what the discrepancy between the 2 sections of the turnover period may be, the movements of the 2 capitals intersect, as in the first and third examples, right from the second turnover period onwards. The capital functioning in the second turnover period is then formed by the additional capital I together with a part of capital I, while the remainder of capital I is set free for the original function of capital II. The capital active during the circulation time of the commodity capital is no longer identical with the capital I originally advanced for this purpose, but it is equal to it in value and forms the same aliquot part of the total capital advanced. Secondly, the capital which has functioned during the working period lies idle during the circulation time. In the second example, the capital functions for a working period of 5 weeks and is idle for a circulation period of 5 weeks. Thus, the overall time during which capital I is idle amounts to half of every year. However, the additional capital required to maintain the continuity of production during the circulation time is not determined by the total sum of circulation time within any year, but simply by the ratio of circulation time to turnover period. We assume here of course that all the turnovers take place under the same conditions. Hence it is an additional capital of 500 pounds that is needed in the second example, and not one of 2,500 pounds. This simply follows from the fact that the additional capital enters the turnover just as much as that originally advanced, and so is replaced after a number of turnovers just as the former was. Thirdly, it in no way alters the circumstances considered here if the production time is longer than the working time. The total turnover period is certainly extended by this factor, but this extended turnover does not require any additional capital for the labor process. The additional capital simply has the job of filling up the gaps in the labor process that are due to the circulation time, and so it has to protect production only from disturbances that arise as a result of this circular 340 the turnover of capital T on time. disturbances that arise from the specific conditions of production are taken care of in another way, which is not under consideration here. There are however businesses where work is done only spasmodically, to order, and in which there can be interruptions between the working periods for this reason. In such cases the need for additional capital is proportionately reduced. In most types of seasonal work, moreover, there is also a certain limit for the reflux. The same work cannot be repeated the next year with the same capital, if this capital has not meanwhile completed its circulation time. The circulation time may however be less than the interval between one production period and the next. In this case the capital lies idle unless it is applied in the meantime in another manner. Fourthly, the capital advanced for one working period, e.g. the £600 in the third example, is laid out partly on raw and ancil 1 airy materials, in a productive stock for the working period, in constant circulating capital, and partly in variable circulating capital, in payment for labor itself. Not all of that part of the capital laid out on constant circulating capital need exist for the same length of time in the form of productive stock, e.g. raw material may not be stored for the whole working period, or coal may be procured every 2 weeks. Nonetheless, if we again exclude credit here, this part of the capital, insofar as it is not present in the form of a productive stock, must still remain available in the money form, in order to be transformed into productive stock AC according to need. This in no way alters the value of the constant circulating capital advanced for 6 weeks. Wages, on the other hand, quite apart from the money for unforeseen expenses, the specific reserve fund to cope with disturbances, are paid at shorter intervals, mostly weekly. So except where the capitalist forces the worker to make particularly long advances of his labor, the capital needed for wages must be present in the money form. When capital returns, therefore, one part must be kept in the form of money for payment of labor, while another part can be transformed into productive stock. The additional capital is divided up just like the original capital. But what distinguishes it from capital I is that it must already be advanced for the entire duration of the first working period of capital I, which it is not involved in order to be available for its own working period. This is again abstracting from credit relations. During this time it can be at least partially transformed already into constant circulating capital. The extent to which it assumes this last form, or else persists in the form of additional money capital until the time that this effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advance 341 formation is necessary, will depend partly on the particular production conditions of the specific lines of business involved, partly on local circumstances, and partly on fluctuations in the price of raw materials, etc. If we consider the total social capital, then a more or less significant part of this additional capital exists for a prolonged time in the state of money capital. As far as the part of capital 2 advanced for wages is concerned, however, it is only gradually transformed into labor power, inasmuch as the working periods that elapse and are paid for are relatively short. This part of capital II is thus present in the form of money capital for the whole duration of the working period, until it is transformed into labor power and thus embarks on the function of productive capital. This intervention of the additional capital required for the conversion of capital I's circulation time into production time thus not only increases the size of the capital advanced in the length of time for which the total capital has to be advanced, but it also specifically increases that part of the capital advanced that exists as a money reserve, exists in the state of money capital and possesses the form of potential money capital. The same thing occurs, as concerns both an advance of capital in the form of productive stock and that in the form of a money reserve, if the division of the capital into 2 parts that is required by the circulation time. Capital for the first working period and replacement capital for the circulation time is brought about not by an increase in the capital laid out, but instead by a reduction in the scale of production. In relation to the scale of production, the capital confined to the money form increases here still further. What is always attained by this division of the capital into original productive capital and additional capital is the uninterrupted succession of working periods, the steady functioning of an equal-sized part of the capital advanced as productive capital. Let us consider the second example. The capital existing in the production process at any one time is £500. Since the working period is 5 weeks, this capital operates 10 times in every 50 weeks, taken as a year. If we disregard surplus value, the product therefore amounts to LOX 500 equals £5,000. From the standpoint of the capital functioning directly and uninterruptedly in the production process, a capital value of £500. The circulation time thus appears to have disappeared completely. The turnover period coincides with the working period. The circulation time is assumed to be 0. 342 The turnover of capital. But if the capital of £500 were to be regularly inhibited in its productive activity by the circulation time of 5 weeks, so as to be only ready for production once again after completing the entire turnover period of 10 weeks, we should have, in the 50-week year, 5 10-week turnovers. These would include 5 5-week production periods, i.e. a total of 25 weeks production with a total product of 5 by 500 equals £2,500, and 5 5-week circulation times, i.e. a total circulation time of also 25 weeks. If we say in this case that the capital of £500 has turned over 5 times in the year, then it is perfectly clear that for half of each turnover period this capital of £500 has not functioned as productive capital at all, and that, all things considered, it has functioned only for half the year, and not during the other half. In our example, the replacement capital of £500 enters the scene for the duration of these 5 circulation times, and in this way the turnover is raised from £2,500 to £5,000. But the capital advanced is now £1,000 instead of £500. 5,000 divided by 1,000 is 5. Thus instead of 10 turnovers we have 5. But because it is then said that the capital of £1,000 has turned over 5 times in the year, the memory of the circulation time vanishes from the empty heads of the capitalists, and the confused idea is formed that this capital has functioned constantly in the production process throughout the 5 successive turnovers. However, when we say that the capital of £1,000 has turned over 5 times, we include in this the circulation time as well as the production time. In fact, if £1,000 really had been continuously active in the production process, then the product would have been £10,000, on the basis of our assumptions, instead of £5,000. And in order to have £1,000 continuously in the production process, a capital of £2,000 would have had to be advanced. The economists, who have never produced a clear AC count of the turnover mechanism, constantly overlook this basic aspect, i.e. the fact that only a part of the industrial capital can be actually engaged in the production process, if production is to proceed without interruption. In other words, one part can function as productive capital only on condition that another part is withdrawn from production proper in the form of commodity or money capital. Since this is overlooked, so also is the importance and role of money capital in general. What we now have to investigate is the difference in the turnover that arises according to whether the 2 sections of the turnover period, working period and circulation period, are equal, or whether the working period is longer or shorter than the circulation period. Further, how this affects the tying up of capital in the form of money capital. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 343. We assume here that the capital advanced each week is and encases £100, and the turnover period 9 weeks, so that the capital that has to be advanced for each turnover period is £900. Working period and circulation period equal this case, though in reality it is only a chance exception, must serve as the starting point for the discussion, since it is here that conditions are present in their simplest and most palpable form. The 2 capitals, capital I, which is advanced for the first working period, and additional capital II, which functions during the circulation period of capital I, relieve one another in their movements without crossing each other's path. With the exception of the first period, therefore, each of the 2 capitals is advanced only for its own turnover period. If the turnover period is 9 weeks, as in the following examples, then the working period and circulation period are accordingly both 4.5 weeks. We then have the following schema for a complete year. Table I. The 51 weeks that we take here as the year. Capital I has concluded 6 fun working periods, and thus produced commodities to the value of 6 times 450 equals £2,700. Capital II has produced commodities for 5 full working periods, 5 times 450 equals £2,250. Capital II has also produced a further £150 in the final 1.5 weeks of the year, midweek 50 to end of week 51, a total product of £5, 100 in 51 weeks. As far as the direct production of surplus value is concerned, and this is produced only during the working period itself, the total capital of £900 has turned over 5F times, 5F x 900 equals 5,100. But if we consider the real turnover, then capital I has turned over 5F times, since at the end of week 51 it has only 3 weeks of its 6th turnover period still to complete. 5F x 450 equals £2,550, while capital II has turned over 5 times, since it has only completed 1.5 weeks of its 6th turnover period, and a further 7.5 weeks of this fall in the coming year. 5I x 450 equals £2,325. Real amount turned over equals £4,875. We may treat capital I and capital II as 2 quite independent capitals. In their movements they are completely autonomous. These movements are complementary only insofar as their working and circulation periods directly relieve one another. They can be considered as 2 completely independent capitals, belonging to different capital ISDS.
I меньше чем. Запятой, двоеточие, двоеточие. Дефис, 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 точка. I, U, S.
C, J.
U, 5. 0. Точка с запятой, точка, двоеточие. 0.
J, J. C, J. C.
Точка. U. Точка.
I, U.
E.
0 inches, OOJ.
1, 1.
C, J, Q.
T, R, O. U.
T, O, V, I, V, I.
Восклицательный знак.
NMVII.
Точка. 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 Точка.
OOOOOOV. IV, V, IV, IV, EOVVVVVV. NO1 in T, VV.
Точка. 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 Точка.
If
точка, 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 T, точка, 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 двойной апостроф, 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 точка,
6 OB.
точка,
NMV OT, OV, IV, I9, Y. 1 inch 160 feet, OOT, 6. NM, T. Equals S.
точка, 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 дефис, точка, S,
I. U.
X, U, 5,
C. J.
точка, запятая,
JJ.
точка, дефис, 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 точка, запятая, запятая,
I. U.
дефис, 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 S, точка, восклицательный знак, двоеточие, S, U,
MN. NRT.
двоеточие, двоеточие,
C. J. C. OO. Vil. Lee.
точка, точка, T, I, J, I, точка,
NMVII. OOOOOOV. I. V. IV. IV. I. VV versus V.
UT, OV, IV 0,
N. T. V. I. J. NMV. Circa. C. T. R. O. U2.
точка, 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 точка,
VN1. I0G. 1 inch. INMV. O. C.
апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, двоеточие, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, 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 апостроф, двойной апостроф, двоеточие, 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 ай, 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 ай,
V. IMNO underscore NMVO.
двоеточие, 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 апостроф, дефис, закрывающая квадратная скобка, двоеточие, 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 двоеточие,
T. R. 0 inches.
точка,
CIJ equals. Greater than.
точка, точка,
GOC. Plus. L. A.
D08, 3,
Q. TF. Q.
точка,
Q. TS. O. U. C. O. A. TF.
1, 4,
C. 8.
А больше, чем Е,
TF.
и С, I, 0, больше, чем 1, 4, TF,
Q.
TF, С, I,
O. C equals. SA. Greater than.
точка, дефис, двоеточие, 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 А больше, чем C, точка, TF,
TF.
Q, А больше, чем S, O0, точка, точка,
TF. CD.
А больше, чем 9, 1, 4,
C. CQ.
D, SSA больше, чем
C. 1 to 4Q. C.
1, 4, нижнее подчеркивание, Q, TF больше, чем SO0, S, S0, 0,8 COTF, C равно TF,
C. G. 8 minus 5A. Greater than 1 to 4. C. Q. F4 CNTF. A. It. A. Greater than A. Greater than.
G, CF, апостроф, двойной апостроф, апостроф, двойной апостроф, апостроф, двойной апостроф, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, двоеточие, апостроф, двойной апостроф, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, апостроф, двойной апостроф, точка, дефис, О, 0, О, В, дефис,
M. O.
точка,
C. POC U3. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 345 capital I has gone through 5 complete turnover periods and 2/3 of its sixth. It exists at the end of the year in the form of commodity capital, requiring a further 3 weeks for its normal realization. It functions as commodity capital and circulates. As far as its last turnover goes, it has completed only 2/3 of it. This is expressed by saying that it has turned over only 2/3 of a time, only 2/3 of its total value has turned over completely. We say that £450 completes its turnover in 9 weeks, and therefore £300 does so in 6 weeks. By expressing it in this way, we leave aside the organic relations between the two specific and different components of the turnover time, since the exact sense of the statement that the capital of £450 advanced has made 51 turnovers is simply that it has made 5 turnovers and only completed 2/3 of its sixth. Nevertheless, the expression that the capital turned over is 5f the capital advanced, Thus in the above case 5fx 450 equals £2,550, as correct in the sense that, if this capital of £450 were not supplemented by another capital of £450, then one part of it would have to exist in the production process, and another part in the circulation process. If the turnover time is to be expressed in terms of the quantity of capital turned over, it can only ever be expressed in a quantity of existing value, in fact, of finished products. The circumstance that the capital advanced does not exist in a state in which it can reopen the production process once again is expressed in the form that only one part of it exists in a state suitable for production, or that, in order to exist in a state of continuous production, the capital must always be divided into one part that is in the production period and another part in the circulation period, according to the ratio between these two periods. This is the same law as that which determines the mass of productive capital functioning at one time by the ratio of circulation time to turnover time. Of capital 2, at the end of week 51, which we take here as the close of the year, £150 is advanced in the production of unfinished products. A further part exists in the fund of fluid constant capital, raw material, etc. In a form in which it can function as productive capital in the production process. But a third part exists in the money fund, a quantity at least as great as the mo1t of wages for the remainder of the working period, 3 weeks, which are paid only at the end of each week. Even though this part of the capital does not exist in the form of productive capital at the beginning of the new year, of a new turnover cycle, but rather in the form of money capital in which it is incapable of entering the production process, the new turnover never the 346 the turnover of capital less opens with fluid variable capital, i.e. living labor power, active in the production process. This phenomenon comes about because although labor power is bought and used at the beginning of the working period, say weekly, it is paid for only at the end of the week. Here money functions as means of payment. It therefore exists on the one hand as money still in the hands of the capitalist, while on the other hand labor power, the commodity into which it is converted, is already active in the production process, and thus the same capital value here appears twofold. If we consider simply the working periods, then capital I has produced 6 times 450 equals £2,700. 2. 5tx 450 equals £2,400 i.e. together 5fx 900 equals £5,100. The money capital of £900 advanced has thus functioned as productive capital 5f times in the year. As far as the production of surplus value is concerned, it is all the same whether £450 in the production process always functions alternately with £450 in the circulation process, or whether £900 functions for 4.5 weeks in the circulation process. If we consider the turnover periods, on the other hand, then capital I has turned over 5fx 450 equals £2,550. 2. 5tx 450 equals £2,325 i.e. the total capital turned over is 5.1. 5.2 times 900 equals £4,875 tills is because the turnover of the total capital is equal to the amounts of capitals I and 2 turned over, divided by the sum of capitals I and 2. It should be noted here that capitals I and 2, if they really were independent of one another, would still only form different independent parts of the social capital advanced in the same branch of production. If the social capital in this branch of production consisted only of I and 2, same calculation would hold for the turnover of the social capital in this branch as holds here for the two components I and 2 of the same private capital. Any portion of the total social capital in a particular branch of production can be calculated in this way by extension. Finally, the number of turnovers of the total social capital equals the sum of the capital turned over in the various branches of production, divided by the sum of the capital advanced in these branches. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 347. It should further be noted that, just as here, in the same private BU, INUS, the two capitals I and I have, in the strict sense, different turnover years, inasmuch as the turnover cycle of capital 2 begins 4.5 weeks later than that of capital I, and I's year therefore comes to a close 4.5 weeks earlier than that of 2. So too the various private capitals in the same branch of production begin business at quite different points in time and hence complete their annual turnover at different times of the year. The same average calculation that we applied above to I and 2 also serves here to reduce the turnover years of the various independent parts of the social capital to a uniform turnover year. 2. Working period longer than circulation period. In this case the working and turnover periods of capitals I and 2 cut across one another, instead of following on from each other. We also find capital set free, which was not the position in the case considered previously. This is in no way altered by the fact that now, as previously, 1. The number of working periods of the total capital advanced is equal to the value of the annual product of the two parts of the capital advanced, divided by the total capital advanced, and 2. The number of turnovers of the total capital is equal to the sum of the two amounts turned over, divided by the sum of the two capitals advanced. Here, too, we must consider the two portions of capital as if they performed their turnover movements in complete independence of one another. We assume once again that £100 has to be advanced each week in the labor process. The working period lasts for 6 weeks, and therefore requires an advance of £600, capital I, the circulation period is 3 weeks, and so the turnover period, as above, is 9 weeks. A capital 2 of £300 enters the scene during the 3-week circulation period of capital I if we consider the two as independent capitals, then the annual turnover presents itself according to the following schema. Fable II. The production process proceeds uninterruptedly on the same scale throughout the whole year. Here we have kept the two capitals I and II completely separate. But in order to present them separately in this 348, the turnover of capital table 2 capital I, £600 turnover period, weeks, 1910, 18, 19, 27, 28, 36, 37, 45, 46, 54. I23 IV versus V. Working period, weeks, 1610, 15, 19, 24, 28, 33, 37, 42, 46, 51. Additional capital II, £300 turnover period, working period, weeks. Weeks, I. 7 to 15. 7, 9, E, 1624. 1618, IE, 2533. 2521, 4, 34, 42. 34 to 36 volts, 43 to 51. 43 to 45. Advance in pound circulation period, weeks, 7, 9, 16, 18, 25, 21, 34, 36, 43, 45, 52 to 54. 600 quadrillion, 600 trillion, 600 billion, 600 million, 600,000, 600. Advance in pound circulation period, weeks, 300. 1015, 300. 1924, 300. 2833, 300. 3742, 300. 46 to 51 way, we have had to cut through their actual intersections and entanglements. According to the above table, for instance, the amounts turned over would be capital I5FX 600 equals £3,400, capital 25 times 300 equals £1,500 for the total capital, 5TX 900 equals £4,900. This is not correct, however, since, as we shall see, the actual product Tion and circulation periods do not entirely coincide with those in the above table, in which the important thing was to exhibit the two capitals I and II in complete independence from one another. In reality, for instance, capital 2 does not have working and circulation periods separate from those of capital I. The working period is 6 weeks, the circulation period 3 weeks. Since capital II is only £300, it can serve for only part of a working period. This is in fact the case. At the end of week 6, a product to the value of £600 steps out into circulation, and at the end of week 9 this value returns in money. Capital 2 thus moves into action at the beginning of week 7, and covers the needs of the next working period for weeks 7 to 9. According to our assumption, however, the working period is only half finished. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 349 by the end of week 9. The capital I of £600 that has just returned therefore moves into action once more, and £300 of it meets the advance needed for weeks 10 to 12. The second working period is thus taken care of. A product to the value of £600 is in circulation and will return at the end of week 15. On top of this, however, £300, the amount of the original capital 2, is set free and can function in the first half of the following working period, i.e. weeks 13 to 15. MTER this has elapsed, the £600 then returns once again. £300 of it suffices until the close of the working period, while £300 remains free for the following period. The matter now stands as follows. Turnover period I. Weeks 1 to 9 first working period, weeks 1 to 6. Capital I of £600 functions. First circulation period, weeks 7 to 9. At the end of week 9, £600 returns. Turnover period 2. Weeks 7 to 15 second working period, weeks 7 to 12. First half, weeks 7 to 9. Capital 2 of £300 functions. At the end of week 9, £600 returns in money. Capital I, second half, weeks 10 to 12. £300 of capital I functions. The other £300 of capital I remains free. Second circulation period, weeks 13 to 15. At the end of week 15, £600 returns in money, formed half from capital I, half from capital II. Turnover period III. Weeks 13 to 21 third working period, weeks 13 to 18. First half, weeks 13 to 15. The £300 set free begins to function. At the end of week 15, £600 returns in money. Second half, weeks 16 to 18. Of the £600 that has returned, £300 functions, the other £300 again remains free. Third circulation period, weeks 19 to 21. At its close, £600 again returns in money. In this £600, capital I and capital II have now merged indistinguishably together. In this way we have 8 full turnover periods of a capital of £600 up till the end of the 51st week, I. Weeks 1 to 9, 2, 7 to 15, 3, 13 to 21, IV, 19 to 27, V, 25 to 33, V, 31 to 39, 7, 37 to 45, 8, 43 to 51. But since weeks 49 to 51 fall in the 8th circulation period, the £300 of capital set free must enter production and keep it going during this time. The turnover thus presents itself as follows at the end of the year. £600 has £350 the turnover of capital completed its circuit 8 times, making £4,800 turned over. On top of this there is the product of the final 3 weeks, 49 to 51, but this has accomplished only a third of its 9-week circuit, and thus counts only for a third of its total amount, £100, in the sum turned over. So if the annual product of 51 weeks is £5,100, the capital turned over is only 4,800 plus 100 equals £4,900. The total capital advanced was £900, and this has therefore turned over 5t times, i.e. slightly less than in case I in the present example. We assumed a case in which the working time was 2/3 of the turnover period, and the circulation time 1/3, The working time was a simple multiple of the circulation time. The question arises where the setting free of capital noted above also occurs when this is not the case. Let us take a working period of 5 weeks and a circulation time of 4 weeks, with a capital advance of £100 per week. Turnover period I. Weeks 1 to 9 first working period, weeks 1 to 5. Capital I of £500 functions. First circulation period, weeks 6 to 9. At the end of week 9, £500 returns in money. Turnover period II. Weeks 6 to 14 second working period, weeks 6 to 10. First section, weeks 6 to 9. Capital II of £400 functions. At the end of week 9, capital I of £500 returns in money. Second section, week 10. £100 out of the returned £500 funct-ions. The remaining £400 stays free for the following working period. Second circulation period, weeks 11 to 14. At the end of week 14, £500 returns in money. Up till the end of week 14, weeks 11 to 14, the £400 that has been set free functions. £100 of the £500 that has then returned meets the remaining needs of the third working period, weeks 11 to 15, so that a further £400 is set free for the fourth working period. The same phenomenon is repeated in each working period. At its beginning, there is £400 available, which suffices for the first 4 weeks. At the end of the fourth week, £500 returns in money, and only £100 of this is needed for the final week, the remaining £400 being free until the next working period. Let us now take a working period of 7 weeks, with capital I of £700, and a circulation time of 2 weeks with capital II of £200. The first turnover period then lasts from week 1 to week 9, and out of effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 351. This period, the first working period, comprises weeks 1 to 7, with an advance of £700, while the first circulation period comprises weeks 8 to 9. At the end of the 9th week, the £700 returns in money. The second turnover period, weeks 8 to 16, includes the second working period of weeks 8 to 14. The needs of weeks 8 and 9 are met by capital II. At the end of the 9th week, the above £700 returns. £500 of this is used up by the end of the working period, weeks 10 to 14. There remains £200, which is set free for the next working period. The second circulation period covers weeks 15 to 16. At the end of week 16, a further £700 returns. The same phenomenon is now repeated in each working period. The capital needs of the first 2 weeks are met by the £200 set free at the close of the previous working period. At the end of the second week, £700 returns, but the working period now has only a further 5 weeks to run, so that only £500 can be used, and there is always £200 set free for the next working period. It emerges, therefore, that in our present example, where the working period is taken as greater than the circulation period, there is always set free at the close of each working period, under all circumstances, a money capital of the same magnitude as the capital II, which was advanced for the circulation period. In our 3 examples, capital II was £300 in the first, £400 in the second and £200 in the third, and the capital set free at the close of the working period was accordingly £300, £400 and £200. 3. Working period shorter than circulation period. We again start with a turnover period of 9 weeks. The working period is now 3 weeks, the capital I required for this being £300. The circulation period is 6 weeks. For these 6 weeks an additional capital of £600 is needed, which we can however divide up again into 2 capitals of £300, each of these catering for 1 working period. We then have 3 capitals of £300 each, with £300 always occupied in production, while £600 circulates, table 3. Here we have the exact counterpart of case I, with the simple distinction that 3 capitals now relieve one another instead of 2. There is no intersection or entanglement between the capitals. Each individual capital can be separately traced right through to the end of the year. Just as little as in case I, therefore, is any capital set free at the close of a working period. Capital I is completely laid out by the end of week 3, 352. The turnover of capital table 3. Capital I turnover period, working period, circulation period, weeks.
UX I19, 1.3.
4, 9, E, 1, 1, 8.
10 минус 12.
1, 3, 1, 8, IE, 1, 9, 2, 7.
19-21.
2, 2, 2, 7, 4, 2, 8, 3, 6.
28-30. 31-36 В 37-45, 37-39, 40-45 VI, 46-54, 46-48,
49, 54, capital 2 turnover period, working period, circulation period, weeks. Weeks.
UX, I, 4-12, 4-6,
712 E, 1321.
13-15,
1621 IE, 2230.
22-24,
2530 4, 3139.
31-33, 34-39 В 40-48, 40-42, 43-48 VI, 49-57, 49-51, 52-57, Capital II Turnover Period, Working Period, Circulation Period, UX,
Weeks.
UX, I, 7-15, 7-9,
1015 E, 1624.
16-18,
1924 IE, 2533.
25-27,
2833 4, 3442.
34-36, 37-42 В 43-51, 43-45,
46 to 51 completely returns at the end of week 9, and begins to function again at the start of week 10. Similarly with capitals 2 and 3. The even and complete replacement of the capitals excludes the setting free of any part of them. The overall turnover is calculated as follows. Turnover by capital I £300 x 5F equals £1,700. £2 300 by 5T equals £1,600. £300 times 5 equals £1,500 turned over by the total capital £900 x 5T equals £4,800. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 353. We shall now take an example in which the circulation period is not an exact multiple of the working period, i.e. a working period of 4 weeks, a circulation period of 5 weeks. The corresponding sums of capital are thus capital I equals £400, capital 2 equals £400, capital 3 equals £100. The table only gives the first 3 turnovers.
TABL Capital I Turnover Period, Working Period, Circulation Period, UX,
Weeks.
UX, I, 1-9, 1-4,
59 E, 917.
9, 10-12,
1317 IE, 1725.
17, 18-20, 21-25 Capital II Turnover Period, Working Period, Circulation Period, UX,
Weeks.
UX, I, 5-13, 5-8,
913 E, 1321.
13, 14-16,
1721 IE, 2129.
21, 22-24, 25-29 Capital II Turnover Period, Working Period, Circulation Period, UX,
Weeks.
UX, I, 9-17, 9,
1017 E, 1725.
17,
1825 IE, 2533.
25,
26 to 33. Here the capitals are intertwined in so far as the working period of capital 3, which does not have an independent working period of its own, since it is sufficient only for 1 week, coincides with the first working week of capital I. For this reason, however, a capital of £100, equal to capital 3, is set free at the close of the working periods of both capitals I and 2. If, for instance, capital 3 serves for the first week of the second and all subsequent working periods of capital I, and at the close of this first week the entire capital I of £400 returns, then the remainder of the working period of capital I amounts only to 3 weeks, and the corresponding capital outlay is £300. The £100 set free in this way then suffices for the first week of the directly following working period of capital 2. At the close of this week the entire capital 2 of £400 returns, but since the working period which is in progress can absorb only £300, there remains at its close, once again, £100 set free, 354 the turnover of capital, and so on. Capital is thus set free at the close of the working period whenever the circulation time is not a simple multiple of the working period, and this capital that is set free is moreover equal to the portion of capital which has to fill in for the excess of the circulation period over a working period or over a number of working periods. It has been assumed in all the cases investigated that both working time and circulation time remain the same throughout the year in the business under consideration, whatever it may be. This assumption was necessary if we wish to establish the influence of the circulation time on the turnover and on the capital advanced. It is beside the point here that this is not unconditionally the case in reality, and often not at all so. In this whole part, we are considering only the turnovers of circulate-in capital, and not those of fixed capital. This is for the simple reason that the matter under consideration does not involve the fixed capital. The means of labor, etc. that are applied in the production process only form fixed capital to the extent that the time during which they are in use extends longer than the turnover period of the fluid capital, Insofar as the time during which these means of labor endure and serve for constantly repeated labor processes is greater than the turnover period of the fluid capital, L covers a number n of turnover periods of this fluid capital. Whether the overall interval which is formed by these n turnover periods of the fluid capital is longer or shorter, the part of the productive capital that is advanced for this time in the form of fixed capital is not advanced again within the same interval. It goes on functioning in its old use form. The difference is simply that, according to the differing length of the individual working period in each turnover period of the fluid capital, the fixed capital surrenders a greater or smaller part of its original value to the product of this working period, and, according to the duration of the circulation time in each turnover period, this portion of the value of the fixed capital that is given up to the product returns more quickly or more slowly in the money form. The nature of the object of investigation in this part, the turnover of the circulating part of the productive capital, arises from the nature of this portion of the capital itself. The fluid capital applied in one working period cannot be applied in a new working period before it has completed its turnover, i.e. has been transformed into commodity capital, from the latter into money capital, and then back again into productive capital. In order to follow the first working period directly with the second, therefore, new capital must be advanced, and in sufficient quantity to fill the gaps that arise as a result of the circulating. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 355 period of the fluid capital that is advanced for the first working period. Hence the influence of the length of the working period of the fluid capital on the scale of the labor process and on the division of the capital advanced, or on the addition of new portions of capital. This, however, is precisely what we are considering in this part. 4. Resul ts. The above investigation leads to the following results. The various portions in which the capital has to be divided, so that one part of it can always be in its working period while other parts are in their circulation period, relieve each other, like independent private capitals, in two cases. 1. If the working period is equal to the circulation period, and the turnover period is thus divided into two equal sections. 2. If the circulation period is longer than the working period, but is a simple multiple of it, so that one circulation period equals n working periods, where n must be a whole number. In these cases, no part of the capital successively advanced is set free. B. However, in all cases where 1. The circulation period is greater than the working period, without forming a simple multiple of it, or 2. The working period is greater than the circulation period, a part of the overall fluid capital is always periodically set free at the close of each working period. This capital that is set free, moreover, is equal to the portion of the total capital that is advanced for the circulation period, if the working period is greater than the circulation period, and equal to the portion of capital which has to stand in for the excess of the circulation period over a working period or a whole number of working periods, if the circulation period is greater than the working period. See, it follows from this that as far as the total social capital is concerned, considering the fluid part of this, the setting free of capital is the rule, while the simple mutual replacement of portions of capital functioning successively in the production process must form the exception. For the equality of working period and circulation period, or the equality of circulation period and a whole number of working periods, in other words a regular proportion between the two components of the turnover period, has nothing at all to do with the nature of the case, and can therefore occur, by and large, only exceptionally. A very significant portion of the social circulating capital, which is turned over several times in the year, will thus periodically exist in the course of the annual turnover cycle in the form of capital set free. 356. The turnover of capital. It is also evident that, assuming that all other circumstances remain the same, the magnitude of this capital set free will grow with the extent of the labor process or the scale of production, and thus with the development of capitalist production in general. In case B, 2, simply because the overall capital advanced grows, in B, 1, for the same raison, and because the length of the circulation period also grows with the development of capitalist production, while the circulation period is not a simple multiple of the working period. In the first case, for example, there was £100 to be laid out each week. This made £600 for a 6-week working period, and £300 for a 3-week circulation period, making a total of £900. Here, £300 was always set free. If however £300 was laid out each week, then this would make £1,800 for the working period and £900 for the circulation period, and so £900 would be periodically set free instead of £300. D. The total capital of e.g. £900 must be divided up into two portions, in the above case £600 for the working period, and £300 for the circulation period. The portion that is actually laid out in the labor process will therefore diminish by a third, from £900 to £600, and hence the scale of production will also be reduced by a third. The £300, on the other hand, only functions to make the working period continue, so that in each week of the year £100 can be laid out in the labor process. Taken abstractly, it is all the same whether £600 operates for 6 times 8 equals 48 weeks, product equals £4,800, or whether the entire capital of £900 is laid out for 6 weeks in the labor process and then lies idle for a circulation period of 3 weeks. In the latter case it would operate for 32 weeks, equals 5t(x)(6), out of a total of 48, product equals 5t(x)(900) equals £4,800, and lie idle for 16 weeks. But apart from the greater waste of fixed capital during the idle period of 16 weeks, and the increased cost of labor, which has to be paid for the whole year even if only a part of this is worked, A regular interruption of this kind in the production process would be incompatible with the running of modern large-scale industry. Continuity is itself a productive force of labor. If we now look more closely at the capital that is set free, or in actual fact suspended, it is clear that a significant part of this must always possess the form of money capital. Let us stick to the example of the working period of 6 weeks and the circulation period of 3 weeks, weekly outlay £100. In the middle of the second working period, at the end of week 9, £600 returns, of which only £300 has to be laid out due. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 357 in the remainder of the working period. At the end of the second working period, therefore, £300 of this is set free. In what state does this £300 exist? We shall assume that 1/3 of it is laid out on wages, and 2/3 on raw and ancillary materials. Of the £600 that has returned, £200 thus exists in the money form for wages, and £400 in the form of a productive stock, i.e. as elements of the constant circulating productive capital. But since only half of this productive stock is required for the second half of working period 2, the other half exists for 3 weeks in the form of surplus productive stock, i.e. surplus to the needs of one working period. The capitalist, however, knows that, out of the portion of capital that has returned to him, £400, he needs only 1/2 for the current working period. It will therefore depend on the market conditions whether he immediately transforms this £200 completely or partially back into surplus productive stock, or hangs onto it wholly or partly as money capital, in the expectation of more favorable market conditions. It is self-evident, on the other hand, that the part to be laid out on wages, £200, is kept in the money form. The capitalist cannot dispose of labor power, once he has bought it, as he can the raw material in his storeroom. He has to incorporate it into the production process and pay for it at the end of the week. Of the capital of £300 that has been set free, therefore, this £100 will in any case possess the form of money capital that has been set free, i.e. is not needed for the working period. The capital set free in the form of money capital must therefore at least be equal to the variable portion of the capital that laid out on wages. At the maximum, it can include the whole of the capital set free. In reality, it constantly fluctuates between the minimum and the maximum. This money capital that is set free simply by the mechanism of the turnover movement, together with the money capital set free by the successive reflux of the fixed capital and that needed for variable capital in every labor process, must play a significant role, as soon as the credit system has developed, and must also form one of the foundations for this. Let us assume in our example that the circulation time is cut from 3 weeks to 2. This is not a normal occurrence, but may be an effect of a good period for business, shortened terms of payment, etc. The capital of £600 that was laid out during the working period returns 1 week earlier than needed, and is therefore set free for this week. £300, part of that £600, is again set free, as before, in the middle of the working period, but for 4 weeks now instead of 3. Hence £600 358. The turnover of capital exists on the money market for 1 week, and £300 for 4 weeks instead of 3. Since this does not just affect one single capitalist, but rather several, and occurs at different periods in different branches of industry, a greater quantity of disposable money capital is thereby brought onto the market. If this state of affairs lasts a long time, production will be expanded. Where circumstances permit, capitalists who operate with borrowed capital will exert less demand on the money market, which relieves it as much as does increased supply. Alternatively, the sums that have become superfluous for the turnover mechanism will eventually be definitively thrown out onto the money market. As a result of the contraction of the circulation time from 3 to 2 weeks, and hence of the turnover period from 9 weeks to 8, 1/9 of the total capital advanced becomes superfluous. The 6-week working period can now be kept going just as steadily with £800 as it could before with £900. A portion of the commodity capital, £100, therefore, once it is turned back into money, persists in this state as money capital, and no longer functions as a part of the capital advanced for the production process. While production is continued on the same scale and with conditions such as prices, etc. remaining otherwise the same, the value of the capital advanced declines from £900 to £800. The remaining £100 of the value originally advanced is precipitated out in the form of money capital. As such, it enters the money market and forms an additional part of the capital functioning there. We can see from this how a surfeit of money capital can arise. And not only in the sense that the supply of money capital is greater than the demand for it, the latter is never more than a relative surplus, which is found for instance in the depressed period that opens the new Boussinesq cycle after the crisis is over. It is rather in the sense that a definite part of the capital advanced is superfluous for the overall process of socia, reproduction, which includes the circulation process, and is therefore precipitated out in the form of money capital. It is thus a surplus which has arisen with the scale of production and prices remaining the same, simply by a contraction in the turnover period. The mass of money in circulation, whether this is larger or smaller, does not have the slightest influence on this. Let us assume, inversely, that the circulation period is extended, say from 3 weeks to 5. Then, when the next turnover takes place, the reflux of the capital advanced is already 2 weeks too late. The last part of the production process of this working period cannot be completed simply through the turnover mechanism of the capital original L. Effective circulation time on the magnitude 0, capital advanced 359 advanced. If the situation continues for much longer, there will be a contraction of the production process, i.e., a reduction of the scale on which it is conducted, just as in the previous case there was an expansion. In order to continue the process on the same scale, the capital advanced would have to be increased by I equals 200 pounds for the entire duration to cope with this prolongation of the circulation period. This additional capital can be obtained only from the money market. If the prolongation of the circulation period affects one or more major lines of business, then it may exert pressure on the money market, if this effect is not cancelled out by counter effect from another direction. In this case too, it is manifestly evident that this pressure, just like the surplus in the previous case, has nothing to do with a change either in the prices of commodities or in the quantity of the available means of circulation. The preparation of this chapter for publication has involved no small difficulties. Despite Marx's firm grasp of algebra, he was never at ease in reckoning with figures, i.e. in commercial calculations, even though there is a thick sheaf of notebooks in which he worked through all the various kinds of commercial calculation in several examples. But knowledge of the proper rules of calculation is not at all the same thing as exercise in the everyday practical calculations of the trader, and in his turnover calculations Marx became confused, with the result that, apart from being incomplete, they contain many errors and contradictions. In the tables reproduced above I have retained only the simplest and the arithmetically correct calculations, mainly for the following reason. The uncertain results of this tiresome calculation business led Marx to ascribe an undeserved significance to what in my opinion is in fact a matter of little importance. I refer to what he calls the setting free of money capital. The real question involved, on the assumptions made above, is this: no matter what the ratio between the length of the working period and the circulation time may be, and thus between capital I and capital II, once the first turnover has occurred there returns to the capitalist, at regular intervals equal in length to the working period, the capital needed for one such working period. Thus a sum equal to capital I if the working period is 5 weeks, the circulation time 4 weeks, and capital I 500 pounds, then a sum of 500 pounds flows back each time, at the end of weeks 9, 14, 19, 24, etc. If the working period is 6 weeks, the circulation time 3 weeks, 360 the turnover of capital and capital I 600 pounds, then 600 pounds flows back at the end of weeks 9, 15, 21 t 27, 33, etc. Finally, if the working period is 4 weeks, the circulation time 5 weeks, capital I 400 pounds, then the reflux of 400 pounds follows at the end of weeks 9, 13, 17, 21, 25, etc. Whether and to what degree this capital that has returned is superfluous for the current working period, and is thus set free, makes no difference. It is assumed that production proceeds uninterruptedly on the existing scale, and, for this to occur, money must be present, and thus flow back, whether it is set free or not. If production is interrupted, then this setting free comes to an end. In other words, there is in any case a release of money, a formation of latent, only potential capital, in the money form. But this happens in all circumstances, and not only under those particular conditions specified in the text. It happens, moreover, to a greater extent than that assumed in the text. In relation to circulating capital I, the industrial capitalist finds himself, at the end of each turnover, in precisely the same situation as when he set up his business. He has this capital completely in his hands once more, and at one go, while he can only gradually transform it again into productive capital. The main thing in the text is the proof that a considerable part of industrial capital is always present in the money form, while a still more considerable part must assume this form from time to time. This proof is reinforced, if anything, by these additional remarks of mine. F.E. 5. Effective changes in price. We have so far assumed that prices in the scale of production stay the same, while there is a contraction or expansion in the circulation time. Let us now assume, by way of contrast, a constant turnover period and a constant scale of production, but a change in price, i.e. a fall or rise in the price of raw materials, ancillaries and labor, or of the first two of these elements. Let us say that the price of raw materials and ancillaries falls by a half. In our example, only 50 pounds would then be needed each week instead of 100 pounds, and 450 pounds for the 9-week turnover period instead of 900 pounds. 450 pounds of the capital value advanced will at first be precipitated out as money capital, but the production process will be continued on the same scale, with the same turnover period and the same division within this. The annual product will remain the same in volume. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 361, but its value will fall by 1/2. It is neither an accelerated circulation that has led to this, nor a change in the quantity of money in circulation, but it is still accompanied by change in the supply of and demand for money capital. The converse is also true. The initial effect of a fall of LTALF in the value or price of the elements of productive capital would be that the capital value that has to be T, advanced for business X, continued on the same scale as before, would be reduced by a half, and so business X would also have to cast only half as much money into the market, since it is in the form of money, i.e. as money capital, that business X originally advances this capital value. The quantity of money cast into circulation would decline, because the price of the elements of product Tion had fallen. This would be the first effect. Secondly, however, half of the capital value of 900 pounds originally advanced, i.e. £450, which either a. alternately passed through the forms of money capital, productive capital and commodity capital, or b. existed simultaneously and contiguously partly in the form of money capital, partly as productive capital and partly as commodity capital, would be precipitated out from the circuit of business X and would therefore enter the money market as additional money capital, and function there as an additional component. This £450 set free in money functions as money capital not because it is money that has become superfluous for the conduct of business X, but rather because it is a component of the original capital value, hence continues to operate as capital and is not spent as a mere means of circulation. The most direct form in which it can be made to operate as capital is if it is placed on the money market as money capital. Alternatively, the scale of product T-on could be doubled, ignoring the fixed capital. A production process of double the scale could then be conducted with the same capital advance of £900. If the prices of the fluid elements of the productive capital were to rise by a half, on the other hand, so that, instead of £100 a week, £150 was necessary, and thus £1,350 instead of £900, then £450 of additional capital would be needed in order to carry on business on the same scale, and this would exert a proportionate pressure on the money market, greater or less according to its condition. If all capital available on it was already taken up, then there would be increased competition for available capital. If a part of it lay idle, then it would be proportionately called into action. But there can also be a third case, when, with a given scale of production, given velocity of turnover and given prices of the elements of 362 the turnover of capital fluid productive capital, the price of the products of business X falls or rises. If th price of the commodities supplied by business X falls, then the price of its commodity capital of £600, which it is constantly casting into circulation, sinks to £500, for example. Thus a sixth of the value of the capital advanced does not return from the circulation process, the surplus value concealed in the commodity capital is left out of consideration here, it is lost in it. But since the value or price of the elements of production remains the same, this reflux of £500 is only sufficient to replace 5/6 of the capital of £600 engaged in the production process. £100 of additional money capital must be advanced, therefore, if production is to be continued on the same scale. Conversely, if the price of the products of business X rose, then the price of the commodity capital would rise from £600 to, say, £700. A seventh of its price, £100, does not derive from the production process, was not advanced to it, but rather flows in from the circulation process. But still only £600 is needed to replace the productive elements, and so £100 is set free. The reason why in the first case the turnover pp. Read is reduced or prolonged, and in the second case the prices of raw materials and labor, in the third case the prices of the products supplied, rise or fall, does not belong within the orbit of our investigation so far. What does belong here, however, is this, case 1. Scale of production remaining the same, constant prices of elements of production and products, change in the period of circulation and hence in the turnover period. On the assumptions of our example, 1/9 less total capital is needed as a result of the reduction in the circulation period, so that this capital is reduced from £900 to £800, and £100 in money capital is precipitated out. Business X continues to supply the same 6-weekly product with the same value of £600, and, since work continues uninterruptedly throughout the year, it turns out in 51 weeks the same quantity of products, with a value of £5,100. Thus, as far as the quantity and price of the product that the business casts into circulation is concerned, no change takes place, and so neither is there a change in the terms on which it is put on the market. But £100 is precipitated, since by reducing the circulation period the process can be completed with a capital advance of £800, instead of £900 as previously. The £100 of capital that has been precipitated exists in the form of money capital. But this effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 363 is in no way the same part of the capital advanced that always had to function in the form of money capital. Let us suppose that, of the fluid capital I equals £600 that was advanced, 4/5 was always laid out on materials of production, making £480, and I equals £120 on wages. Capital 2 equals £300 must therefore be similarly divided into T equals £240 for material elements of production and 1 equals £60 for wages. The capital laid out on wages must always be advanced in the money form. As soon as the commodity product, to the sum of £600, has been transformed back into the money form, has been sold, £480 of it can be transformed into material elements of production, into a productive stock, but £120 maintains its money form, to serve for 6 weeks' payment of wages. This £120 is the minimum part of the returned capital of £600 which must always be replaced and renewed in the form of money capital, and hence μ5 greater than T always be present as a part of the capital advanced which functions in the money form. Now if, of the £300 that is periodically set free for 3 weeks, and is also divisible into a productive stock of £240 and wages of £60, £100 is precipitated out in the form of money capital as a result of the reduced circulation time, being completely withdrawn from the turnover mechanism, the question arises, where does the money for this £100 money capital come from? Only a fifth part of it consists of the money capital periodically set free within the turnovers. The remaining T equals 80 pounds has already been replaced by additional productive stock of the same value. By what means is this additional productive stock transformed into money, and where does the money for this conversion come from? If the reduction in the circulation time has already taken place, then only 400 pounds out of the above 600 pounds, instead of 480 pounds, is transformed back into a production stock. The remaining 80 pounds is kept in its money form and composes, together with the above 20 pounds for wages, the 100 pounds of capital precipitated. Even though this 100 pounds is derived from the circulation sphere by the sale of the 600 pounds commodity capital, and is now withdrawn from this, insofar as it is not laid out again on wages and materials of production, it should not be forgotten that, in the money form, it is once more in the same form as that in which it was originally cast into circulation. At the beginning, 900 pounds in money was laid out on production stock and wages. In order to keep the same production process going, only 800 pounds is now needed. The 100 pounds thus precipitated out in the money form now constitutes a new money capital seeking investment, a new element on the money market. Certainly, it already 364 the turnover of capital existed periodically in the form of money capital set free, and in the form of superfluous productive capital, but these latent states were themselves conditions for the accomplishment of the process, as preconditions of its continuity. Now they are no longer needed, and therefore form new money capital and a component of the money market, even though they are in no way either a superfluous element of the existing social money stock, since they existed at the start of the business and were cast into circulation by it, or a newly accumulated hoard. This 100 pounds now really is withdrawn from circulation, inasmuch as it is a part of the money capital advanced that is no longer applied in the same business. But this withdrawal is only possible because the transformation of commodity capital into money and of this money into productive capital, CMC, has been accelerated by a week, so that the circulation of the money engaged in this process is also similarly accelerated. It has been withdrawn from circulation because it is no longer needed for the turnover of capital X. It is assumed here that the capital advanced belongs to the person who uses it. It would, however, in no way change things if it were Boer Road. With the reduction in the circulation time, only 800 pounds of Boer Road capital would be needed instead of 900 pounds. If 100 pounds were repaid to its lender, this would once again form additional money capital, only it would be in Y's hands instead of X's. Furthermore, if capitalist X receives his material elements of production, to the value of 480 pounds, on credit, so that all he has to advance himself in money is 120 pounds for wages, he would now have to obtain on credit an amount of the material elements of production to the value of 80 pounds less, which is therefore so much additional commodity capital for the credit-giving capitalist, while capitalist X has also precipitated out 20 pounds in money. The additional production stock is now reduced by 1/3. It was previously 240 pounds, 4/5 of 300 pounds, the additional capital II. It is now only 160 pounds, additional stock for 2 weeks instead of 3. It is now replaced every 2 weeks instead of every 3, but this is stock only for 2 weeks instead of for 3. Purchases, on the cotton market, for instance, are repeated more frequently and in smaller quantities. The same amount of cotton is withdrawn from the market, since the quantity produced remains the same. But the withdrawal is differently distributed in time, and over a longer period. Let us assume, for instance, that there was originally a renewal of the production stock every 3 months and a subsequent reduction of the renewal time to effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 365 2 months. The annual consumption of cotton is 1,200 bales. In the first case, sales were as follows: the 1st of January 300 bales, leaving 900 bales in the warehouse the 1st of April. 300. 600. The 1st of July. 300. 300. The 1st of October 300. In the second case, on the other hand, we have the 1st of January. 200 bales sold, leaving 1,000 in the warehouse the 1st of March. 200. 800. The 1st of May. 200. 600. The 1st of July. 200. 400. The 1st of September 200. 200. The 1st of November 200. The money invested in cotton, therefore, only completes its return 1 month later, in November instead of in October. Thus if, as a result of the reduction in the circulation time, and hence in the turnover, 1/9 of the capital advanced, 100 pounds, is precipitated out in the form of money capital, and this 100 pounds is composed of 20 pounds that was a periodic excess money capital for the payment of wages, and 80 pounds that previously existed as a periodic excess production stock for 1 week, then, corresponding to this 80 pounds reduction in the surplus production stock on the part of the manufacturer, there will be an increased commodity stock in the hands of the cotton broker. The same cotton lies as much longer in the broker's warehouse as a commodity, as it exists for a shorter time as a production stock in the stores of the manufacturer. We previously assumed that the reduction in circulation time in X's business depended on X selling his commodity more quickly, or else being paid for it more quickly, on a reduction in the length of credit. Such a reduction is based on reducing the time for the sale of the commodity, for the transformation of commodity capital into money capital, CM, the first phase of the circulation process. It could also arise, however, from the second phase MC, from a simultaneous alteration either in the working period or in the circulation time of capitals Y, Z, etc., which supply capitalist X with the elements of production of his fluid capital. If cotton, coal, etc., for instance, took 3 weeks with the old means of transport to travel from their place of production or their depot to the site of capitalist X's place of production, hen the neonymum pro 366 the turnover of capital ductive stock that X had to hold pending the arrival of new stocks had to be sufficient for at least 3 weeks. As long as cotton and coal are in transit, they cannot serve as means of production. They form instead the object of labor for the transport industry and the capital employed in it, and commodity capital in circulation for the coal producer or the cotton broker. Now let improved means of transport reduce the journey to 2 weeks. The production stock can then be transformed from a 3-week supply to one of 2 weeks. An additional capital of £80 that was advanced is now set free, and so is £20 for wages, because the capital of £600 completes its turnover and returns 1 week sooner. If on the other hand the working period of the capital that supplies the raw material is reduced, as in the examples given in the previous chapters, then it also becomes possible to replace the raw material in less time. This then permits a reduction in the productive stock, and a shortening in the time between one replacement period and the next. If, inversely, the circulation time and hence the turnover period is prolonged, an advance of additional capital is needed. This comes from the pockets of the capitalist himself, if he possesses extra capital. But this will have been invested in some form or other as part of the money market. In order to make it available, it must be prized out from its old form, e.g. shares sold, deposits withdrawn, so that here too there is an indirect effect on the money market. Alternatively, the capitalist has to raise the capital. As far as the part of the capital needed for WAG-S is concerned, in normal circumstances this is always advanced as money capital, and to this extent capitalist X exerts his share of direct pressure on the money market. For the part to be invested in raw materials etc., this is only indispensable if he has to pay cash. If he can get it on credit, then he does not exert a direct influence on the money market, as the additional capital is then advanced directly as a productive stock, and not in the first instance as money capital. Insofar as his creditor directly puts the bill received from X back into the money market, has it discounted, etc., this has an indirect, second-hand effect on the money market. But if he uses this bill to meet a debt that he has later to settle, then this additionally advanced capital has neither a direct nor an indirect effect on the money market. Case 2. Change in price of the materials of production. All other circumstances being unchanged, we have just assumed that, of the total capital of £900, T equals £720 is laid out on material elements of production, and 1 equals £180 on wages. Effective circulation time on the magnitude of capital advanced 361 if the price of raw materials etc. falls by half, then these require only £240 for the 6-week working period, instead of £480, and only £120 in additional capital 2, instead of £240. Capital I is now reduced from £600 to 240 plus 120 equals £360, and capital 2 from £300 to 120 plus 60 equals £180. The total capital of £900 is reduced to 360 plus 180 equals £540. £360 is thus precipitated. This precipitated money capital, which is now unoccupied and is therefore seeking investment on the money market, is simply a fragment of the capital of £900 originally advanced as money capital which has now become superfluous owing to the fall in price of the elements of production into which it is periodically transformed. That is if the business is not expanded, but rather continued on the old scale. If this fall in price was not due to accidental circumstances, a particularly good harvest, oversupply, etc., but to an increased productivity in the branch of industry that supplies the raw material, then the unoccupied money capital would be an absolute addition to the money market, an absolute addition to the capital available in the form of money capital, because it has ceased to form an integral component of the capital already invested. Case II-1. Change in the market price of the product itself. In the case of a fall in price, a part of the capital is lost and has therefore to be replaced by a new advance of money capital. This loss for the seller may be recouped by the buyer directly, if the market price of the product has been affected only by accidental conjunctures, and the price subsequently rises again to its normal EV. Indirectly, if the change in price has been brought about by a change in value reacting on the old product, and if this product again enters another sphere of production as an element of production, and sets free a proportionate amount of capital there. In both cases, the capital lost by X, capital which he endeavors to replace by exerting pressure on the money market, can be supplied by his business friends as new additional capital. There is then only a transfer. If the price of the product rises, on the other hand, then a portion of capital that was not advanced is appropriated from the circulation sphere. This is not an organic part of the capital advanced in the production process, and if production is not extended it forms precipitated money capital. Though it is assumed here that the prices of the elements of the product were given before the latter entered the market as commodity capital, this price increase could still have been caused by real 368 the turnover of capital change in value, to the extent that this had a retroactive effect, e.g. if raw materials had subsequently risen in value. In this case capitalist X would have profited both on his product, circulating as commodity capital, and on his existing production stock. This profit would then supply him with the additional capital he now needs to carry on his business as a result of the increased prices of the elements of production. Alternatively, the price rise might be only transitory. What one capitalist then needs as extra capital is precipitated out elsewhere to the extent that his product forms an element of production for other branches of business. What the one lost, the other has gained. Chapter 16. The turnover of variable capital. The annual rate of surplus value. Let us take a circulating capital of £2,500, with 4/5 of this, £2,000, being constant capital, material elements of production, and 1/5, £500, being variable capital, capital laid out on wages. Let the turnover period be 5 weeks, the working period 4 weeks and the circulation period 1 week. Capital I is then £2,000, consisting of £1,600 constant capital and £400 variable capital. Capital II is £500, of which £400 is constant capital and £100 variable. In each working week, a capital of £500 is laid out. In a year of 50 weeks, an annual product of 50 times 500 equals £25,000 is produced. The capital I of £2,000 that is applied in each working period thus turns over 12 times 2,000 equals £25,000. Of this £25,000, T equals £20,000 as constant capital, laid out on means of production, and T equals £5,000 is variable, laid out on wages. The total capital of £2,500, on the other hand, turns over 25,010. Equals tunes. 2,500. The variable circulating capital expended in the course of production can serve again in the circulation process only to the extent that the product in which its value is reproduced is sold, transformed from commodity capital into money capital, so that it can be laid out anew in payment for labor power. But this is just the same for the constant circulating capital laid out in production, on materials, whose value also reappears as a portion of the value of the product. What these two parts of the circulating capital, the constant and the variable, have in common, and what distinguishes them from fixed capital, is not that the value they have transferred to the product is circulated by commodity capital, circulates through the circulation of the product as a commodity. A portion of the product's value, and hence of the product itself circulating as a commodity, of the commodity capital, always consists of the wear and tear of the fixed capital, or the part of the fixed capital's value that it has transferred to the product in the course of production. The difference is rather that the fixed capital continues to 370 the turnover of capital function in the productive process in its old shape through a longer or shorter cycle of turnover periods of the circulating capital, equals circulating constant plus circulating variable capital, while any single turnover has as its precondition the replacement of the entire circulating capital that enters the circulation sphere from the production sphere in the shape of commodity capital. The first phase of circulation CM is common to both fluid constant and fluid variable capital. In the second phase these separate. The money into which the commodity is transformed back is partly converted into a production stock, circulating constant capital. According to the different terms of purchase of the components of this stock, one part of the money may be converted into materials of production earlier, another part later, but eventually it goes into these completely. A further part of the money released by the sale of the commodity remains in the form of a money reserve, to be spent bit by bit in payment for the labor power incorporated into the production process. It forms the circulating variable capital. Nonetheless, the entire replacement of one or the other part derives each time from the turnover of the capital, its transformation into a product, from product into commodity, and from commodity into money. This is the reason why, in the previous chapter, we could treat the turnover of both constant and variable capital together as a separate theme, without regard to the fixed capital. For the question that we have to deal with now, we must go one step further and treat the variable part of the circulating capital as if it alone formed the circulating capital. In other words, we shall disregard here the constant circulating capital that turns over together with the variable capital. £2,500 has been advanced, and the value of the annual product is £25,000. But the variable part of the circulating capital is £500, hence the variable capital contained in the £25,000 is £5,000. If we divide the £5,000 by £500, then we get the number of turnovers, 10, just as with the total capital of £2,500. This average calculation, in which the value of the annual product is divided by the value of the capital advanced and not by the value of that part of this capital that is constantly applied in a particular working period, i.e. in this case not by 400 but by 500, not by capital I, but rather by capital I plus capital I, is here, where only the production of surplus value is at issue, absolutely exact. We shall see later on, though, that from another point of view it is inexact, just as this average calculation in general is not quite exact. It is sufficient for the practical purposes. The turnover of variable capital 371 of the capitalist, but it does not adequately or precisely express all the real circumstances of the turnover. Up to now we have completely left out of account one part of the value of the commodity capital, i.e. the surplus value contained in it, which is produced during the production process and has been incorporated into the product. This is what we have now to turn our attention to. Let us assume that the variable capital of £100 laid out each week produces a surplus value of 100% equals £100. Then the variable capital of £500 laid out in the course of the turnover period of 5 weeks produces a surplus value of £500, i.e. half of the working day consists of surplus labor. But if a variable capital of £500 produces £500, then 5,000 produces a surplus value of 10 times 500 equals 5,000 pounds. The variable capital advanced, however, as 500 pounds. The ratio of the total surplus value annually product to the value of the variable capital advanced, we call the annual rate of surplus value. In the present case this is 5,000 equals 1,000%. 500. If we analyze this rate more closely, it is clear that it is equal to the rate of surplus value that the variable capital advanced produces during one turnover period, multiplied by the number of turnovers of the variable capital, which is the same as the number of turnovers of the total circulating capital. The variable capital advanced in one turnover period is 500 pounds in the present case, and the surplus value produced in it is also 500 pounds. The rate F H 500's 100 O surp SVAUE in one turnover perla is T error equals per 500 V cent. This 100% multiplied by 10, the number of turnovers in the 5,000s year, gives equals 1,000%. 500 V. This holds for the annual rate of surplus value. But as far as the mass of surplus value obtained during a particular turnover period is concerned, this is equal to the value of the variable capital advanced during this period, here 500 pounds, multiplied by the rate of surplus value, here 500x. 100 equals 500 times 1 equals 500 pounds. If the capital advanced was 1,500 pounds, with 100 the same rate of surplus value, then the mass of surplus value would be 101, 500x equals 1,500 pounds. 100,372. The turnover of capital, the variable capital of 500 pounds which turns over 10 times in the year, producing an annual surplus value of 5,000 pounds, its annual rate of surplus value thus being 1,000%, we shall call capital A. Let us now suppose that another variable capital B of 5,000 pounds is advanced for a whole year, i.e. here for 50 weeks, and hence turns over only once in the year. 372. The turnover of capital, the variable capital of 500 pounds which turns over 10 times in the year, producing an annual surplus value of 5,000 pounds, its annual rate of surplus value thus being 1,000%, we shall call capital A. Let us now suppose that another variable capital B of 5,000 pounds is advanced for a whole year, i.e. here for 50 weeks, and hence turns over only once in the year. We further assume that the product is paid for at the end of the year on the same day that it is finished, so that the money capital into which it is transformed returns the same day. The circulation period here is now 0. The turnover period is the same as the working period, L. 1 year. As in the previous case, a variable capital of 100 pounds is in the labor process each week, hence 5,000 pounds in 50 weeks. The rate of surplus value is also the same, 100%, L. With a working day of the same length, half of this consists of surplus labor. If we take 5 weeks, then the variable capital applied is 500 pounds, the rate of surplus value 100%, and the mass of surplus value created during the 5 weeks is therefore 500 pounds. The amount of labor power that is exploited, and the degree of its exploitation, are exactly the same here, on the assumptions made, as in capital A. In any 1 week, the variable capital of 100 pounds that is applied produces a surplus value of 100 pounds, and so in 50 weeks the capital of 50 by 100, equals 5,000 pounds, produces a surplus value of 5,000 pounds. The mass of surplus value annually produced is the same as in the previous case, 5,000 pounds, but the annual rate of surplus value is quite different. Here the surplus value produced during the year divided by the variable capital advanced is 5,000s equals 100%, whereas for capital A it was 1,000%. 5,000 V. In the case of both capital A and capital B, we have the expenditure of 100 pounds variable capital each week. The degree of valorization or the rate of surplus value is the same, %, and the magnitude of the variable capital is also the same, 100 pounds. The same amount of labor power is exploited, and the degree and scale of exploitation are in both cases the same. The working days are equal, and similarly divided into necessary labor and surplus labor. The sum of variable capital AP applied during the year is equally large, 5,000 pounds, and sets the same amount of labor in motion, while the same mass of surplus value is extracted from the labor power set in motion by the two equal capitals, 5,000 pounds. Yet there is a difference of 900% in the annual rate of surplus value between A and B. This phenomenon makes it appear, moreover, as if the rate of the turnover of variable capital 373 plus value did not depend only on the amount of variable capital and the rate of exploitation of the labor power set in motion by it, but also on inexplicable influences deriving from the circulation process, and in fact the phenomenon has been interpreted in this way, if not in this pure form, then at least in its more complicated and concealed form, that of the annual rate of profit. Since the beginning of the 1820s, this phenomenon has led to the complete destruction of the Ricardian school. However, its strangeness immediately disappears if we really do place capitals A and B in exactly the same conditions, and do not just appear to do so. The same conditions obtain only if the variable capital B is wholly spent on payment of labor power in the same interval of time as capital A. The 5,000 pounds of capital B is then paid out in 5 weeks, 1,000 pounds per week, giving an outlay of 50,000 pounds over the year. The surplus value is now also 50,000 pounds, under our assumptions. The capital turned over, £50,000, divided by the capital advanced, £5,000, gives the number of 5,000s turnovers, 10. The rate of surplus value equals 100%, 5,000V multiplied by the number of turnovers, 10, gives the annual rate of 50,000's 10 surplus value. Equals 1,000%. The annual rates of 5,000V. 1 surplus value for A and B are now the same, L. 1,000%, but the massive surplus value is, for B, £50,000, for A, £5,000. The masses of surplus value produced are now in the same ratio as the capital values B and A that were advanced, L. 5,000 to 500 equals 10 to 1. This is the reason why capital B could set 10 times as much labor power in motion in the same time as capital A. It is only the capital actually operating in the labor process which creates surplus value and to which all the laws given for surplus value apply, including the law that, with a given rate of surplus value, the mass of surplus value is given by the relative magnitude of the variable capital. T. The labor process itself is measured by time. The length of the working day being given, as it is here, where we assume equality between capital A and capital B in all circumstances, in order to present the difference in the annual rate of surplus value in a clear light. The See Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1 II, Chapter 20. TSEE Volume 1, Chapter 13. 374 The turnover of capital working week consists of a definite number of working days. Alternatively, we can treat each working period, e.g. here a 5-week one, as a single working day, of 300 hours, for example, if the working day is 10 hours and the week 6 working days. We must then multiply this figure by the number of workers who are employed alongside one another each day in the same labor process. If this number was 10, for example, then the weekly total would be 60 times 10 equals 600 hours, and a 5-week working period would amount to 600 times 5 equals 3,000 hours. Variable capitals of the same size are thus applied if, with the same rate of surplus value and the same length of working day, equal amounts of labor power, one labor power of the given price multiplied by the given number of workers, are set in motion in the same interval of time. Let us now return to our original examples. In both cases, A and B, equal variable capitals, £100 per week, are applied each week of the year. The variable capitals that are applied and actually function in the labor process are therefore the same, but the variable capitals advanced are quite unequal. With A, £500 is advanced every 5 weeks, and £100 of this is applied each week. With B, £5,000 has to be advanced for the first 5-week period, but out of this only £100 per week, and thus in these 5 weeks only £500 equals 110 of the capital advanced, as actually applied. In the second 5-week period, £4,500 has to be advanced, but only £500 is applied, and so on. The variable capital advanced for a certain period of time is transformed into AP applied, i.e. really functioning an effective, variable capital, only to the degree that it actually does enter those sections of the period of time in question that are filled by the labor process, and really does function in this labor process. In the intervening period in which a part of it is advanced for application only at a later date, this part is as good as non-existent for the labor process, and thus does not have any influence on the formation of either value or surplus value. Take capital A of £500, for instance. It is advanced for 5 weeks, but each week only £100 of it successively enters the labor process. In the first week, 1/5 of it is applied. 4/5 is advanced without being applied, although since it must be on hand for the labor process of the 4 following weeks it must certainly be advanced. The circumstances that differentiate the ratio between the advanced and the applied variable capital affect the production of surplus value. At a given rate of profit, only insofar as they differentiate the amount of variable capital which can actually be applied in a definite period of time, e.g. in 1 week, 5 weeks, etc. The variable capital advanced. The turnover of variable capital 375 functions is variable capital only to the extent that it is actually applied, and during the time for which it is applied, not during the time in which it remains advanced in reserve without being applied. But all circumstances that differentiate the ratio between advanced and applied variable capital can be summed up in the difference in turnover periods, determined by a difference either in working periods or in circulation periods, or in both. The law of surplus value production is that, with the same rate of surplus value, equal amounts of FW1 stationing variable capital create equal masses of surplus value. So if equal amounts of variable capital are applied by capitals A and B for the same space of time at the same rate of surplus value, then they must produce equal MO1TS of surplus value in this time, no matter how different may be the ratio between the variable capital applied in the time in question and the variable capital advanced during the same time, and hence how different also the ratio between the mass of surplus value produced and the total variable capital advanced, rather than that actually applied. The variation of this ratio, instead of contradicting the laws put forward for the production of surplus value, rather confirms these and is an inescapable consequence of them. Let us consider the first 5-week production period of capital B. At the end of week 5, £500 has been applied and consumed. The value product is £1,000, 500s, equals 100%. It is just the same with capital A 500V. The fact that capital A has realized its surplus value along with the capital advanced, while B has not, is of no importance to us here, where the issue is simply the production of surplus value and its ratio to the variable capital advanced during its production. If on the other hand we calculate the ratio of the surplus value in B to the total capital of £5,000 advanced, and not to the part of this capital that is applied during its production and hence consumed, then we get 500s equals 10.5, OOV 10%. That is, 10% for capital B as against 100%, 10 times as much, for capital A if it be said here that this difference in the rate of surplus value for capitals of equal magnitude, which have set in motion an equal quantity of labor, and moreover labor that is divided into the same portions of paid and unpaid labor, contradicts the laws of surplus value production. The answer is simple, and given by a mere glance at the factual relations. For it is the actual rate of surplus value that is expressed here, i.e. the ratio of the surplus value produced 376 the turnover of capital during 5 weeks, by a variable capital of £500 to this variable capital of £500. For B, on LCHE other hand, the mode of reckoning is one that has nothing to do th either the production of surplus value or the corresponding determination of the rate of surplus value. The £500 surplus value which has been produced by the variable capital of £500 is in fact not calculated on the basis of the £500 variable capital that is advanced during its production, but rather on a capital of £5,000, 9/10 of which, i.e. £4,500 has nothing at all to do with the production of this surplus value of £500, but is rather designed to function gradually over the course of the following 45 weeks, and does not exist at all as far as the production of the first 5 weeks goes, which is all that we are concerned with here. In this case, therefore, the difference in the rate of surplus value between A and B is no problem at all. Let us now compare the annual rates of surplus value for capitals A and B. For capital B we have 5,000s equals 100%, for capital A, 5, OOV 5,000s equals 1,000%. The ratio of the surplus value rates, however, 500V is still the same as before. Then we had surplus value rate for capital B, surplus value rate for capital A, and now we have annual rate of surplus value for capital B, annual rate of surplus value for capital A. 10%, 100%, 100%, dot, 1000%, but 10%, 100%. %, 1000%, the same ratio as before. For all that, the problem has now been turned round the other way. I. Dot. 1. 5. OOO's DE annual rate lor capita B. Equals 100%, O's not present 5000V the slightest divergence. Not even the shadow of a divergence. From the jaws of surplus value production which we already knew, and the rate of surplus value corresponding to these, 5000V has been advanced during the year and productively consumed, having produced 5000s. The rate of surplus value is thus the above fraction 5000s. Equals 100 per 5, OOV. The turnover of variable capital 377 cent. The annual rate of surplus value agrees with the actual rate. This time it is not capital B that presents the anomaly to be explained, as it did last time, but rather capital A5, OOOs. Here we have the rate of surplus value. Equals 1000%. But 500V if in the first case 500 s. The product of 5 weeks was calculated on a capital advance of £5,000, 9/10 of which was not applied in its production. Now 5 OOs is calculated on the basis of 500 V, i.e. on only 1/10 of the variable capital that was really applied in the product Tion of 5 OOs. For the 5 OOs is the product of a variable capital of £5,000 that is productively consumed over 50 weeks, and not of the capital of £500 used during one single 5-week period. In the first case, the surplus value produced during 5 weeks was calculated on the capital that was advanced for 50 weeks, i.e. a capital 10 times greater than that used during the 5 weeks. Now the surplus value produced in 50 weeks is calculated on the capital which was advanced for 5 weeks, and which is thus 10 times smaller than that used during the 50 weeks. Capital A of £500 is not advanced for any longer than 5 weeks. At the end of this period it returns, and can repeat the same process 10 times in the course of the year by turning over 10 times. 2 things follow from this. Firstly, the capital advanced in case A is only 5 times greater than the portion of capital applied in any 1 week's production process. Capital B, on the other hand, which turns over only once in 50 weeks, must therefore also be advanced for 50 weeks, and is 50 times greater than the part of the capital that can ever be applied in 1 week. The turnover time thus modifies the ratio between the capital advanced for the production process during the year and the capital applied for any given production period, e.g. a week. And this gives us the first case, in which the surplus value of 5 weeks is reckoned, not on the capital applied during these 5 weeks, but rather on the 10 times greater capital that is applied over 50 weeks. Secondly, the turnover period of capital A, 5 weeks, comprises only 1/10 of the year. The year therefore includes 10 such turnover periods, in which capital A of £500 is each time applied afresh. The capital applied here is equal to the capital advanced for 5 weeks, multiplied by the number of turnover periods in the year. The capital applied during the year is 500 times 10 equals £5,000. The capital advanced during the year is 5,000, 10 equals 500 pounds. In point of fact, even though the 378 the turnover of capital 500 pounds is always applied afresh, never more than the same 500 pounds is applied every 5 weeks. In the case of capital B, it is still only 500 pounds that is applied and advanced for these 5 weeks. But since the turnover period is now 50 weeks, the capital applied during the year is the same as the capital advanced not for every 5 weeks, but for 50. The mass of surplus value produced annually, however, is governed, at a given rate of surplus value, by the capital applied during the year, and not by that advanced. Thus, it is no greater for this capital of 5,000 pounds that turns over once than it is for the capital of 500 pounds that turns over 10 times, and the only reason why it is the size it is that the capital that turns over once in the year is itself 10 times greater than that turning over 10 times. The variable capital turned over during the year. The part of the annual product or the annual expenditure equal to this part is the variable capital actually applied and productively consumed in the course of the year. It follows therefore that, if the variable capital A turned over annually and the variable capital B turned over annually are the same, and they are applied under the same conditions of valorization, the rate of surplus value must be the same for both, and since the masses of capital applied are the same, so must be the annually reckoned rate of surplus value, as long as it is expressed as mass of surplus value annually produced annual turnover of variable capital. To express it more generally, whatever may be the relative magnitudes of the variable capitals turned over, the rate of surplus value that they produce in the course of a year is determined by the rate of surplus value at which the respective capitals have operated in average periods, e.g. on a weekly or even daily average. This is the only possible result that follows from the laws of surplus value production and those determining the rate of surplus value. Let us now look once again at what the ratio annual turnover of capital advanced expresses. We are dealing here only with the variable capital, as already stated. The quotient gives the number of turnovers of the capital advanced in 1 year. 5,000 pounds capital annually turned over L. For capital A we have LOR 500 pounds capital advanced. Single quote. The turnover of variable capital 379. IB 5,000 pounds capital annually turned over capita. Colon. Dot. 5,000 pounds capital advanced in both ratios. The numerator expresses the capital advanced multiplied by the number of turnovers. For A, 500 by 10, for B, 5,000 by 1. Alternatively, the capital is multiplied by the reciprocal of the turnover time, reckoned in terms of a year. The turnover time for A is la year, the reciprocal of this is 11 degrees. And 500x, 0. Equals 5,000. For B, 5,000 xt equals 5,000. The denominator expresses the capital turned over multiplied by the reciprocal of the number of turnovers. For A, 5,000 x la. For B, 5,000 xt. The respective quantities of labor, the sum of the paid and the unpaid labor, that are set in motion are the same here, since the capitals turned over are the same, and so are their rates of valorization. The ratio between the variable capital annually turned over and that advanced indicates, firstly, the ratio in which the capital to be advanced stands to the variable capital applied in a certain working period. If the number of turnovers is 10, as under A, and the year is taken as 50 weeks, then the turnover time is 5 weeks. This 5 weeks is the time for which variable capital has to be advanced, and the capital advanced for 5 weeks must be 5 times larger than the variable capital applied during 1 week. That is to say, only 1/5 of the capital advanced, here 500 pounds, can be applied in the course of a week. In the case of capital B, on the other hand, where the number of turnovers is T, the turnover time is 1 year equals 50 weeks. The ratio of the capital advanced to that applied week by week is therefore 50 to 1. If the situation was the same for B as for A, then B would have to apply 1,000 pounds each week instead of 100 pounds. Secondly, it follows that B has applied a capital 10 times as great as A, i.e. 5,000 pounds, in order to set in motion the same amount of variable capital, thus, with a given rate of surplus value, the same quantity of labor, both paid and unpaid, and thus to produce the same mass of surplus value in the course of the year. The real rate of surplus value expresses nothing more than the ratio of the variable capital applied in a given period of time to the surplus value produced in the same period, or the mass of unpaid labor that the variable capital applied during this time sets in motion. It has absolutely nothing to do with the portion of variable capital that is advanced during the time in which it is not applied, and hence just as little to do with the ratio between the part of it advanced for a definite period of time and that applied during the same period, a ratio which is modified and differentiated by the turnover period. 380 The turnover of capital. It rather follows from what has already been developed that the annual rate of surplus value coincides with the real rate of surplus value, that which expresses the degree of exploitation of labor, only in a single case, namely when the capital advanced turns over only once in the year, so that the capital advanced is equal to the capital turned over during the year, and the ratio of the mass of surplus value product during the year to the capital applied during the year for the purpose of this production coincides and is identical with the ratio between the mass of surplus value produced during the year and the capital advanced for the year. A. The annual rate of surplus value is mass of surplus value produced during the year BH. F. 1. Dot. UT TE mass 0 surplus variable capital advanced value produced during the year equals the real rate of surplus value multiplied by the variable capital applied in its production. The capital applied for the production of the annual mass of surplus value is equal to the capital advanced multiplied by the number of its turnovers, which we shall call N. The formula, A, is thus transformed into B. The annual rate of surplus value is real rate of surplus value x variable capital advanced x NC. I. E.g. lor capita variable capital advanced 100% x 5000 by 1 ONI. F. 1. Dot. FHB. Or 100%. YIN equals, i.e. I. TE 5000 variable capital advanced turns over only once in the year, and is thus equal to the capital applied or turned over in the year, is the annual rate of surplus value equal to the real rate of surplus value. Let us call the annual rate of surplus value S, the real rate of surplus value S, the variable capital advanced V, and the number of turnovers N. S of N then S equals Sn. Le. S equals Sn, and only equals S, if N equals 1, when versus S equals S x1 equals S. It follows that the annual rate of surplus value is always Sn, i.e. the real rate of surplus value produced in a turnover period by the variable capital consumed during this period, multiplied by the number of turnovers of this variable capital during the year, or, what is the same thing, multiplied by the reciprocal of its turnover time, reckoned on the basis of a year. If the variable capital turns over 10 times in the year, then its turnover time is 1/10 of a year. The reciprocal of this is therefore equals 10. The turnover of variable capital 381. It follows further that S equals S, if N equals 1. S is greater than S, if N is greater than 1. Le. If the capital advanced turns over more than once in the year, so that the capital turned over is greater than that advanced. Finally, S is smaller than S, if N is less than 1. Le. If the capital turned over during the year is only one part of the capital advanced, and the turnover period thus lasts for longer than a year. Let us pause a moment to consider this last case. We keep all the assumptions made in our earlier example, but simply extend the turnover period to 55 weeks. The labor process demands £100 in variable capital each week, and thus £5,500 for the turnover period, and each week it produces 1 new S. S is thus 100%, as before. The number of turnovers is now equals F, since the TWN over time is 1 plus low years, the year taken is 50 weeks, equals T. Years. S. Single quote. 100% by 5500 xh 110. 1009 N10. Equals. Dash. X it equals tit percent, i.e. 5500. 11 less than lu percent. In point of fact, if the annual rate of surplus value were 100%, then 5500 V would have to produce 5500 S in a year, whereas it actually now takes H years for this. The 5500 V produces only 5 U's in the course of the year, giving an annual rate of 5000's 10 surplus value of equals 98%. 5 of 11 the annual rate of surplus value, or the comparison between the surplus value produced during the year and the total variable capital advanced, as distinct from the variable capital turned over during the year, is therefore not something merely subjective, but a comparison produced by the actual movement of capital itself. For the owner of capital A receives back at the end of the year his variable capital of £500 together with a surplus value of £5,000. What expresses the size of the capital he has advanced is not the quantity of capital that he has applied during the year, but that which periodically flows back to him. That the capital may exist at the end of the year partly as a production stock, and partly as commodity or money capital, adds nothing to the question in hand. Nor does the ratio in which it is divided between these various portions. The owner of capital B receives back £5,000, his capital advanced, together with £5,000 surplus value. The owner of capital C, that of £5,500 last introduced, has produced £5,000 surplus value during the year, £5,000 outlay with a rate of surplus value of 100%, but his capital advanced has not yet returned to him, and so neither has the surplus value it has produced. 382 The turnover of capital S equals Sn expresses the fact that the rate of surplus value on the variable capital applied during a turnover period, mass of surplus value produced during a turnover period variable capital applied during a turnover period has to be multiplied by the number of turnover periods or reproduction periods of the variable capital advanced, the number of periods in which it repeats its circuit. We have already seen in Volume 1, Chapter 4, the general formula for capital, and again in Chapter 23, Simple Reproduction, how the capital value is always advanced and not genuinely spent, in that once this value has gone through the various phases of its circuit, it returns again to its starting point, and, moreover, it does so enriched with surplus value. This is what characterizes it as advanced. The time that elapses between its point of departure and its point of return is the time for which it is advanced. The entire circuit which the capital value undergo S, measured by the time from its advance to its reflux, forms its turnover, and the duration of this turnover is a turnover period. Once this period has elapsed, the circuit is at an end, and the same capital value can begin the same circuit afresh, and thus also valorize itself afresh and again produce surplus value. If the variable capital turns over 10 times in the year, as it does, then the mass of surplus value produced in the course of the year will be 10 times that corresponding to one turnover period. The nature of the advance must now be investigated from the standpoint of capitalist society as a whole. Capital A, which turns over 10 times during the year, is advanced 10 times in the course of the year. It is advanced afresh for each new turnover period. But at the same time, all that the owner of ever advances during the year is the same capital value of £500, and all that he ever has at his disposal for the production process we are considering is £500. Once this £500 has completed a circuit, he lets the same circuit begin anew. Capital by its very nature only maintains its capital character precisely by functioning as capital in ever-repeated production processes. It is never advanced for longer than 5 weeks. If the turnover lasts for longer, this capital is not sufficient. If it is reduced, then a part of the capital is superfluous. It is not 10 capitals of £500 that are advanced, but one capital of £500 advanced 10 times in succession at different intervals of time. Hence the annual rate of surplus value is not calculated on a capital of £500 advanced 10 times, on £5,000, but the turnover of variable capital 383 rather on a capital of £500 advanced once. Just as, when a shilling circulates 10 times, there is still only 1 shilling in circulation, even though it performs the functions of 10 shil 1 ings. However, no matter in whose hand it exists for the moment, it remains as always the same identical value of 1 shilling. Capital A shows in just the same way, each time it returns, including its return at the end of the year, that its owner has always operated simply with the same capital value of £500. All that he receives back each time is £500. The capital he advances is therefore never more than £500. The capital of £500 that is advanced forms the denominator of the fraction that expresses the annual rate of surplus value. We already had, for this the formula S equals SVN equals Sn. Since the real rate of surplus V value S equals the mass of surplus value divided by the variable capital versus that produced it, we can substitute in Sn the equivalent of S, L, and V arrive at the further formula, S equals Sn dot V. However, by turning over 10 times, and hence repeating its advance 10 times, the capital of £500 performs the function of a capital 10 times as great, a capital of £5,000, just as 500 shilling pieces that turn over 10 times in the year perform the same function as 5,000 turning over only once. 2. The turnover of an individual versus ARIABLE capital. Whatever the social form of the production process, it has to be continuous, it must periodically repeat the same phases. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and in the constant flux of its incessant renewal, every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. As a periodic increment of the value of the capital, or a periodic fruit borne by capital in process, surplus value acquires the form of a revenue arising out of capital, Volume 1, Chapter 23, pp. 711-12. We have 10 5-week turnover periods for capital A. In the first turnover period, £500 variable capital is advanced, i.e. £100 is converted each week into labor power, so that at the end of the first turnover 384 the turnover of capital period, £500 has been spent on labor power. This £500, originally part of the total capital advanced, has ceased to be capital. It has been paid out in wages. The workers, for their part, pay it out again in purchasing their means of subsistence, and consume means of subsistence to the value of £500. A mass of commodities amounting altogether to this value is thereby annihilated. What the worker may save as money, etc. is also not capital. This mass of commodities is consumed unproductively, as far as the worker is concerned, except inasmuch as he thereby maintains his labor power, which is an indispensable instrument for the capitalist in working condition. In the second place, however, this £500 is converted, for the capitalist, into labor power of the same value, or price. He consumes the labor power productively in the labor process. At the end of the 5 weeks, a value product of £1,000 has been brought into existence. Half of this, £500, is the reproduct value of the variable capital spent as payment for labor power. The other half, £500, is newly produced surplus value. But the 5 weeks labor power, by conversion into which a part of capital has been transformed into variable capital, is also spent or consumed, even if productively. The labor active yesterday is not the same labor as is active today. Its value, together with the surplus value created by it, now exists as the value of a thing distinct from labor power, the product. But because the product is transformed into money, the part of its value equal to the value of the variable capital advanced is converted once more into labor power and hence functions afresh as variable capital. The fact that the capital value that is not only reproduct, but also transformed back into the money form, may engage the same workers, the same bearers of labor power, is beside the point. It is quite possible for the capitalist to employ new workers in place of the old ones in the second turnover period. In fact, therefore, in the course of the 10 5-week turnover periods a capital of £5,000 is successively spent on wages, and not one of £500, these wages being spent again by the workers on means of subsistence. The capital of £5,000 advanced in this way is consuin. It no longer exists. On the other hand, it is labor power to the value of £5,000, and not just £500, that is successively incorporated into the production process, not only reproducing its own value of £5,000, but producing in addition to this a surplus value of £5,000. The variable capital of £500 that is advanced in the second turnover period is not the identical capital of £500 advanced in the first turnover period. The latter has been consumed, spent on wages. But it has been replaced by a new. The turnover of variable capital 385 variable capital of £500, which was produced in the first turnover period in the commodity form and was then transformed back into the money form. This new money capital of £500 is therefore the money form of the mass of commodities newly produced in the first turnover period. The fact that an identical money sum of £500 exists once more in the hands of the capitalist, if we disregard the surplus value, the same amount of money capital as he originally advanced, conceals the fact that he is operating with a newly produced capital. As far as the other value components of the commodity capital are concerned, those that replace the constant parts of the capital, their value is not newly produced, it is only the form in which the value exists that is changed. Let us take the third turnover period. Here it is evident that the variable capital of £500 advanced for the third time is not an old capital, but one newly produced, for it is the money form of the mass of commodities produced in the second turnover period and not in the first turnover period, the money form of that mass of commodities whose value is equal to the value of the variable capital advanced. The part of their value that equals the variable part of the capital advanced was converted into the new labor power for the second turnover period, and produced a new mass of commodities. This was again sold, and a part of their value forms the capital of £500 advanced in the third turnover period. The same thing happens for all 10 turnover periods. Every 5 weeks, newly produced masses of commodities, whose value, insofar as it replaces variable capital, is also newly produced, and does not simply reappear, as with the constant circulating capital, are thrown on the market, so that ever new labor power can be incorporated into the production process. What is attained by the tenfold turnover of the variable capital advanced, therefore, is not that this capital of £500 can be productively consumed 10 times over or that a variable capital that suffices for 5 weeks can be applied for 50. In fact, 10x £500 of variable capital is applied in the 50 weeks. The capital of £500 is only ever sufficient for 5 weeks, and must be replaced at the end of these 5 weeks with a newly produced capital of £500. This occurs just as much for capital A as for capital B, but now comes the difference. At the close of the first section of 5 weeks, a variable capital of £500 has been advanced and spent both in case B and in case A. For B, just as for A, its value has been converted into labor power and replaced by part of the value of the product newly produced by this 386, the turnover of capital labor power equal in value to the advanced variable capital of £500. For both B and A, the labor power has not just replaced the value of the variable capital expended, £500, with a new value to the same amount, but also added to it a surplus value, one of the same size, according to our assumption. In case B, however, the value product which replaces the variable capital advanced and adds to its value a surplus value does not exist in the form in which it can function once again as productive capital, as variable capital. This is the form in which it does exist for A. For B, however, through to the end of the year, while the variable capital spent in the first 5 weeks, and then successively every 5 weeks again, is replaced by newly produced value and surplus value, it does not exist in the form in which it can function as productive capital or in particular variable capital. Its value has certainly been replaced by a new value, and thus renewed, but the form of its value, in this case the absolute value form, its money form, has not been renewed. For the second period of 5 weeks, and successively for every 5 weeks during the year, a further £500 must be on hand, just as for the first period. If we ignore credit, then £5,000 must be on hand at the beginning of the year, and exist as latent money capital advanced, even though it is only actually spent and converted into labor power bit by bit in the course of the year. In case A, on the other hand, since the circuit or turnover of the capital advanced has been completed, the replacement value already exists, after 5 weeks have elapsed, in the form in which it can set in motion new labor power for 5 weeks, in its original money form. In both cases, A and B, new labor power is consumed in the second 5-week period, and a new capital of £500 spent in payment for this labor power. The workers' means of subsistence, which were paid for with the first £500, have disappeared, or at any rate the value of these has vanished from the hands of the capitalist. The second £500 serves to buy new labor power, to withdraw new means of subsistence from the market. In short, a new capital of £500 is spent, not the old one. But in case A, this new capital is the money form of the newly product replacement value for the £500 spent previously. In case B, the replacement value exists in a form in which it cannot function as variable capital. It does exist, but not in the form of variable capital. An additional capital of £500 must therefore be available in the money form, which is here unavoidable, to continue the production process for the next 5 weeks, and it must be advanced as such. Thus the same The turnover of variable capital 387 amount of variable capital is spent in 50 weeks in case B as in case A, the same amount of labor power paid for and used. But in B this has to be paid for with a capital advance equal to its entire value, £5,000. In A, however, it is paid for successively by the ever-renewed money form of the replacement value that is produced every 5 weeks for the capital of £500 advanced for each 5 weeks. In this case, therefore, the money capital advanced is never greater than that needed for 5 weeks, never greater than the capital of £500 advanced for the first 5 weeks. This £500 is sufficient for the whole year. It is clear, therefore, that with the same degree of exploitation of labor, the same real rate of surplus value, the annual rates in cases A and B must stand in inverse proportion to the magnitudes of the variable money capitals that have had to be advanced in order to set in motion the same. 5,0008 quantity of labor power over the year. A equals 1000% and 500 v 5,0008 B equals 100%, but 500 v 5000 v equals 110 equals 100%, 1005 %. The distinction arises from the divergence in the turnover periods, The intervals at which the replacement value of the variable capital applied in a certain period of time can function afresh as capital, and therefore as new capital. With both B and A, we find the same replacement value for the variable capital applied during the same period. There is also the same additional surplus value produced during the same period. But with B, even though every 5 weeks there is a replacement value of £500, plus £500 surplus value, this replacement value does not yet form any new capital, since it does not exist in the money form. In case A, the old capital value is not only replaced by a new one, but is re-established in its money form, and hence replaced as new capital capable of performing its function. The earlier or later transformation of the replacement value into money, and hence into the form in which the variable capital is advanced, is evidently a circumstance quite immaterial to the production of surplus value. The latter depends on the magnitude of the variable capital applied, and on the level of exploitation of labor. But the circumstance mentioned above does modify the size of the money capital that has to be advanced in order to set in motion a definite amount of labor power in the course of the year, and in this way it does affect the annual rate of surplus value. 388 The turnover of capital 3. The turnover of variable capital considered from the social point of view. Let us consider the matter for a moment from the whole society's standpoint. A worker costs, say, £1 per week. The working day is 10 hours. Both with capital A and capital B 100 workers are employed throughout the year, £100 per week for 100 workers, making £500 for 5 weeks and £5,000 for 50 weeks, and each of these works for 60 hours in a 6-day week. 100 workers perform 6,000 hours labor per week and therefore 300,000 hours labor in 50 weeks. This labor power is requisitioned by A and B, and cannot be spent by the society on anything else. In this respect, the matter is the same, from the social standpoint, for both A and B. Moreover, in both cases, each 100 workers receive a yearly wage of £5,000, thus the 200 together receive £10,000, and withdraw from society means of subsistence to this value. In this respect, too, the matter is equivalent in both cases, from the social standpoint. Since the workers are in both cases paid by the week, they also withdraw means of subsistence from society each week, and each week they cast into circulation in return their money equivalent. But now comes the difference. Firstly, the money that the workers under capital A cast into circulation is not only, as for the workers under capital B, the money fon of the value of their labor power, in actual fact a means of payment for labor already performed, right from the second turnover period onward, reckoning from the opening of the business, it is the money form of their own value product, equals price of labor power plus surplus value, in the first turnover period which pays for their labor during the second turnover period. With capital B the position is different. Here, too, the money is certainly a means of payment for labor that the workers have already performed, but this labor is not paid for with their own value product turned into money, the money form of the value they themselves have produced. This can only start to happen from the second year onwards, when the workers under capital B are paid with their own value product of the previous year, converted into money. The shorter the turnover period of the capital and hence the shorter the intervals at which its reproduction period is repeated in the course of the year, the sooner is the variable part of the capital originally advanced by the capitalist in the money form transformed into the money form of the value product created by the worker as a replace. The turnover of variable capital 389 meant for this variable capital, this product also including surplus value, the shorter, too, is the time for which the capitalist has to advance money from his own funds, and the smaller the total capital that he advances in relation to the given scale of production, the relatively greater, therefore, is the mass of surplus value that the capitalist extracts in the course of the year, at a given rate of surplus value, since he can buy the workers all the more often, and set their labor in motion, with the money form of their own value product. At a given scale of production, the absolute size of the variable money capital advanced, and so of the circulating capital in general, is reduced in proportion to the brevity of the turnover period, and the annual rate of surplus value correspondingly grows. With a given volume of capital advanced, the scale of production grows, and hence, with a given rate of surplus value, the absolute mass of the surplus value produced in one turnover period also grows, and there occurs, simultaneously with this, a rise in the annual rate of surplus value caused by the reduction in the reproduction period. The preceding investigation has led us to the result that, according to the varying magnitudes of the turnover period, money capitals of very different scale have to be advanced, in order to set in motion the same volume of productive circulating capital and the same amount of labor, given the same level of exploitation of labor. Secondly, and this is related to the first distinction, in both cases the workers pay for the means of subsistence that they buy with the variable capital that is transformed in their hands into means of circulation. They not only withdraw wheat from the market, for example, but also replace it with an equivalent in money. But since the money with which the workers employed by capital B pay for their means of subsistence and withdraw them from the market is not the money form of their own value product cast into the market in the course of the year, as is the case with the workers employed by capital A, it follows that although they supply the seller of their means of subsistence with money, they do not supply any commodity, either means of production or means of subsistence, which he could buy with the money provided, which is the position however with a hence labor power, means of subsistence for this labor power, fixed capital in the form of the means of labor applied under capital B, and production materials, are all withdrawn from the market, and an equivalent in money is cast into the market to replace them with, but no product is cast into the market during the year in question to replace the material elements of Pro 390 the turnover of capital ductive capital withdrawn from it. If we were to consider a communist society in place of a capitalist one, then money capital would immediately be done away with, and so too the disguises that transactions acquire through it. The adder would be simply reduced to the fact that the society must reckon in advance how much labor, means of production and means of subsistence it can spend, without dislocation, on branches of industry which, like the building of railways, for instance, supply neither means of production nor means of subsistence, nor any kind of useful effect, for a long period, a year or more, though they certainly do withdraw labor, means of production and means of subsistence from the total annual product. In capitalist society, on the other hand, where any kind of social rationality asserts itself only post festum, major disturbances can and must occur constantly. On the one hand there is pressure on the money market, while conversely the absence of this pressure itself calls into being a mass of such undertakings, and therefore the precise circumstances that later provoke a pressure on the money market. The money market is under pressure because large-scale advances of money capital for long periods of time are always needed here. This is quite apart from the fact that industrialists and merchants throw the money capital they need for the carrying on of their businesses into railway speculations, etc., and replace it with loans from the money market. The other side of the coin is pressure on the society's available productive capital. Since elements of productive capital are constantly being withdrawn from the market and all that is put into the market is an equivalent in money, the effective demand rises, without this in itself providing any element of supply. Hence prices rise, both for the means of subsistence and for the material elements of production. During this time, too, there are regular business swindles and great transfers of capital. A band of speculators, contractors, engineers, lawyers, etc. enrich themselves. These exert a strong consumer demand on the market, and wages rise as well. As far as foodstuffs are concerned, agriculture is given a boost by this process. But since these foodstuffs cannot be suddenly increased within the year, imports grow, as well as the import of exotic foods, coffee, sugar, wine, etc., and objects of luxury. Hence oversupply and speculation in this part of the import trade. On the other hand, in those branches of industry in which production can be increased more quickly, manufacture proper, mining, literally, after the feast, a favorite expression of Marx's, in the sense of too late to have any effect. The turnover of variable capital 391 etc., the price rise leads to sudden expansion, soon followed by collapse. The same effect occurs on the labor market, drawing great numbers of the latent relative surplus population, and even workers already employed, into the new lines of business. Undertakings of this kind, such as railways, generally withdraw from the labor market on a large scale a certain quantity of force, which can derive only from branches such as agriculture, etc., where only strong lads are needed. This still occurs even after the new undertakings have already become an established branch of industry and the migrant working class needed for them has already been formed, e.g. when railway construction is temporarily pursued on a scale greater than the average. A part of the reserve army of workers whose pressure keeps wages down is absorbed. Wages generally rise, even in the formerly well-employed sections of the labor market. This lasts until, with the inevitable crash, the reserve army of workers is again released and wages are pressed down once more to their minimum and below it. 1. Inasmuch as the greater or lesser length of the turnover period depends on the working period in the strict sense, i.e. the period needed to prepare the product for the market, it depends on the material conditions of production in the various spheres of capital investment, as these are given at the time. In agriculture these have more the character of natural conditions of production. In manufacture, and for the most part in the extractive industries too, they change with the social development of the productive process itself. Inasmuch as the length of the working period depends on the size of deliveries, on the quantitative scale on which the product is generally thrown onto the market, this has a conventional character. That the convention itself has as its material basis the scale of production, and is therefore accidental only if considered in isolation. Finally, inasmuch as the length of the turnover period is dependent 1. The following note for future elaboration is here inserted in the manuscript. Contradiction in the capitalist mode of production. The workers are important for the market as buyers of commodities, but as sellers of their commodity. Habor power, capitalist society has the tendency to restrict them to their minimum price. Further contradiction. The periods in which capitalist production exerts all its forces regularly show themselves to be periods of overproduction, because the limit to the application of the productive powers is not simply the production of value, but also its realization. However, the sale of commodities, the realization of commodity capital, and thus of surplus value as well, is restricted not by the consumer needs of society in general, but by the consumer needs of a society in which the great majority are always poor and must always remain poor. This, however, belongs rather to the next part. 392 The turnover of capital on the length of the circulation period. This is partly conditioned by the constant change in market conditions, the greater or lesser ease of selling, and the necessity, which arises from this, of casting the product partly on nearer and partly on more distant markets. Apart from the scale of demand in general, the movement of prices plays a major role here. Sales are deliberately restricted when prices are falling, while production goes ahead, and the converse occurs when prices are rising, when production and sale keep in step, or selling even takes place in advance. However, the actual distance of the place of production from the market outlet should be considered as a specific material basis. English cotton cloth or yarn, for instance, is sold to India. The export merchant has to pay the English cotton manufacturer. He does this willingly only when the situation on the money market is favorable. As soon as the manufacturer himself replaces his money capital by credit operations, things start to go wrong. The exporter later sells his cotton goods on the Indian market, from where the capital he has advanced is remitted. Until this reflux, the situation is just the same as one in which the length of the working period requires a new advance of money capital in order to keep the production process going on the same scale. The money capital with which the manufacturer pays his workers and replaces the other elements of his circulating capital is not the money form of the yarn that he produced. This can only be the case after the value of this yarn has returned to England in money or products. It is additional money capital, as before. The distinction is simply that instead of the manufacturer it is the merchant who advances it, and he may well have obtained it himself by credit operations. Similarly, until this money has been cast into the market, no additional product has been put on the English market that could be bought with this money and enter the sphere of production or individual consumption. If this condition sets in for a long while and on a large scale, then it must lead to the same results as the prolonged working period did previously. It is also possible that the yam is sold on credit in India itself. With this credit, products are bought in India and sent as a return shipment to England, or else drafts are remitted to this amount. If this process is delayed, then pressure builds up on the Indian money market, which may react on England to produce a crisis here. This crisis, in its turn, even if it is combined with the export of precious metals to India, provokes a new crisis in that country, on account of the bankruptcy of English firms and their Indian branches, who were given credit by Indian banks. Thus a simultaneous crisis arises both on the market for the turnover of variable capital 393 which the trade balance is unfavorable, and on that for which it is favorable. This phenomenon can be still more complicated. England may have sent silver bullion to India, but India's English creditors now press their demands here, and in a short while India will have to send its silver back to England. It can happen that the export trade to India and the import trade from India are in approximate balance, even though the size of the latter, with the exception of special circumstances such as an increase in cotton prices, etc., is determined by the former, and stimulated by it. The balance of trade between England and India may appear in equilibrium, or exhibit only weak fluctuations on one side or the other. But once the crisis breaks out in England, it becomes clear that unsold cotton goods are being stored up in India, goods which have therefore not been transformed from commodity capital into money capital. Overproduction on this side, and that on the other hand there are not only unsold stocks of Indian products in England, but a major part of stocks sold and consumed have not yet been paid for. Thus what appears as a crisis on the money market in actual fact expresses anomalies in the production and reproduction process itself. Thirdly, in relation to the actual circulating capital applied, both variable and constant, the length of the turnover period, insofar as it derives from the length of the working period, leads to the distinction that, with a greater number of turnovers in the course of the year, an element of the variable or constant circulating capital can be supplied by way of its own product, as with the production of coal, of ready-made clothes, etc. In other situations this is not the case, at least not within the year. Chapter 17. The circulation of surplus value. We have already seen how the variation in the turnover period produces a variation in the annual rate of surplus value, even with the mass of surplus value annually produced remaining the same. There is however a further necessary variation in the capitalization of surplus value, in accumulation, and in this respect also in the mass of surplus value produced during the year even with the rate of surplus value remaining the same. We note first of all that capitalist A, in the example of the preceding chapter, has a steady periodic revenue, and so, if we accept the turnover period with which he starts business, he meets his own consumption during the year out of his production of surplus value, and does not have to advance anything for this out of his own funds. This is the position however with B. Capitalist B produces the same amount of surplus value in the same time as it is, but the surplus value is not realized and can therefore be consumed neither individually nor productively. So far as individual consumption is concerned, surplus value is anticipated. Funds for this must be advanced. A part of the productive capital which it is difficult to categorize, i.e. the extra capital needed for repair and maintenance of the fixed capital, now presents itself in a new light. Asterisk. In case A, this part of the capital is either not advanced at the start of production, or is only advanced to a small extent. It does not need to be available, let alone actually present. It arises from the business itself, by the direct transformation of surplus value into capital, i.e. its direct application as capital. A part of the surplus value that is not only product periodically in the course of the year, but also realized, can cover the expenses necessary for repairs, etc. In this way, a part of the capital needed to conduct the business on its original scale is produced by the business itself, in the course of business, by the capitalization of a part. See above, page 255. The circulation of surplus value 395 of the surplus value. This is impossible for capitalist B. The portion of capital in question must in his case form part of the capital originally advanced. In both cases, this part of the capital figures in the capitalist's books as capital advanced, which indeed it is, since on our assumption it forms part of the productive capital needed to carry on business on the given scale. But it makes a great difference whose funds it is advanced out of. In case B, it is an actual part of the capital that has to be originally advanced or kept available. In case A, on the other hand, it is a portion of the surplus value applied as capital. This latter case shows us how not only the capital accumulated, but also a part of the capital originally advanced, can be simply capitalized surplus value. Once the development of credit intervenes, the relation between the capital originally advanced and the capitalized surplus value becomes still more intricate. For example, A may borrow part of the productive capital with which he begins his business, or carries it on during the year, from banker C at the start, therefore, he lacks sufficient capital of his own to conduct the business. Banker C lends him a sum that simply consists of surplus value deposited with him by industrialists D, E, F, etc. From A's standpoint, it is still not accumulated capital. In point of fact, however, for D, E, F, etc., A is no more than an agent who capitalizes the surplus value that they have appropriated. In Chapter 24 of Volume 1 we saw how the real content of accumulation, the transformation of surplus value into capital, is the reproduction process on an expanded scale, whether this expansion expresses itself extensively in the form of the addition of new factories to old ones, or intensively in the enlargement of the former scale of operate ions. The expansion of the scale of production can proceed in relatively small doses, if a part of the surplus value is applied to improvements way either simply raise the productive power of the labor applied, or allow it simultaneously to be more intensively exploited. Alternatively, when the working day is not restricted by law, an additional outlay of circulating capital, in production materials and wages, permits an expansion of the scale of production without any increase in the fixed capital, since the time during which the latter is used is thus simply prolonged, while its turnover period is correspondingly shortened. Alternatively, again, the capitalized surplus value, given favorable market conjunctures, may permit speculation in raw materials, operations for which the capital originally advanced would have been insufficient, and so on. See Volume 1, pp. 725-34. 396 The turnover of capital. It is clear, however, that where a relatively large number of turnover periods brings about a more frequent realization of surplus value in the course of the year, periods do occur in which the working day cannot be extended, nor can individual improvements be brought about. While, on the other hand, extension of the whole business on a proportional scale, partly by expanding the entire plant, the buildings, for example, partly by increasing the labor fund, as in agriculture, is possible only within certain limits, which may be broader or narrower, and requires a volume of additional capital that can only be supplied by several years' accumulation of surplus value. Besides real accumulation, or the transformation of surplus value into productive capital, and, correspondingly, reproduction on an expanded scale, there is thus accumulation of money, scraping together a part of the surplus value as latent money capital, which is only to function as additional active capital later on, when it has attained a certain volume. This is how the matter appears from the standpoint of the individual capitalist. With the development of capitalist production, however, there occurs a simultaneous development in the credit system. The money capital that the capitalist cannot yet apply in his own business is employed by others from whom he receives interest. It functions for him as money capital in the specific sense that it is a kind of capital distinct from productive capital. But it is in someone else's hands that it actually operates as capital. It is clear that, with the more frequent realization of surplus value and the rising scale on which it is produced, a growth occurs in the proportion in which new money capital or money as capital is placed on the money market, and at least a large part of this is absorbed again from the money market for the expansion of production. The simplest form which this extra latent money capital can assume is that of a hoard. This hoard may be additional gold or silver received directly or indirectly in exchange with the countries producing precious metals. It is only in this way, moreover, that the money hoard within a country grows in absolute terms. It is possible, on the other hand, however, and this is the position in the majority of cases, that this hoard is nothing more than money withdrawn from domestic circulation which has assumed the form of a hoard in the hands of individual capitalists. It is also possible that this latent money capital consists simply of value tokens. We are still leaving credit money out of account here. or else of mere claims, titles, of the capitalist on third parties. The circulation of surplus value 397 established by legal documents. In all these cases, whatever may be the form of existence of the extra money capital, it represents, inasmuch as it is prospective capital, no more than extra legal titles to the future additional production of the society that the capitalists hold in reserve. The mass of real accumulated wealth, in point of magnitude, is so utterly insignificant when compared with the powers of production of the same society in whatever state of civilization, or even compared with the actual consumption for even a few years of that society, that the great attention of legislators and political economists should be directed to productive powers, and their future free development, and not, as hitherto, to the mere accumulated wealth that strikes the eye. Of what is called accumulated wealth, by far the greater part is only nominal, consisting not of any real things, ships, houses, cottons, improvements on land, but of mere demands on the future annual productive powers of society, engendered and perpetuated by the expedients or institutions of insecurity. The use of such articles, accumulations of physical things or actual wealth, as a mere means of appropriating to their possessors the wealth to be created by the future productive powers of society, being that alone of which the natural laws of distribution would, without force, gradually deprive them, or, if aided by cooperative labor, would in a very few years deprive them. William Thomson, An Inquiry into the Principles of the Distribution of Wealth, London, 1850, page 453. This book originally appeared in 1824. It is little thought, by most persons not at all suspected, how very small a proportion, either in extent or influence, the actual accumulations of society bear to human productive powers, even to the ordinary consumption of a few years of a single generation. The reason is obvious, but the effect very pernicious. The wealth that is annually consumed, disappearing with its consumption, is seen but for a moment, and makes no impression but during the act of enjoyment or use. But that part of wealth which is of slow consumption, furniture, machinery, buildings, from childhood to old age stand out before the eye, the durable monuments of human exertion. By means of the possession of this fixed, permanent, or slowly consumed, part of national wealth, of the land and materials to work upon, the tools to work with, the houses to shelter whilst working, the holders of these articles command for their own benefit the yearly productive powers of all the really efficient productive laborers of society, though these articles may bear ever so small a proportion to the recurring products of that labor. The population of Britain and Ireland being 20 millions, the average 398 the turnover of capital consumption of each individual, man, woman, and child, is probably about £20, making 400 millions of wealth, the product of labor annually consumed. The whole amount of the AC accumulated capital of these countries, it has been estimated, does not exceed 1,200 millions, or 3 times the year's labor of the community, or, if equally divided, £60 capital for every individual. 'Tis with the proportions, rather than with the absolute accurate amount of these estimated sums, we are concerned. The interest of this capital stock would support the whole population in the same comfort in which they now exist, for about 2 months of 1 year, and the whole accumulated capital itself would maintain them in idleness, could purchasers be found, for 3 years. At the end of which time, without houses, clothes, or food, they must starve, or become the slaves of those who supported them in the 3 years' idleness. As 3 years to the life of one healthy generation, say 40 years, so is the magnitude and importance of the actual wealth, the accumulated capital of even the wealthiest community, to the productive powers of only one generation, not of what, under judicious arrangements of equal security, they might produce, particularly with the aid of cooperative labor, but of what, under the defective and depressing expedients of insecurity, they do absolutely produce. The seeming mighty mass of existing capital to maintain and perpetuate which, are rather the command of the products of yearly labor which it serves as the means of engrossing. In its present state of forced division, are all the horrible machinery, the vices, crimes, and miseries of insecurity, sought to be perpetuated. As nothing can be accumulated without first supplying necessaries, and as the great current of human inclination is to enjoyment, hence the comparatively trifling amount of the actual wealth of society at any particular moment. 'Tis an eternal round of production and consumption. From the amount of this immense mass of annual consumption and production, the handful of actual accumulation would hardly be missed, and yet it is to this handful, and not to the mass of productive powers that attention has chiefly been directed. This handful, however, having been seized upon, by a few, and been made the instrument of converting to their use the constantly recurring annual products of the labor of the great majority of their fellow creatures, hence, in the opinion of these few, the paramount importance of such an instrument. About 1/3 part of the annual products of the labor of these countries is now abstracted from the producers, under the name of public burdens, and unproductively consumed by those who give no. The circulation of surplus value 399 equivalent, that is to say, none satisfactory to the producers. With the accumulated masses, particularly when held forth in the hands of a few individuals, the vulgar eye has been always struck. The annually produced and consumed masses, like the eternal and incalculable waves of a mighty river, roll on and are lost in the forgotten ocean of consumption. On this eternal consumption, however, are dependent, not only for almost all gratifications, but even for existence, the whole human race. The quantity and distribution of these yearly products ought to be the paramount objects of consideration. The actual AC accumulation is altogether of secondary importance, and derives almost the whole of that importance from its influence on the distribution of the yearly productions. Actual accumulations and distributions have been always considered, in Thomson's works, in reference and subordinate to the power of producing. In almost all other systems, the power of producing has been considered in reference and subordinate to actual accumulations and to the perpetuating of the existing modes of distribution. In comparison to the preservation of this actual distribution, the ever-recurring misery or happiness of the whole human race has been considered as unworthy of regard. To perpetuate the results of force, fraud, and chance has been called security, and to the support of this spurious security have all the productive powers of the human race been unrelentingly sacrificed. Ibid. pp. 440-43. As far as reproduction is concerned, only two normal cases are possible, leaving aside disturbances which inhibit reproduction even on the existing scale. Either reproduction occurs on a simple scale, or alternatively, there is capitalization of surplus value, accumulation. Simple reproduction. In the case of simple reproduction, the surplus value that is periodic ally produced and realized, either annually or by several turnovers within the year, as consumed individually, unproductively, by its owners, the capitalists.
The fact that the value of products consists partly of surplus value, and partly of the portion of value formed by the variable capital reproduct in it together with the constant capital consumed, does not change in the least either the volume or the value of the total product 400 the turnover of capital which enters circulation at any given time as commodity capital and is similarly withdrawn from it to go into productive or individual consumption, to serve as means of production or means of consumption.
Leaving aside the constant capital, it is only the distribution of the annual product between workers and capitalists that is thereby affected. Even supposing simple reproduction, one part of the surplus value must always exist in money and not in products, because it cannot otherwise be transformed from money into products for the needs of consumption. This transformation of surplus value from its original commodity form into money must now be investigated further. To simplify the matter, we take the problem in its simplest form, the exclusive circulation of metallic money, of money that is a real equivalent. According to the laws developed for simple commodity circulation, Volume 1, Chapter 3, the mass of metallic money existing in a country cannot just be enough to circulate the commodities. It must be sufficient to cope with fluctuations in the circulation of money, which arise partly from fluctuations in the speed of circulation, partly from changes in the price of commodities, and partly from the different and changing proportions in which the money functions as means of payment and as means of circulation proper. The ratio in which the existing mass of money is divided into a hoard and into money in circulation constantly changes, but the mass of money is always equal to the sum of money present as a hoard and as money in circulation. This quantity of money, the quantity of precious metal, as a social hoard accumulated bit by bit. Inasmuch as a part of this hoard is consumed by wear and tear, it must be replaced each year, as with any other product. This happens in reality by the direct or indirect exchange of a part of the annual product of the country in question with the product of the gold and silver producing countries. The international character of this transaction conceals its simple course. In order to reduce the problem to its simplest and most perceptible expression, we must therefore assume that there is production of gold and silver in the country itself, that gold and silver production forms a part of the total social production of any country. Ignoring the gold and silver produced for luxury articles, the minimum annual production of these metals must be equal to the wear and tear of the money metals occasioned by the annual monetary circulation. Moreover, if the value of the mass of commodities annually produced and circulated grows, then the annual production of gold and silver must also grow, insofar as the increased value of the circulation of surplus value 401 commodities in circulation and the quantity of money required for this circulation, and for the corresponding hoard formation, is not compensated for by a greater velocity of monetary circulation and by the more comprehensive function of money as means of payment, by more mutual settlement of sales and purchases without the intervention of actual money. A part of the social labor power and a part of the social means of production must therefore be spent each year in the production of gold and silver. The capitalists who pursue the production of gold and silver, and since we are here assuming simple reproduction, they pursue it only within the bounds of the average annual wear and tear and the average annual consumption of gold and silver necessitated by that wear and tear. Directly cast their surplus value, which according to our supposition they consume each year without capitalizing any of it, into the circulation sphere in the money form, which is for them the natural form of their product, not, as with the other branches of production, its transformed form. Furthermore, as far as wages are concerned, the money form in which the variable capital is advanced. Here too they are not replaced by the sale of the product, its transformation into money, but rather by product whose natural form is money from the very beginning. Finally, this also applies to the part of the total precious metal product that is equal in value to the whole of the constant capital periodically consumed, including both the constant circulating capital and the constant fixed capital consumed during the year. Let us firstly consider the circuit or turnover of the capital invested in the production of precious metals in the form MC. P. M, insofar as the C in MC does not consist only of labor power and means of production, but also of fixed capital, only a part of whose value is used up in P, it is evident that M. The product is a sum of money equal to the variable capital laid out on wages, plus the circulating constant capital laid out on means of production, plus the portion of value of the fixed capital used up, plus the surplus value. If the sum were smaller, with the general value of the gold unchanged, then the mines in question would be unprofitable, or, if this is generally the case, the value of gold would in future rise, compared with commodities whose value was unchanged. The prices of commodities would fall, so that the sum of money laid out in MC would in future be less. 402 The turnover of capital. Let us start by considering only the circulating part of the capital advanced in M, the starting point of MC. M. In this case, a certain sum of money is advanced and cast into circulation in payment for labor power and in order to purchase materials of production. The money is not withdrawn again from circulation by the circuit of this capital, and then cast in afresh. The product in its natural form is already money, it does not need to be first transformed into money by exchange, by process of circulation. It moves from the production process into the circulation sphere not in the form of commodity capital that has to be transformed back into money capital, but rather as money capital that has to be transformed back into productive capital, has to buy new labor power and materials of production. The money form of the circulating capital, that consumed in labor power and means of production, is replaced not by the sale of the product, but rather by the natural form of the product itself, not by withdrawing its value again from circulation in the money form, but rather by adding money newly produced. Let us assume that this circulating capital is £500, and the turnover period 5 weeks, a 4-week working period, with the circulation period only 1 week. Right from the start, money has in part to be advanced for 5 weeks in a production stock, and in part kept on hand to be paid out bit by bit as wages. At the beginning of the 6th week, £400 has returned and £100 been set free. This is continually repeated. Here, as before, £100 always exists in the released form for a certain section of the turnover. But this consists of additional money newly produced, just like the other £400. Here we have 10 turnovers in the year, and the annual product is £5,000 in gold. The circulation period here does not arise from the time taken to transform commodities into money, but rather that taken to transform money into elements of production. For any other capital of £500, turning over under the same conditions, the constantly renewed money form is the changed form of the commodity capital produced, a capital which is cast into circulation every 4 weeks and always receives this money form afresh by its sale. By the periodic withdrawal of the sum of money in the shape of which it originated entered the process. Here, on the contrary, in every turnover period a new additional sum of £500 in money is cast into circulation by the production process, so as to keep withdrawing materials of production and labor power from circulation. The money thus cast into the circulation sphere is not withdrawn from it again by the circuit. The circulation of or plus value 403 of this capital, but rather by the increased quantity of new gold that is constantly produced. If we consider the variable part of this circulating capital and take it to be £100, as above, then this £100 would in ordinary commodity production be sufficient to pay labor power through a 10-fold turnover. Here, in money production, the same sum is also sufficient. However, the 5-weekly reflux of £100 with which the labor power is paid is not the changed form of its product, but rather a part of its ever-new product itself. The gold producer pays his workers directly with a part of the gold they have themselves produced. Thus, the £1,000 that is laid out each year on labor power and thrown into circulation by the workers does not return via circulation to its starting point. As far as the fixed capital is concerned, moreover, the initial establishment of the business requires the expenditure of a relatively large money capital, which is thus cast into the circulation sphere. Like all fixed capital, this only returns back bit by bit over a number of years. But it flows back as a direct fragment of the product, the gold, not by the sale of the product and its consequent conversion into monetary form. Thus, it does not receive its money form by withdrawal of money from circulation, but rather by the accumulation of a corresponding part of the product. The money capital thus re-established is not a sum of money gradually withdrawn from circulation to balance the sum of money originally cast into it for fixed capital. It is an additional quantity of money. Finally, as far as the surplus value is concerned, this is also equal to a part of the new gold product that is cast into circulation in each new turnover period, to be spent unproductively, according to our assumption, and paid out for means of subsistence and luxury articles. According to our assumption, however, this entire annual gold production, through which labor power and materials of production, though not money, are steadily withdrawn from the market, and additional money is steadily supplied to it, only replaces the money worn out during the year, and thus simply keeps intact the social money stock which always exists in the two forms of hoard and money in circulation, though in varying proportions. According to the law of commodity circulation, the total quantity of money must be equal to the quantity of money required for circulation plus a sum of money existing in the hoard form which increases or decreases according to the contraction or expansion of circulation, and serves in particular for the formation of the reserve fund of means of 404 the turnover of capital payment that is needed. What has to be paid in money, insofar as there is no direct balancing of accounts, is the value of the commodities. The fact that part of this value consists of surplus value, has cost the seller of the commodity nothing, does not change this situation in any way. If the producers all possessed their means of production independently, there would then be circulation between the direct producers themselves. Ignoring the constant part of their capital, we could divide their annual surplus product, by analogy with the situation under capitalism, into two parts. Part A, which simply replaces their necessary means of subsistence, and Part B, which they partly consume as luxury products, and partly apply to the expansion of production. Part A then represents the variable capital, Part B, the surplus value. But this division would still have no effect on the quantity of money required to circulate their total product. With circumstances otherwise remaining the same, the value of the mass of commodities in circulation would be the same, and so would the quantity of money required by it. They would also have to have the same money reserves as before, given a similar division of the turnover period, LE. The same part of their capital would always have to be in the money form. On our continued supposition that their production was commodity production. Thus, the circumstance that a part of the commodity value consists of surplus value does not alter in the least the quantity of money needed to carry on the business. An opponent of Took, who supports the form MCM, asked him how the capitalist always managed to withdraw more money from circulation than he cast into it. Let us be clear that what is involved here is not the formation of surplus value. This, the only real secret, is taken for granted by the capitalists. The sum of value invested would not be capital if it did not enrich itself with a surplus value. Hence, surplus value is assumed from the outset. Its existence is a matter of course. Thus, the question is not, where does surplus value come from? But rather, where does the money come from which it is turned into? In bourgeois economics, the existence of surplus value is taken for granted. Thus, not only is it presupposed, but it is also presupposed at the same time that a part of the mass of commodities cast into circulation consists of surplus product, and thus represents a value that the capitalist did not cast into circulation with his capital, that the capitalist therefore casts into circulation an excess over and above his capital, and withdraws this excess from it again. The circulation of surplus value 405. The commodity capital that the capitalist casts into circulation is of greater value. Why this should be so is not explained or understood from the capitalist standpoint, but it is a fact for all that, than the productive capital he has withdrawn in labor power and means of production from the circulation sphere. On this assumption, it is therefore clear why not only capitalist A, but also B, C, D, etc. can always withdraw from circulation, by exchanging their commodities, more value than the value of their original capital, which is always advanced anew. A, B, C, D, etc. always cast a greater commodity value into circulation in the form of commodity capital, an operation which has as many sides to it as there are independently functioning capitals, than they withdraw from it in the form of productive capital. Thus, they always have a value sum to share among themselves, i.e. each of them can withdraw from circulation a productive capital, equal to the value of the productive capitals they have respectively advanced, and can just as regularly share out a value SWN which they cast into circulation from just as many sides in the commodity form, as a respective surplus of commodity value over the value of their commodities' elements of production. But before the commodity capital is transformed back into productive capital and the surplus value contained in it is spent, it must be turned into money. Where does the money for this come from? This question appears difficult at first glance, and neither Took nor anyone else has yet answered it. Assume that the circulating capital of £500 advanced in the form of money capital, whatever may be its turnover period, is the total circulating capital of society, i.e. of the capitalist class. The surplus value is £100. How then can the entire capitalist class continue extracting £600 from the circulation sphere, if it only ever puts £500 into it? Once the money capital of £500 has been transformed into productive capital, this is transformed within the production process into a commodity value of £600, and there now exists in the circulation sphere not only a commodity value of £500, equal to the money capital originally advanced, but also a newly produced surplus value of £100. This extra surplus value of £100 is cast into circulation in the commodity form. There is no doubt about that. But the extra money needed for the circulation of this additional commodity value is not provided by the same operation. This difficulty should not be circumvented by plausible subterfuges. For example, as far as concerns the constant circulating capital, it is 406 the turnover of capital clear that not all of it is laid out at the same time. While capitalist A is selling his commodities, and thus the capital he has advanced is assuming the money form, the capital of buyer B, which is present in the money form, is assuming the form of B's means of production, and it is A himself who produces these. By the same act through which A gives back its money form to the commodity capital he has produced, B gives his capital back its productive form, transforming it from the money form into means of production and labor power. The same sum of money functions in the two-way process just as in every simple sale. CM on the other hand, if A transforms his money into means of production again, he buys from C, and this latter thereby pays B, etc. The transaction might thus appear to have been explained. However, none of the laws put forward with respect to the quantity of money circulating for the purpose of commodity circulation, v. Olvne 1, Chapter 3, are in any way altered by the capitalist character of the production process. Therefore, when it is said that the circulating capital advanced by society in the money form amounts to £500, it has already been taken into account that this is not only the sum which was advanced at the same time, but that this sum also sets more productive capital than £500 in motion, since it serves alternately as the money fund for different productive capitals. This mode of explanation already presupposes that the money exists, whereas it is precisely its existence that is to be explained. It might further be said that capitalist A produces articles that capitalist B consumes individually and unproductively. B's money thus turns A's commodity capital into money, and so the same sum of money serves to turn into money both B's surplus value and A's circulating constant capital. But here the solution to the question that is to be answered is presupposed even more directly. Namely, where does B get this money to meet his revenue? How did he himself manage to convert into money this part of his product's surplus value? It might be said, again, that the part of the circulating variable capital that advances at any one time to his workers constantly flows back to him from the circulation sphere. Only a changing part of it is kept back by him for the payment of wages. Between the outlay and the reflux there is however a certain interval, in the course of which the money paid out in wages can serve among other things to convert his surplus value into money. However, we know, firstly, that the greater this interval, the greater the circulation of surplus value. 407 must be the quantity of money in reserve which capitalist A must constantly retain in his possession. Secondly, if the workers pay the money out and buy commodities with it, the surplus value contained in these commodities is also proportionately converted into money. Thus, the same money that is advanced in the form of variable capital also serves to that extent to convert the surplus value into money. Without going any deeper into the question here, it is at least clear that the consumption of the entire capitalist class and the unproductive persons dependent on it keeps even pace with that of the working class. Thus, on top of the money cast into circulation by the workers, money must be cast into circulation by the capitalists, if they are to spend their surplus value as revenue, and so money for this must be withdrawn from circulation. The explanation just given would only reduce the quantity needed, and not obviate the need. It might be said, finally, a large amount of money is always cast into circulation on the first investment of the fixed capital, and this is withdrawn from circulation again only gradually, bit by bit, in the course of several years, by whoever threw it in. Is this sum not sufficient to convert the surplus value? The answer to this is that the sum of £500, which also includes hoard formation for the necessary reserve fund, may well already imply the investment of this sum as fixed capital, if not by the person who cast it in, then at least by someone else. Besides, it is already presupposed, in connection with the sum that is spent on the acquisition of products serving as fixed capital, that the surplus value in these commodities is also paid for, and the question precisely arises, where does this money come from? The general answer has already been given. If a mass of commodities of X times £1,000 is to circulate, it in no way affects the quantity of money needed for this circulation whether the value of this commodity mass contains surplus value or not, or whether the mass of commodities is produced under capitalist conditions or not. Thus the problem itself does not exist. With conditions otherwise given, such as the velocity of circulation of the money, etc., a definite sum of money is required to circulate the commodity value of X times £1,000, quite irrespective of how much or how little of this value accrues to the direct producers of these commodities. Inasmuch as a problem does exist here, it coincides with the general problem. Where does the sum of money needed in a country for the circulation of commodities come from? However, there does exist, from the standpoint of capitalist production, the semblance of a special problem. For here it is the capitalist, the 408th the turnover of capital man who casts the money into circulation, who appears as the point of departure. The money that the worker spends in payment for his means of subsistence existed previously as the money form of the variable capital, and was therefore originally cast into circulation by the capital East as means of purchase or payment for labor power. Moreover, the money that the capitalist casts into circulation originally constituted the money form of his constant fixed and fluid capital. He spends it as means of purchase or payment for means of labor and production materials. Beyond this, however, the capitalist no longer appears as the point of departure for the quantity of money that exists in circulation. All that exist now are two starting points, the capitalist and the worker. All third parties either must receive money from these two classes for the performance of services, or, insofar as they receive money without providing services in return, they are co-proprietors of surplus value in the forms of rent, interest, etc. If the surplus value does not all remain in the pockets of the industrial capitalist, but has to be shared by him with other persons, this has nothing to do with the question at issue. What was asked is how he converts his surplus value into money, not how the money obtained for it is then divided up. For the present case, therefore, we can still consider the capitalist as the sole owner of surplus value. As far as the workers are concerned, it has already been said that they are only a secondary point of departure, whereas the capitalist is the primary point of departure for the money asked into circulation by the workers. The money that is first advanced as variable capital is already performing its second circulation when the worker spends it in payment for means of subsistence. Thus, the capitalist class remains the sole starting point of the money circulation. If it needs £400 for payment for means of production, and £100 for payment of labor power, then it casts £500 into circulation. But the surplus value contained in the product, given a rate of surplus value of 100%, makes up a value of £100. How can the capitalist class continue to extract £600 from circulation, if it only ever puts £500 in? Out of nothing, nothing comes. The entire capitalist class cannot extract anything from the circulation sphere that was not put into it already. We disregard here the fact that the sum of £400 in money may be sufficient, given a tenfold turnover, to circulate means of production to a value of £4,000 and labor to a value of £1,000, while the remaining £100 may suffice for the circulation of £1,000 surplus value. This ratio between the sum of money and the commodity value circulated by it. The circulation of surplus value 409 contributes nothing to the matter in hand. The problem remains the same. If the same piece of money did not undergo several circulations, then £5,000 would have to be cast into circulation as capital, and £1,000 would be needed to convert the surplus value into money. The question is where this money comes from, whether it is £1,000 or £100. In either case, it is additional money capital cast into circulation. In point of fact, paradoxical as it may seem at the first glance, the capitalist class itself casts into circulation the money that serves towards the realization of the surplus value contained in its commodities. But note well, it does not cast this in as money advanced, and therefore not as capital. It spends it as means of purchase for its individual consumption. Thus the money is not advanced by the capitalist class, even though this class is the starting point of its circulation. Let us take a particular capitalist who sets up a business, a farmer for example. During the first year he advances a money capital of £5,000, let us say, in payment for means of production, £4,000, and for labor power, £1,000. If the rate of surplus value is 100%, then the surplus value he appropriates is £1,000. The above £5,000 includes all the money that he advances as money capital. But the man must also live, and he does not take in any money until the end of the year. Say that his consumption comes to £1,000. He must then have this in hand. He admittedly tells us that he has to advance this £1,000 for the first year. But this is an advance only in the subjective sense, and means nothing more than that he has to cover his individual consumption for the first year out of his own pocket, instead of using the product for nothing by his workers. He does not advance this money as capital. He spends it, i.e. pays it out for an equivalent in means of subsistence which he then consumes. This value is spent by him in money, cast into circulation, and withdrawn from it in commodity values. These commodity values are consumed by him. Thus he has ceased to stand in any relationship to their value. The money with which he pays for it exists as a component of the circulating money stock. But he has withdrawn the value of this money from circulation in products, and the value of these products is destroyed together with the products in which it existed. It has all gone. At the end of the year, then, he throws into circulation a commodity value of £6,000 and sells this. There returns to him as a result, 1. The money capital of £5,000 that he advanced. 2. His converted surplus value of £1,000. He advanced £5,000 as capital, cast this into circulation, and he withdraws from circulation £6,000, £5,000 as capital and £1,000 for surplus value. The 410 the turnover of capital final £1,000 is converted into money with the money that he threw into circulation not as capitalist, but as consumer, did not advance, but actually spent. It now returns to him as the money form of the surplus value produced by him. And from now on this operation is repeated annually. From the second year, however, the £1,000 that he spends is always the changed form, the money form, of the surplus value he produced. He spends this annually, and it returns to him at the same interval. If his capital were to turn over several times in the course of the year, this would not change things in any way, even though it would affect the length of time for which he had to cast into circulation, over and above the money capital he advanced, this sum for his individual consumption, and hence also the magnitude of the sum involved. This money is not cast into circulation by the capitalist as capital. However, it certainly pertains to the character of the capitalist that he should be capable of living off the means of subsistence in his possession until the reflux of his surplus value. It was assumed in this case that the sum of money that the capitalist casts into circulation to cover his individual consumption until the first reflux of his capital is exactly equal to the surplus value that he produces and hence has to convert into money. This is obviously an arbitrary assumption in relation to the individual capitalist. But it must be correct for the capitalist class as a whole, on the assumption of simple reproduction. It simply expresses the same thing as this assumption implies, namely that the entire surplus value is unproductively consumed, but no more than this, i.e. no fraction of the original capital stock. It was assumed above that the entire production of precious metals, taken as £500, was just sufficient to replace the wear and tear of the money. The gold-producing capitalists possess their entire product in gold, including the part of it which replaces constant capital, the part which replaces variable capital, and the part which consists of surplus value. One part of the society's surplus value thus consists of gold, and not of products that are turned into money only in the course of circulation. It consists of gold from the start, and is cast into the circulation sphere in order to withdraw products from this. The same applies here to wages, the variable capital, and to the replacement of the constant capital advanced. Thus, if one section of the capitalist class casts into circulation a commodity value greater, by the surplus value, than the circulation of surplus value 411 money capital they advanced, another section of capitalists casts into circulation a greater money value, greater by the surplus value, than the commodity value that they constantly withdraw from circulation for the production of gold. If one group of capitalists constantly pumped more money out of the circulation sphere than they put into it, the gold-producing group constantly pumped more money in than they withdraw from it in means of production. Now, even though a part of the 500 pounds gold product is surplus value for the gold producers, the entire sum is still simply determined by the replacement of the money needed for the circulation of commodities. How much of this converts the surplus value of the commodities into money, and how much the other component parts of their value, is immaterial here. If gold production is transferred from the country in question to other countries, this does not alter the situation in any way. A part of the social labor power and social means of production in country A is transformed into a product, e.g. linen, to the value of 500 pounds, and this is exported to country B in order to buy gold there. The productive capital thus applied in country A no more throws commodities onto the market in country A, as opposed to money, than if it had been directly applied in gold production. This product of A is represented by 500 pounds in gold, and comes into circulation in country A only as money. The part of the social surplus value that this product contains exists directly in money and, as far as country A goes, never in any other form. Although, for the gold-producing capitalists, only one part of their product is surplus value, while another represents the replacement of capital, the question as to how much of this gold, besides the circulating constant capital, replaces variable capital, and how much represents surplus value, depends exclusively on the respective ratios of wages and surplus value to the value of the commodities in circulation. The part that forms surplus value is divided between the various members of the capitalist class. Even though it is continuously paid out for their individual consumption, and taken in again by the sale of new products, and it is precisely this buying and selling that circulates among them the money needed for the conversion of surplus value, a part of the social surplus value still exists in the form of money in the pockets of the capitalists, even if in changing portions, just as a part of the workers' wages remains in their pockets in the form of money for at least part of the week. And this part is not restricted by the part of the gold product that originally forms the surplus value of the gold-producing capital 412, the turnover of capital ISDS, but rather, as we have already said, by the proportion in which the above product of 500 pounds is divided between capitalists and workers in general, and in which the commodity value consists of surplus value and the other components of value. Still 1. The part of the surplus value that does not exist in other commodities, but rather alongside these other commodities in money, only consists of a part of the gold annually produced insofar as a part of the annual gold production circulates in order to realize surplus value. The other part of the money which exists in ever-changing portions in the hands of the capitalist class as the money form of their surplus value is not an element of the gold annually produced, but rather of the quantity of money previously accumulated in the country. On our supposition, the annual gold production of 500 pounds is just sufficient to replace the money annually worn down. Thus, if we simply bear in mind this 500 pounds, and abstract from the part of the mass of commodities annually produced which circulate by means of the money previously accumulated, then the surplus value produced in the form of commodities already finds in circulation money for its conversion, because, at another point, surplus value is annually being produced in the form of gold. The same applies to the other parts of the gold product of 500 pounds that replace the money capital advanced. There are 2 points to be noted here. It follows, firstly, that the surplus value spent by the capitalists in money, as well as the variable and other productive capital which they advance in money, is in fact the product of the workers, in particular of those workers occupied in gold production. These produce afresh both the part of the gold product that is advanced to them as wages, and the part of the gold product in which the surplus value of the capitalist gold producers is directly represented. Final JY, as far as concerns the part of the gold product that simply replaces the constant capital value advanced for its production, this reappears in the gold form, or in any kind of product, only as a result of the annual labor of the workers. At the start of the business it was originally given out by the capitalist in money which was not newly produced but formed a part of the social quantity of money in circulation. However, insofar as it is replaced by a new product, additional gold, it is the annual product of the workers. The advance on the part of the capitalist appears here, too, only as a form deriving from the fact that the worker is neither the proprietor of his own means of production, nor does he have at his disposal during the course of production the means of subsistence produced by other workers. The circulation of surplus value 413. Secondly, however, as far as concerns the quantity of money that exists independently of this annual replacement of 500 pounds, partly in the form of a hoard, partly in the form of a quantity of money in circulation, the same must apply to it, i.e. the same must originally have been applied, as still applies to this annual 500 pounds. We shall return to this point at the conclusion of this section. In the meantime, some other points must be noted. In considering the turnover, we have already seen that, with circumstances otherwise remaining the same, changes in the length of the turnover periods make different amounts of capital necessary in order to continue production on the same scale. The monetary circulation must thus be elastic enough to adapt to this alternate expansion and contraction. If we further assume that other circumstances remain the same, and therefore that there is no change in the size, intensity or productivity of the working day, but that there is an altered division of the value product between wages and surplus value, so that either the former rises and the latter falls, or vice versa, then the quantity of money in circulation is not affected. This change can come about without any kind of expansion or contraction in the quantity of money in circulation. If we consider for instance the case of a general rise in wages and on the conditions here assumed, a consequent general fall in the rate of surplus value, there would not be, again on the assumptions made here, any change in the value of the mass of commodities in circulation. In this case, moreover, the money capital that has to be advanced as variable capital would grow, and so would the quantity of money that serves for this function. But this being the case, surplus value would decline by the same amount as the increase in the quantity of money required for the function of variable capital, and thus so would the quantity of money needed for its realization. The quantity of money needed to realize the commodity value is therefore no more affected than is this commodity value itself. The cost price of the commodities rises for the individual capitalist, but their social price of production remains unaltered. What has changed is the ratio in which, leaving aside the constant portion of the value, the production price of the commodities is divided between wages and profit. It will be said, however, that a greater outlay of variable money capital means a correspondingly greater quantity of monetary means in 414 the turnover of capital the hands of the workers. The value of the money is of course assumed to be constant here. This gives rise to a greater demand for commodities on the part of the workers. A further consequence is a rise in the price of commodities. Alternatively, it is said that, if wages rise, the capitalists will increase the prices of their commodities. In both cases, the general rise in wages leads to a rise in the prices of commodities. Thus a greater quantity of money must be needed to circulate the commodities, whether the price rise is explained in one way or the other. The reply to the first of these conceptions is that as a result of rising wages the demand of the workers for necessary means of subsistence will grow. Their demand for luxury articles will increase to a smaller degree, or else a demand will arise for articles that previously did not enter the area of their consumption. The sudden and large-scale rise in demand for necessary means of subsistence will certainly cause a temporary rise in their prices. The result of this is that a greater part of the social capital will be applied to the production of necessary means of subsistence, and a smaller part to the production of luxury goods, since the latter will have fallen in price on account of the decline in surplus value and the resulting diminished demand for them from the capitalists. To the extent that the workers themselves buy luxury goods, however, the rise in their wages does not lead to a rise in the prices of necessary means of subsistence, but simply displaces the buyers of luxury goods. More luxury goods than before are consumed by the workers, and relatively fewer are consumed by the capitalists. That is all. After a few oscillations, the mass of commodities in circulation is the same in value as before. As for these temporary oscillations, moreover, they can have no other result than to cast into domestic circulation, as unoccupied money capital, capital which formerly sought employment in speculative undertakings on the stock exchange or abroad. The reply to the second conception is this. If it were within the capacity of the capitalist producers to increase the prices of their commodities at will, then they could and would do so even without any rise in wages. Nor would wages rise with a fall in commodity prices. The capitalist class would never oppose trade unions, since they would always and in all circumstances be able to do what they now do exceptionally under certain particular and so to speak local conditions. I.e. use any increase in wages to raise commodity prices to a far higher degree, and thus tuck away a greater profit. The contention that the capitalists can raise the prices of luxury articles because the demand for these declines, as a result of the circulation of surplus value 415 demand of the capitalists, whose means of purchasing them have diminished, would be an extremely original application of the law of supply and demand. Inasmuch as there is not just a shift in the buyers, workers replacing capitalists, and to the extent that this displacement occurs, the workers' demand does not operate to raise the price of the necessary means of subsistence, since the part of their additional wages that the workers spend on articles of luxury cannot be spent by them on necessary means of subsistence. The prices of luxury goods fall as a consequence of the reduced demand. As a result, capital is withdrawn from their production, until their supply is reduced to the extent that corresponds with their changed role in the social production process. With this reduction in production, they rise again to their normal prices, given that their values are unchanged. While this contraction or balancing process is taking place, the same amount of additional capital will be supplied for the production of means of subsistence, whose prices are rising, as is withdrawn from the other branch of production, until demand is satisfied. There is then once again an equilibrium, and the conclusion of the whole process is that the social capital, and hence also the money capital, is divided between the production of necessary means of subsistence and that of luxury goods in changed proportions. The entire objection is a red herring brought in by the capitalists and their economic sycophants. The facts that provide the pretext for this diversion are of three kinds. 1. It is a general law of monetary circulation that, if the sum of the prices of goods in circulation rises, whether this increase is for the same volume of commodities or for an increased volume, with other circumstances remaining the same, the quantity of money in circulation grows. The effect is then taken for the cause. However, wages rise, even if seldom, and proportionately only in exceptional cases, with the increased price of the necessary means of subsistence. Their rise is the result of the rise in commodity prices, and not the cause of this. 2. Given a partial or local rise in wages, i.e. a rise in just a few branches of production, it is possible that a local rise in prices for the products of this branch may result. But even this depends on many circumstances. For example, that wages were not abnormally depressed here, and hence the rate of profit abnormally high, that the market for these commodities was not constricted by a rise in price, and thus that a rise in their prices does not depend on a preceding contraction in their supply, etc. 3. With a general rise in wages, the price of the goods produced in 416 the turnover of capital branches of industry in which variable capital is predominant rises, whereas prices fall in those branches in which constant or fixed capital predominates. Asterisk. In the case of simple commodity circulation, Volume 1, Chapter 3, 2, we showed that even if the money form is only transient in the circulation of a particular quantity of commodities, yet the money transiently in the hands of one person in the commodity metamorphosis still necessarily finds its way into the hands of someone else, and so not only are commodities exchanged on all sides, replacing each other, but this replacement is also mediated and accompanied by precipitation of money on all sides. When one commodity Y replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Circulation sweats money from every pore, Volume 1, page 208. The very same fact is expressed on the basis of capitalist commodity production by the constant retention of a part of capital in the form of money capital, and the constant presence of a part of the surplus value similarly in the money fund in the hands of its proprietor. Apart from this, the circuit of money, the return of the money to its starting point, inasmuch as this forms a moment of the turnover of capital, is a phenomenon completely different from and even opposed to the circulation of money, which expresses its constant removal from its starting point through a series of hands, Volume 1, page 210. However, an accelerated turnover involves by its very nature an accelerated circulation. To take the case of variable capital first, if for example a money one, if the physiocrats still lumped the two phenomena together, they were at least the first to have stressed the return of money to its point of departure as an essential form of the circulation of capital, as a form of the circulation that mediates reproduction. If you take a look at the tableau économique, you will see that the productive class gives out the money with which the other classes come to buy its products, and that these return this money to it the following year in coming back to make the same purchases again. The sole cycle that you see here is therefore that of expenditure followed by reproduction, and reproduction followed by expenditure. A cycle which is described by the circulation of the money that measures expenditure and reproduction. Kane, Dialogues sur e-commerce et sur les travaux des artisans, in Physiocrates, ed. Dira, I, pp. 208-9. It is this continuous advance and return of capitals that must be called the circulation of money, this useful and fertile circulation which animates all the works of society, sustaining the movement and life of the body politic in a way that may well be compared with the circulation of blood in the animal body. Turgot, Reflections, etc., Yerves, ed. Dira, I, page 45. The circulation of surplus value 417 capital of £500 turns over 10 times a year in the form of variable capital, clear that this aliquot part of the quantity of money in circulation circulates 10 times its sum of values. It circulates 10 times in the year between capitalist and worker. The worker is paid, and himself pays 10 times in the year with the same aliquot part of the quantity of money in circulation. If this variable capital were to turn over once in the year, with the same scale of production, then there would only be one circulation of £5,000. Furthermore, the constant part of the circulating capital is £1,000. If the capital turns over 10 times, then the capitalist sells his commodity 10 times in the year, and thus also the constant circulating part of its value with it. The same aliquot part of the money quantity in circulation, £1,000, passes 10 times in the year from the hands of its owner to those of the capitalist. There are 10 changes of place from one hand to another. Secondly, the capitalist buys means of production 10 times in the year. These are again 10 circulations of money from one hand to another. With money to the total of £1,000, commodities for £10,000 are sold by the industrial capitalist, and other commodities of £10,000 are bought. By a 20-fold circulation of the £1,000 of money, a commodity stock of £20,000 is circulated. Finally, accelerated turnover also leads to a quicker circulation of the portion of money that realizes surplus value. Conversely, however, a more rapid monetary circulation does not necessarily involve a more rapid turnover of capital, and hence also of money, i.e., there is not necessarily a shortening and more rapid renewal of the reproduction process. More rapid monetary circulation takes place whenever a greater volume of transactions is completed with the same quantity of money. This can also be the case without a change in the reproduction period of the capital, as a result of changed technical arrangements for monetary circulation. Further, the volume of transactions in which money circulates can increase without this expressing a real replacement of commodities, speculation in futures on the stock exchange, etc. On the other hand, certain monetary circulations can completely disappear. Where the agriculturist is his own landlord, for example, there is no monetary circulation between farmer and landlord. Where the industrial capitalist is himself the owner of his capital, there is no circulation between him and a creditor. 418 The turnover of capital. As for the question of the original formation of a money hoard in a country, as well as the appropriation of it by a few people, it is not necessary to go into this in detail here. The capitalist mode of production, since its basis is wage labor, and therefore also the payment of the worker in money and the general transformation of services in kind into money payments, can develop on a large scale and penetrate deeply only when there is a quantity of money in the country in question sufficient for circulation and for the hoard formation, reserve fund, etc., conditioned by this circulation. This is a historical precondition, even if the situation should not be conceived in such a way that a sufficient hoard has first to be formed before capitalist production can begin. The latter rather develops simultaneously with the development of its preconditions, and one of these preconditions is a sufficient supply of precious metals. Hence, the increased supply of precious metals from the 16th century onwards was a decisive moment in the historical development of capitalist production. Insofar as we are dealing with the further supply of money material needed on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, we can say that on the one hand surplus value is cast into circulation in the product without the money for its conversion, while on the other hand surplus value in gold is cast into circulation without its previous transformation from product into money. The additional commodities that have to be transformed into money find the sums of money needed available because on the other hand additional gold and silver is cast into circulation by production itself, not by exchange, and has to be transformed into commodities. 2. Accumulation and expanded reproduction. The case in which accumulation takes place in the form of reproduction on an expanded scale clearly does not offer any new problems with respect to money circulation. As far as the additional money capital is concerned, that required for the function of the increased productive capital, this is supplied by the portion of realized surplus value that is cast into circulation by the capitalists as money capital, instead of as the money form of revenue. The money is already in the hands of the capitalists. It is simply its application that differs. Now, however, as a result of the addition to the productive capital, the circulation of surplus value 419, an additional mass of commodities is cast into circulation as its product. Together with the extra mass of commodities, a part of the extra money needed for their realization is also cast in, to the extent that the value of this mass of commodities contains the value of the productive capital consumed in their production. This additional quantity of money is advanced precisely as additional money capital, and hence returns to the capitalist with the turnover of his capital. Here the same question comes up again as before. Where does the extra money come from to realize the extra surplus value that now exists in the commodity form? The general reply is again the same. The total price of the mass of commodities in circulation has increased, not because the price of a given mass of commodities has risen, but rather because the mass of commodities now in circulation is greater than that of the commodities circulating earlier, without this having been balanced by any fall in prices. The additional money required for the circulation of this increased commodity mass of a greater value must be created either by a more economic use of the quantity of money in circulation, whether by directly balancing payments, etc., or by means that accelerate the circulation of the same pieces of money, or alternatively by the transformation of money from the hoard form into the circulating form. This does not just imply that idle money capital begins to function as means of purchase or payment, or that money capital already functioning as a reserve fund, while continuing to perform the function of a reserve fund for its owners, circulates actively for the society, as with deposits in banks, which are constantly lent out, and thus performs a double function. It also means that stagnant reserves of coin are used more economically. So that money as coin may flow continuously, coin must continuously congeal into money. The continual movement of coin implies its perpetual stagnation in larger or smaller amounts in reserve funds of coin which arise everywhere within the framework of circulation and which are at the same time a condition of circulation. The formation, distribution, dissolution and reformation of these funds constantly changes. Existing funds disappear continuously and their disappearance is a continuous fact. This unceasing transformation of coin into money and of money into coin was expressed by Adam Smith when he said that, in addition to the particular commodity that he sells, every commodity owner must always keep in stock a certain amount of the general commodity with which he buys. We have seen that MC, the second 420, the turnover of capital member of the circuit CMC, splits up into a series of purchases, which are not effected all at once but successively over a period of time, so that one part of M circulates as coin, while the other part remains at rest as money. In this case, money is in fact only suspended coin and the various component parts of the coinage in circulation appear, constantly changing, now in one form, now in another. The first transformation of the medium of circulation into money constitutes therefore merely a technical aspect of the circulation of money. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, 1859, pp. 105-6. A contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, London, 1971, page 126. Coin, as opposed to money, is used here to denote money in its function as mere means of circulation, as opposed to its other functions. To the extent that all these means together are not enough, there must be additional production of gold, or, what comes to the same thing, a part of the additional product must be exchanged either directly or indirectly for gold. The product of those countries that produce precious metals. The sum of labor power and social means of production that is spent in the annual production of gold and silver as instruments of circulation forms a heavy item of faux phrase for the capitalist mode of production, or more generally for a mode of production based on commodity circulation. It withdraws from social use a corresponding sum of possible additional means of production and consumption, i.e. of real wealth. To the extent that the costs of this expensive machinery of circulation are reduced, with the scale of production remaining the same, i.e. at a given level of its extension, the productive forces of social labor are correspondingly heightened. Thus, inasmuch as the auxiliary means that develop with credit have this effect, they directly increase capitalist wealth, whether this is because a greater part of the social production and labor process is thereby accomplished without the intervention of real money, or because the capacity of the actually functioning quantity of money to fulfill its function is thereby increased. This also disposes of the pointless question of whether capitalist production on its present scale would be possible without credit, even considered from this standpoint alone, i.e., with a merely metallic circulation. It would clearly not be possible. It would come up against the limited scale of precious metal production. On the other hand, we should not get any mystical ideas about the productive power of the overhead costs. The circulation of surplus value 421 credit system, just because this makes money capital available or fluid. But the further development of this point does not belong here. We must now consider the case where there is not actual accumulation, i.e., direct expansion of the scale of production, but where a part of the surplus value realized is stored up over a longer or shorter time as a monetary reserve fund, so as later to be transformed into productive capital. Insofar as the money thus accumulated is extra money, the situation is very clear. This money can only be a part of the additional gold supplied by the gold-producing countries. It should be noted in this connection that the domestic products in return for which this gold is imported no longer exist in the country in question. They have been dispensed abroad in exchange for gold. If we assume on the other hand that there is the same quantity of money in the country as before, then the money that has been stored away or is being stored away has flowed in from circulation, it is simply its function that has changed. It has been transformed from circulating money into a gradually formed latent money capital. The money that is stored up here is the money form of commodities that have been sold, and moreover, of that portion of their value that represents surplus value for their owner. The credit system is assumed here to be non-existent. The capitalist who stores up money has to that extent sold without buying. If we look upon this process simply as a partial phenomenon, there is nothing in it that needs explaining. One group of capitalists keep back part of the money they obtain from the sale of their products, instead of using it to withdraw products from the market. Another group, on the other hand, transform their money into products, with the exception of the constantly recurring money capital needed to carry on production. A part of the product thrown onto the market as a bearer of surplus value consists of means of production, or of the real elements of variable capital, the necessary means of subsistence. It can therefore immediately serve to expand production. For it is in no way assumed that one group of capitalists accumulate money capital, while the other group completely consume their surplus value, but simply that one group carry out their accumulation in the money form, and build up latent money capital, while the others really do accumulate, expand the scale of production, actually expand their productive capital. The 422 The turnover of capital quantity of money present remains sufficient for the needs of circulation, even if it is alternately one group of capitalists who store up money, while the other group expand their scale of production, and vice versa. The storing up of money on the one side can proceed even without cash, simply through the piling up of credit notes. But difficulties start to arise when we assume not partial accumulation of money capital but general accumulation within the capitalist class. Outside this class, on our assumption, that of the universal and exclusive domination of capitalist production, there is no other class except the working class. The total purchases of the working class are equal to the sum of their wages, i.e., the sum of the variable capital advanced by the entire capitalist class as a whole. This money flows back to the latter through the sale of their product to the working class. Their variable capital thereby receives its money form. If the sum of variable capital is X times £100, this is not the total variable capital advanced in the year, but only that applied. Whether this variable capital value is advanced with more money or less during the year, according to the speed of turnover, does not affect the question at present under discussion. With this capital of X times £100, the capitalist class buys a certain quantity of labor power, or pays wages to a certain number of workers. First transaction. The workers use this sum to buy a certain value of commodities from the capitalists, and in this way the sum of X times £100 returns to the hands of the capitalists. Second transaction. This process is constantly repeated. The sum of X times £100 can therefore never enable the working class to buy the part of the product which contains the constant capital, let alone the surplus value which belongs to the capitalists. The workers can buy with X times £100 only a portion of the value of the social product equal to the portion of value which represents the value of the variable capital advanced. Apart from the case in which this all-round monetary accumulation simply expresses the division, in whatever proportions, between the various individual capitalists of additional precious metal which has been brought in. How else is the entire capitalist class to accumulate money? They all have to have sold a part of their product without buying again. It is nothing mysterious that they all possess a certain money fund which they cast into the circulation sphere as means of circulation for their consumption, and of which each receives a certain part back again from the circulation sphere. But this monetary fund is then precisely a circulation fund, acquired by the conversion into the circulation of surplus value 423 money of surplus value, and does not consist at all of latent money capital. If we consider the way things happen in real life, we can say that the latent money capital that is stored up for later use consists of 1. Bank deposits, and the money that the banks really dispose of is a relatively small sum. Here it is only nominally stored up as money capital. What is really stored up are monetary claims which are only convertible, to the extent that they ever are converted, because there is a balance between the money drawn out and the money put in. The money that exists in the hands of the bank is relatively only a small sum. 2. Government papers. These are not capital at all, but simply outstanding claims on the nation's annual product. 3. Shares. Leaving aside the fraudulent ones, these are titles of ownership to a real capital belonging to a corporate body, and drafts on the surplus value that flows in from this each year. In all these cases, there is no storage of money, and what appears on the one hand as storage of money capital appears on the other hand as the continuous real expenditure of money. Whether the money is spent by the person it belongs to, or by other people, by people in debt to him, does not affect the situation. On the basis of capitalist production, the formation of a hoard is such as never a purpose, but rather a result either of a stagnation in circulation, in that greater quantities of money than usual assume the hoard form, or of the storage required by the turnover. The hoard can also, finally, be simply a formation of money capital, in the latent form for the time being, but destined to function as productive capital. If on the one hand, therefore, a part of the surplus value realized in money is withdrawn from circulation and stored up as a hoard, at the same time a further part of the surplus value is always transformed into productive capital. With the exception of the division of additional precious metal among the capitalist class, storage in the money form never occurs simultaneously at all points. The same applies to that part of the annual product which represents surplus value in the commodity form, as applies to the rest of the annual product. A certain sum of money is required for its circulation. This sum of money belongs just as much to the capitalist class as does the annually produced mass of commodities that represents surplus value. It was originally cast into circulation by the capitalist class itself. It is continuously divided among them afresh by circulation. Just as 424 the turnover of capital, ith the circulation of coin in genera. A part of this monetary surplus value is held up, at ever-changing points, while a further part is always circulating. Whether some of this storage is deliberate, in order to form money capital, does not affect the situation in any way. Here we have disregarded the vicissitudes of circulation, in which one capitalist seizes for himself a piece of another's surplus value, and even of his capital, and there is therefore a one-sided accumulation and centralization of both money capital and productive capital. A part of the extorted surplus value that stores up as money capital may thus be a fragment of B's surplus value that has failed to return to him. Part 3. The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. Chapter 18. Introduction 1. The object of the inquiry. The immediate production process of capital is its process of labor and valorization, the result of this process being the commodity product, and its determining motive the production of surplus value. The process of capital's reproduction includes, on top of this mediate production process, the specific process of circulation with its two phases. It is the overall circuit forming the turnover of capital, a periodic process that is constantly repeated afresh at definite intervals. Whether we consider the circuit in the form M, or that of P, the immediate production process, P, never forms more than one term in this circuit. In one form it appears as the mediator of the circulation process, while in the other form it is the circulation process that appears as mediating production. The constant repetition of the circuit, the perpetual re-emergence of the capital as productive capital, is conditioned in both cases by its transformations in the circulation process. On the other hand, the constant repetition of the process of production is the condition for the transformations that the capital undergoes over and again in the circulation sphere, for its alternately presenting itself as money capital and as commodity capital. But each individual capital forms only a fraction of the total social capital, a fraction that has acquired independence and been endowed with individual life, so to speak, just as each individual capitalist is no more than an element of the capitalist class. The movement of the social capital is made up of the totality of movements of these autonomous fractions, the turnovers of the individual capitals. Just as the metamorphosis of the individual commodity is but one term in the series of metamorphoses of the commodity world as a whole, of Com. 1. From manuscript II. 428 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital commodity circulation, so the metamorphosis of the individual capital, its turnover, is a single term in the circuit of the social capital. This overall process involves both productive consumption, the mediate production process, together with the changes of form that mediate it, which considered in their material aspect are exchanges, and individual consumption, with the changes of form or exchanges which mediate this. It involves on the one hand the conversion of variable capital into labor power and the consequent incorporation of labor power into the capitalist production process. In this aspect, the worker enters the scene as the seller of his commodity, labor power, and the capitalist is its buyer. On the other hand, however, the sale of commodities involves their purchase by the working class, the worker's individual consumption. Here, the working class appears as a buyer of commodities, and the capitalists as sellers of commodities to the workers. The circulation of the commodity capital involves the circulation of surplus value, and therefore the purchases and sales by way of which the capitalists mediate their individual consumption, the consumption of surplus value. The circuits of the individual capitals, therefore, when considered as combined into the social capital, considered in their totality, do not encompass just the circulation of capital, but also commodity circulation in general. In its fundamentals, the latter can consist of only two components, 1. The specific circuit of capital, and 2. The circuit of those commodities that go into individual consumption, le. The commodities on which the workers spend their wages and the capitalists their surplus value, are part of it. The circuit of capital, in fact, itself comprises the circulation of surplus value, inasmuch as this forms part of the commodity capital, and it similarly includes the transformation of variable capital into labor power, the payment of wages. But the expenditure of this surplus value and wages on commodities does not form any part of the circulation of capital. Even THQ, the spending of wages, at least, depends on T as circulation. In Volume 1, the capitalist production process was analyzed both as an isolated event and as a process of reproduction, the production of surplus value, and the production of capital itself. The formal and material changes undergone by capital in the circulation sphere were assumed, and no attempt was made to consider their details. It was therefore assumed both that the capitalist sells the product at its value and that he finds in the circulation sphere the material means of Introduction 429 Duction that he needs to begin the process anew or to continue it without a break. The only act within the circulation sphere which we had to dwell on in that volume was the purchase and sale of labor power as the basic condition of capitalist production. In Part 1 of the present Volume 2, we considered the various forms that capital assumes in its circuit, and the various forms of this circuit itself. In addition to the working time considered in Volume 1, we now dealt with the circulation time. In Part 2, we considered the circuit as a periodic one, as a turnover. It was shown, on the one hand, how the various components of capital, fixed and circulating, complete the circuit of their forms at different intervals and in different ways. The circumstances which gave rise to differing lengths of working period and circulation period were also investigated. We indicated the influence of the circuit's periodicity and of the varying ratio of its component parts on the scale of the production process itself, and on the annual rate of surplus value. In point of fact, if what was principally considered in Part 1 were the successive forms that capital constantly assumes and discards in the course of its circuit, what was considered in Part 2 was principally how, within this flux and succession of forms, a capital of given size is simultaneously divided, even if to a changing extent, into the various forms of productive capital, money capital and commodity capital, so that not only do these alternate with each other, but also different parts of the total capital value exist and function in these different states alongside each other at any one time. Money capital, in particular, presented specific features that were not indicated in Volume 1. Searle-Toine laws were discovered, according to which major components of a given capital, varying according to the conditions of the turnover, must constantly be advanced and renewed in the form of money capital, in order to keep a productive capital of a given size in constant functioning. What we were dealing with in both Parts 1 and 2, however, was always no more than an individual capital, the movement of an autonomous part of the social capital. However, the circuits of individual capitals are interlinked, they presuppose one another and condition one another, and it is precisely by being interlinked in this way that they constitute the movement of the total social capital. Just as, in the case of simple commodity circulation, the overall metamorphosis of a single commodity appeared as but one term in the series of metamorphoses of the commodity world is a 430 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital whole, now the metamorphosis of the individual capital appears as one term in the series of metamorphoses of the social capital. But if simple commodity circulation in no way necessarily involved the circulation of capital, since it can proceed quite well on the basis of non-capitalist production, the circuit of the total social capital, as already noted, also involves a commodity circulation that does not fall within the circuit of any individual capital, the circulation of those commodities that do not form capital. What we now have to consider is the circulation process of the individual capitals as components of the total social capital, the circulation process of this total social capital. Taken in its entirety, this circulation process is a form of the reproduction process. 2. The role of money capital, the following subject, money capital considered as a component of the total social capital, really belongs in a later section of this part. However, we intend to investigate it here. In connection with the turnover of the individual capital, we saw that money capital displays two aspects. Firstly, it provides the form in which each individual capital steps onto the scene and commences its process as capital. Hence it appears as prime mover, giving the first impulse to the whole process. Secondly, according to the varying lengths of the turnover period in the varying ratio of its two components, working period and circulation period, the component of the capital value advanced that must be advanced and renewed at any one time in the money form stands in a different ratio to the productive capital that it sets in motion, i.e. to the continuous scale of production. But whatever this ratio may be, the portion of the capital value in process that can function at any one time as productive capital is always restricted by the part of the capital value advanced that must always exist alongside the productive capital in the money form. What is involved here is simply the normal turnover, an abstract average. We therefore disregard any additional money capital required to cope with delays in circulation. On the first point, commodity production presupposes commodity circulation, and commodity circulation presupposes the representation of commodities in money, monetary circulation. The duplication of commodities into commodities and money is a law of the emergence of. Introduction 431 The product as a commodity. Capitalist commodity production, for its part, whether we consider it socially or individually, similarly presupposes capital in the money form, or money capital, both as the prime mover for each business when it first begins, and as a permanent driving force. Circulating capital, especially, presupposes the constantly repeated appearance, at short intervals, of the motor of money capital. The entire capital value advanced, LA. All components of the capital that consist of commodities. Labor power, means of labor and materials of production, must always first be bought with money and later on purchased again. What holds here for the individual capital, holds also for the social capital, which operates only in the form of many individual capitals. But, as we already showed in Volume 1, it in no way follows from this that the field of operation of capital, the scale of production, even on the capitalist basis, has its absolute limits determined by the volume of money capital in operation. The elements of production that are incorporated into capital are independent in extent, within certain limits, of the magnitude of the money capital advanced. Labor power with a certain rate of payment may be more or less severely exploited, both extensively and intensively. If the MO1T of money capital increases with severer exploitation, i.e. if wages rise, they still do not rise in relation to the degree of exploitation, not at all proportionately. The natural materials which are exploited productively, and which do not form an element of the capital's value, soil, sea, mineral ores, forests, etc. may be more or less severely exploited, in extent and intensity, by greater exertion of the same amount of labor power, without an increase in the money capital advanced. In this way the real elements of productive capital can be increased without the need for additional money capital. In so far as the latter is needed for additional ancillaries, then the money capital in which the capital value is advanced is not increased in relation to the increased effectiveness of the productive capital, again not at all proportionately. The same means of labor, i.e. the same fixed capital, may be used more efficiently without an additional outlay of money for fixed capital, either by prolonging their daily use or by raising the intensity of their application. There is then only a more rapid turnover of the fixed capital, but this also means that the elements of its reproduction are supplied more quickly. Apart from natural materials, natural forces that cost nothing may see Volume 1, Chapter 2, Exchange. 432. The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital also be incorporated more or less effectively as agents in the production process. Their level of effectiveness depends on methods and scientific advances that cost the capitalist nothing. The same applies to the social combination of labor power in the production process, and to the accumulated skills of the individual worker. Carey reckons that the landowner never receives his due rent, since he is not paid for all the capital and labor that has been put into the soil from time immemorial to give it its present productive capacity. There is no mention, of course, of the productive capacity that is taken out of the soil. According to this conception, the individual worker should be paid according to the work that it cost the entire human race to build him up from a savage into a modern engineer. What actually happens is quite the reverse. If all the unpaid labor put into the soil to the profit of the landowners and capitalists is counted up, then this capital contained in the soil has been repaid over and over again at an extortionate rate of interest, so that landed property has long since been redeemed by society, and redeemed time and again at that. The increase in the productive forces of labor, insofar as this does not rest on any additional outlay of capital value, increases in the first instance only the quantity of products, and not their value, except to the extent that it enables more constant capital to be reproduced, and its value thus maintained, with the same amount of labor. However, it also forms extra material for capital, and thus provides the basis for an increased capital accumulation. Inasmuch as the organization of social labor, and therefore the heightening of the social productivity of labor, itself requires production on a large scale and hence the advance of money capital in great quantities by individual capitalists, we have already shown in Volume 1 how this happens partly as a result of the centralization of capitals in a few hands, without any absolute growth in the volume of capital values in operation, and nor therefore in the volume of money capital through which they are advanced. The size of individual capitals can grow by way of centralization in a few hands, without any growth in their social sum. There is then simply a redistribution of individual capitals. Finally, it was shown in the previous part how a reduction in the turnover period enables either the same productive capital to be set in motion with less money capital, or more productive capital to be set in motion with the same money capital. Henry Charles Carey was an American vulgar economist and champion of the harmony of interests between opposing classes. Introduction 433. All this clearly has nothing to do with the specific question of money capital as such. It simply indicates that the capital advanced. A given sum of value which, in its free form, its value form, consists of a certain sum of money. Contains, once it has been transformed into productive capital, productive powers whose limits are not given by the bounds of its own value, but, within a given field of action, can operate differently, both in extent and intensity. Once the prices of the elements of production, means of production and labor power, are given, the size of the money capital required to buy a certain quantity of these elements of production, present as commodities, is also determined. In other words, the capital value that has to be advanced is determined. However, the scale on which this capital operates to form values and products is elastic and variable. On the second point, it is self-evident that the portion of social labor and means of production that has to be spent each year on the production or acquisition of money, in order to replace worn-down coins, involves a proportionate reduction in the scale of social production. But as for the money value already functioning part I as means of circulation and partly as a hoard, this has already been obtained, and exists alongside the labor power, the produced means of production, and the natural sources of wealth. It cannot be considered as a restriction on these. If it is transformed into elements of production, or exchanged with other nations, the scale of production may be expanded. But this presupposes that the money continues to play, as before, its role of world money. According to the length of the turnover period, a greater or lesser quantity of money capital is needed to set the productive capital in motion. We have also seen how the division of the turnover period into working time and circulation time gives rise to an increase in the capital that is latent or suspended in the money form. To the extent that the turnover period is governed by the length of the working period, it is determined by the material character of the production process, conditions remaining otherwise the same, and not by the specific social character of this production process. On the basis of capitalist production, however, extended operations of long duration require greater advances of money capital for a longer time. Production in these branches is therefore dependent on the extent of the money capital which the individual capitalist has at his disposal. This limit is overcome by the credit system in the forms of association related to it, e.g. joint stock companies. Disturbances in the money market there cr. Volume 1, Chapter 3, c. World Money. 434 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital bring such businesses to a halt, while those same businesses, for their part, induce disturbances in the money market. On the basis of social production, it would be necessary to determine to what extent it was possible to pursue these operations, which withdraw labor power and means of production for a relatively long period without providing any product or useful effect during this time, without damaging those branches of production that not only withdraw labor power and means of production continuously or several times in the course of a year, but also supply means of subsistence and means of production. With social production, just as with capitalist production, workers in branches of industry with short working periods will withdraw products only for a short time without giving other products back in return, while branches of industry with long working periods will continue to withdraw products for a long time before they give anything back. This circumstance arises from the material conditions of the labor process in question, and not from its social form. With collective production, money capital is completely dispensed with. The society distributes labor power and means of production between the various branches of industry. There is no reason why the producers should not receive paper tokens permitting them to withdraw an amount corresponding to their labor time from the social consumption stocks. But these tokens are not money, they do not circulate. We see that in so far as the need for money capital arises from the length of the working period, this is conditioned by two factors. Firstly, that money is the general form in which each individual capital must enter the scene, leaving aside credit, in order to be transformed into productive capital. This arises from the nature of capitalist production, and of commodity production in general. Secondly, the size of the money advance needed arises from the circumstance that labor power and means of production are withdrawn from society for a long period without the return of a product that can be transformed back into money. The first factor, that the capital has to be advanced in the form of money, is not abolished by the form this money takes, whether it is metallic money, credit money, tokens of value, etc. The second factor is not affected in any way either by the monetary medium or by the form of production in which labor, means of subsistence and means of production are withdrawn, without an equivalent being cast back into circulation. Chapter 19. Former presentations of the subject. The Physiocrats Keynes tableau économique shows in a few broad lines how the annual result of national production, defined in terms of value, is distributed by circulation in such a way that, with other circumstances remaining the same, simple reproduction can take place, i.e. reproduction on the same scale. From the material standpoint, it is always the previous year's harvest that forms the starting point of the production period. The numberless individual acts of circulation are thereby immediately grouped together in their characteristic social movement as a mass circulation between major economic classes of society that are defined by their functions. What is of interest for us here is that one part of the total product, which is an object of use, just like any other part, is the fresh result of the past year's labor, is also just a bearer of old capital value reappearing in the same natural form. It does not circulate, but rather remains in the hands of its producers, the class of farmers, to begin its service as capital there once again. Keynes in fact includes in this constant capital part of the annual product, elements that do not belong there, but he comes to grips with the main question, thanks to the very narrowness of his mental horizon, in which agriculture is the only sphere of application of human labor that produces surplus value, and is therefore the only one that is really productive from the capitalist standpoint. The process of economic reproduction, whatever its specific social character may be, is in this area, agriculture, always intertwined with the process of natural reproduction. The readily apparent conditions of the latter illuminate those of the former, and keep at bay those confusions which are only introduced by the illusions of circulation. The label of a system of ideas is distinguished from that of other one. This is the start of manuscript 8. 436 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital articles, among other things, by the fact that it deceives not only the buyer, but often the seller as well. Keynes himself, and his closest disciples, believed in their feudal signboard. Our academic pedants do the same to this very day. In point of fact, however, the physiocratic system is the first systematic conception of capitalist production. The representatives of industrial capital * the class of farmers, lead the whole economic movement. Agriculture is pursued on a capitalist footing, i.e., as the large-scale undertaking of the capitalist farmer. The immediate tillers of the soil are wage laborers.
Production does not just produce articles of use, but their value as well. Its driving motive is to obtain surplus value, and the birthplace of surplus value is the sphere of production, not that of circulation. T in the three classes that figure as bearers of the process of social reproduction, mediated by circulation, the direct exploiter of productive labor, L. The producer of surplus value, the capitalist farmer, is distinguished from the mere appropriator of this surplus value. T. The capitalist character of the physiocratic system already provoked opposition during its heyday, on the one hand from Linget and Mobley, on the other from the defenders of free small-scale property in land.
The retrogression. 2. In Adam Smith's analysis of the reproduction process is all the more striking, in that he not only elaborated on Keynes' correct analyses, e.g. generalizing Keynes' avances primitives, and avances annuels into fixed, and circulating capital, 3 but in places 2. Cf. Capita, Volume 1, page 738, Note 20, 3. Even Beer, certain physiocrats had prepared the ground for him, in particular Turgot. Turgot already used the term capital for avances more frequently than did Keynes and the other physiocrats, and more closely identified the avances or capito of the manufacturers with those of the farmers. For example, just like the latter, the entrepreneurs manufacture. These two, the farmers, the capitalist farmers, must receive in addition to the capitals that return to them, etc. Turgot, Yerves, ed. Dyra, Paris, 1844, Volume I, page 40. See above, page 133, for Marx's definition of industrial capital, tie not merchants' capital, cr. Volume 3, Chapter 20, Historical Facts about Merchants' Capital, i.e. the landlord. 9. Simon Nicolas Henri Linget, a French historian and economist, used the physiocratic presentation of the capitalist economy as the basis of a criticism of the position of the working class in bourgeois society, in his work Theories des $10 Civils, London, 1767. This was, however, a reactionary criticism, confined to contrasting the present condition of the working class with its supposedly superior. Former presentations of the subject 437 fell back completely into the errors of the physiocrats. In order to show, for instance, that the farmer produces greater value than any other kind of capitalist, he says, no equal capital puts into motion a greater quantity of productive labor than that of the farmer. Not only his laboring servants, but his laboring cattle, are productive laborers. A charming compliment for the laboring servants. In agriculture, too, nature labors along with man, and though her labor costs no expense, its produce has its value, as well as that of the most expensive workman. The most important operations of agriculture seem intended not so much to increase, though they do that too, as to direct the fertility of nature towards the production of the plants most profitable to man. A field overgrown with briars and brambles may frequently produce as great a quantity of vegetables as the best cultivated vineyard or cornfield. Planting and tillage frequently regulate more than they animate the active fertility of nature, and after all their labor, a great part of the work always remains to be done by her. The laborers and laboring cattle, therefore, employed in agriculture, not only occasion, like the workmen in manufactures, the reproduction of a value equal to their own consumption, or to the capital which employs them, together with its owner's profits, but of a much greater value. Over and above the capital of the farmer and all its profits, they regularly occasion the reproduction of the rent of the landlord. This rent may be considered as the produce of those powers of nature, the use of which the landlord lends to the farmer. It is greater or smaller according to the supposed extent of those powers, or in other words, according to the supposed natural or improved fertility of the land. It is the work of nature which remains after deducting or compensating everything which can be regarded as the work of man. It is seldom less than a fourth, and frequently more than a third of the whole produce. No equal quantity of productive labor employed in manufactures can ever occasion so great a reproduction. In them nature does nothing, man does all, and the reproduction must always be in proportion to the strength of the agents that occasion it. The capital employed in agriculture, therefore, not only puts into motion a greater quantity of productive labor than any equal capital employed in manufactures, but in proportion, too, to the position in pre-capitalist society. See Theories of Surplus Value, Part 1, Chapter 6I, Linget. Gabriel Bonnet de Mobley, a French philosopher and historian, was an early representative of utopian communism. 438 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital quantity of productive labor which it employs, it adds a much greater value to the annual produce of the land and labor of the country, to the real wealth and revenue of its inhabitants. Book 2, Chapter 5, pp. 462-3. Marx's Emphases. Here, as above, the page references to the wealth of nations are given according to the Pelican edition. Adam Smith says in Book 2, Chapter 1, the whole value of the seed, too, is properly a fixed capital. I greater than. Here, therefore, capital equals capital value. This exists in a fixed form. Though it goes backwards and forwards between the ground and the granary, it never changes masters, and therefore does not properly circulate. The farmer makes his profit, not by its sale, but by its increase, page 375. The narrowness of this conception lies in Smith's failure to see what Keynes had already seen, namely the reappearance of the value of constant capital in a renewed form. Instead, he saw here only a further illustration, and moreover a false one, of his distinction between fixed and circulating capital, hence he missed an important aspect of the reproduction process. The progress in Smith's translation of avances primitives and avances annuels into fixed capital and circulating capital consists in the word capital, this concept being generalized and freed from its special reference to the physiocratic, agricultural sphere of application. The retrogression consists in the acceptance and the perpetuation of the concepts fixed and circulating as the decisive distinctions. 2. Adam Smith. Smith's General Perspectives in Book 1, Chapter 6, page 153. Smith says, in every society the price of every commodity finally resolves itself into some one or other, or all of those three parts, wages, profit and rent, and in every improved society, all the three enter more or less, as component parts, into the price of the far greater part of commodities. 4. So that the reader may not be deceived as to the meaning of the phrase, the price of the far greater part of commodities, Smith explains himself with the following example. No rent, for instance, enters into the price of seafish, but only wages and profit. The price of Scotch pebbles includes only wages. In some parts of Scotland a few poor people make a trade of gathering, along the seashore, those little variegated stones commonly known by the name of Scotch pebbles. The price which is paid to them by the stonecutter is altogether the wages of their labor. Neither rent or profit make any part of it. Po 154. Former presentations of the subject 439 he goes on to say, page 155, wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue as well as of all exchangeable value, Marx's emphases. Later we shall investigate in more detail this doctrine of Adam Smith's as to the component parts of the price of commodities and of all exchangeable value. He goes on to say, since this is the case, it has been observed, with regard to every particular commodity, taken separately, it must be so with regard to all the commodities which compose the whole annual produce of the land and labor of every country, taken complexly. The whole price of exchangeable value of that annual produce must resolve itself into the same three parts, and be parceled out among the different inhabitants of the country, either as the wages of their labor, the profits of their stock, or the rent of their land. Book 2, Chapter 2, pp. 381-2. Marx's emphases. After Adam Smith has thus resolved both the price of all commodities taken separately and the whole price or exchangeable value of the annual produce of the land and labor of every country into three sources of revenue, for wage laborer, capitalist and landlord, into wages, profit and rent, he has to smuggle in a fourth element by an indirect route, namely the element of capital. He does this by his distinction between gross and net revenue. The gross revenue of all the inhabitants of a great country comprehends the whole annual produce of their land and labor. The net revenue, what remains free to them after deducting the expense of maintaining, first, their fixed, and, secondly, their circulating capital, or what, without encroaching upon their capital, they can place in their stock reserved for immediate consumption, or spend upon their subsistence, conveniences, and amusements. Their real wealth, too, is in proportion, not to their gross, but to their net revenue, page 382, Marx's emphases. On this the following points must now be made. 1. Adam Smith is expressly dealing only with simple reproduction, not with reproduction on an expanded scale, or with accumulation. He speaks only of the expense of maintaining the functioning capital. The net revenue is that part of the annual product, whether of the whole society or the individual capitalist, that can go into the consumption fund, but the scale of this fund must not be such as to encroach upon capital. One part of the value of both individual and social product, therefore, is neither resolved into wages nor into profit or rent, but into capital. 440 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. 2. Adam Smith escapes from his own theory by means of a play on words, the distinction between gross and net revenue. Both the individual capitalist and the entire capitalist class, the so-called nation, receive, in place of the capital used up in production, a commodity product. The value of this, which can be depicted in proportionate parts of this product itself, on the one hand replaces the capital value used up, and hence forms income and in the most literal sense, revenue, past participle of revenir, French, to return. But, let it be noted, capital revenue or capital income. On the other hand it comprises components of value that are parceled out among the different inhabitants of the country, either as the wages of their labor, the profits of their stock, or the rent of their land. I.e. what is understood by income in everyday life. The value of the whole product, whether that of the individual capitalist or that of the country as a whole, accordingly forms income for someone, but on the one hand capital income, on the other hand a revenue, distinct from this. Thus, what was eliminated when the value of commodities was analyzed into its component parts is introduced again through the back door by the ambiguity of this word, revenue. But only the components of the product's value that already exist in the product can be taken in. If capital is to come in as revenue, then capital must previously have been spent. Adam Smith goes on to say, the lowest ordinary rate of profit must always be something more than what is sufficient to compensate the occasional losses to which every employment of stock is exposed. It is this surplus only which is net or clear profit. What capitalist sees profit is including necessary outlays of capital 1. What is called gross profit comprehends frequently, not only this surplus, but what is retained for compensating such extraordinary losses. Book 1, Chapter 9, pp. 198-9. But this means no more than that a part of the surplus value, treated here as part of the gross profit, has to form an insurance fund for production. This insurance fund is created by a part of the surplus labor, which thereby directly produces capital, i.e. the fund set aside for reproduction. As far as the outlay for the maintenance of the fixed capital, etc. is concerned, see the passages quoted above. The replacement of the fixed capital consumed by new capital in no way constitutes a new investment of capital, but is simply a replacement of the old capital value in new form. As far as the repair of the fixed capital goes, however, something that Adam Smith also counts together with the maintenance costs, its cost forms part of the price of the capital advanced. Former presentations of the subject 441. If the capitalist invests this only gradually and according to need, while his capital is already functioning, and can invest it out of profit already tucked away, instead of having to invest it all at once, this in no way changes the source of this profit. The component of value from which it derives simply indicates that the workers provide surplus labor for the repair fund as well as for the insurance fund. What Adam Smith's explanation of fixed capital actually boils down to is that it is the part of the industrial capital advanced that is fixed in the production process, or, as he says on page 377, affords a revenue or profit without circulating or changing masters, or, according to page 374, either remains in his possession, or continues in the same shape. Asterisk. Adam Smith now tells us that not only should the whole fixed capital be excluded from the net revenue, from revenue in its specific sense, but so should that entire part of the circulating capital required to maintain, repair and replace the fixed capital, in point of fact all capital that does not exist in a natural form destined for the consumption fund. The whole expense of maintaining the fixed capital must evidently be excluded from the net revenue of the society. Neither the materials necessary for supporting their useful machines and instruments of trade, their profitable buildings, etc., nor the produce of the labor necessary for fashioning those materials into the proper form, can ever make any part of it. The price of that labor may indeed make a part of it, as the workmen so employed may place the whole value of their wages in their stock reserved for immediate consumption. But in other sorts of labor, both the price, i.e. the wage paid for this labor, and the produce, in which this labor is embodied, go to this stock, the price to that of the workman, the produce to that of other people, whose subsistence, conveniences, and amusements, are augmented by the labor of those workmen. Book 2, Chapter 2, pp. 382-3. Marx's Emphases. Here Adam Smith has stumbled upon a very important distinction between the workers involved in the production of means of production, and those involved in the direct production of means of consumption. The commodity product of the former contains, in its value, a component equal to the sum of the wages paid, i.e. to the portion of capital laid out on the purchase of labor power. This portion of value exists bodily as an aliquot part of the means of production produced by these workers. The money they receive as wages forms revenue for them, and yet their labor has not produced consumable products. Either for this paragraph is omitted in Engels's second edition and most subsequent ones. 442. The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital themselves are for others. These products therefore do not themselves form any element of the portion of the annual product that is designed to supply the social consumption fund, in which alone net revenue can be realized. Adam Smith forgets to add that what holds here for wages holds equally for the value component of the means of production that forms the revenue of the industrial capitalists, in the first instance, as surplus value under the headings of profit and rent. This component of value also exists in means of production, non-consum abis. Only after it is converted into money can it withdraw a certain amount of the means of consumption produced by the second type of worker, corresponding to its own price, and transfer this into the individual consumption fund of its proprietors. All the more should Adam Smith have seen that the portion of the annually produced means of production equal in value to the means of production functioning WITH in this sphere of production, the means of production with which means of production are made. And therefore a portion equal in value to the constant capital applied here is absolutely excluded, not only by the natural form in which it exists, but also by its capital function, from being any component of value that constitutes revenue. In relation to the second type of worker, who directly produces means of consumption, Adam Smith's definitions are not quite exact. He says in particular that, in these types of labor, both the price of labor and the product go to the direct consumption fund, the price, the money received as wages, to that of the workman, the product to that of other people, whose subsistence, conveniences, and amusements are augmented by the labor of those workmen. But the worker cannot live off the price of his labor, the money in which his wages are paid. He realizes his money by using it to buy means of consumption, and these may consist partly of types of commodities which he has himself produced. However, his own product may be one that is only consumed by the exploiters of labor. After Adam Smith has thus completely excluded the fixed capital from the net revenue of a country, he continues, but though the whole expense of maintaining the fixed capital is thus necessarily excluded from the net revenue of the society, it is not the same case with that of maintaining the circulating capital. Of the four parts of which this latter capital is composed, money, provisions, materials, and finished work, The three last, it has already been observed, are regularly withdrawn from it, and placed either in the fixed capital of TH Society, or in their stock reserved for immediate con. Former presentations of the subject 443 Sumption. Whatever portion of those consumable goods is not employed in maintaining the former, the fixed capital, goes all to the latter, to the stock reserved for immediate consumption, and makes a part of the net revenue of the society. The maintenance of those three parts of the circulating capital, therefore, withdraws no portion of the annual produce from the net revenue of the society, besides what is necessary for maintaining the fixed capital, Book 2, Chapter 2, page 384. All this is simply the tautology that the part of circulating capital that does not serve for the production of means of production goes into the production of means of consumption, into the part of the annual product that is destined to form the society's consumption fund. But what is important is the immediately following passage. The circulating capital of a society is in this respect different from that of an individual. That of an individual is totally excluded from making any part of his net revenue, which must consist altogether in his profits. But though the circulating capital of every individual makes a part of that of the society to which he belongs, it is not upon that AC count totally excluded from making a part likewise of their net revenue. Though the whole goods in a merchant's shop must by no means be placed in his own stock reserved for immediate consumption, they may be placed in that of other people, who, from a revenue derived from other funds, may regularly replace their value to him, together with its profits, without occasioning any diminution either of his capital or of theirs, ibid. We learn here, then, 1. Just like the fixed capital, and that circulating capital needed for its reproduction and maintenance, he forgets its functioning, so the circulating capital of each individual capitalist involved in the production of means of consumption is also totally excluded from his net revenue, which can consist only of his profits. The part of his commodity product that replaces his capital cannot therefore be resolved into components of value that form revenue for him. 2. The circulating capital of each individual capitalist forms part of the circulating capital of the society, just as with each individual fixed capital. 3. The circulating capital of the society, even though it is only the sum of the individual circulating capitals, possesses a character distinct from the circulating capital of an individual capitalist. The latter can never form a part of his revenue, but, as against this, a section of the 444 the reproduction and circulation of the 10 tall social capital former, that consisting of means of consumption, can simultaneously form part of the society's revenue, or in other words, as he previously said, the net revenue of the society is not necessarily reduced by this part of the annual product. In actual fact, what Adam Smith here calls circulating capital is the annually produced commodity capital that the capitalists who produce means of consumption annually cast into circulation. This, their entire annual commodity product, consists of consumable articles, and therefore constitutes the fund in which the net revenues of the society, including wages, are realized or on which they are spent. Instead of selecting as his example the goods in the retail shop, Adam Smith should have chosen the stocks amassed in the storehouses of the industrial capitalists. If Adam Smith had now, in discussing what he calls circulating capital, fitted together the fragmentary ideas that impressed themselves on him previously, while he was contemplating the reproduction of what he calls fixed capital, he would have arrived at the following result. 1. The annual social product consists of two departments. The first comprises the means of production, the second the means of consumption. The two have to be treated separately. 2. The total value of the part of the annual product that consists of means of production is divided as follows. One portion is simply the value of the means of production consumed in the creation of these means of production, and therefore only the capital value reappearing in a new form. A second part is equal to the value of the capital laid out on labor power, or the sum of the wages paid out by the capitalists in this sphere of production. A third portion of value, finally, forms the source of profits for the industrial capitalists in this category, including rent of land. The first portion, according to Adam Smith, the reproduced fixed capital component of all the individual capitals occupied in this first department, is totally excluded from making any part of the net revenue, either that of the individual capitalist or that of the society. It always functions as capital and never as revenue. In this respect, the fixed capital of each individual capitalist is in no way distinguished from the fixed capital of the society. However, the other value components of the society's annual output of means of production, value components that also exist, therefore, as aliquot parts of this total mass of means of production, do indeed form at the same time revenues for all agents involved in this production, i.e. wages for the workers, profits and rents for the capitalists. For the society, however, they do not form. Former presentations of the subject 445 revenue, but capital, even though the annual social product simply consists of the sum of the products of its individual capitalist members. Most of the products in the first department can by their very nature function only as means of production, and even those that could function as means of consumption, if need be, are designed to serve as raw or ancillary material for new production. The revenue-forming value components of the first department function as means of production, and therefore as capital, not in the hands of their producers, however, but rather in those of their users, who are 3. The capitalists in the second department, the direct producers of means of consumption. They replace the capital the capitalists in the first department used up in the production of means of consumption, except in so far as this capital is converted into labor power, and represents the sum of the wages of the workers in this second department. while this used up capital, which now exists in the hands of the capitalists producing it in the form of means of consumption, forms for its part, from the social standpoint, that is, the consumption fund in which the capitalists and workers in the first department realize their revenue. If Adam Smith had pursued his analysis as far as this, little more would be required for the solution of the entire problem. He almost hit the nail on the head, for he had already noted that certain portions of value of one particular kind, means of production, of the commodity capital in which the total annual product of the society exists, although they formed revenue for the individual workers and capitalists engaged in their production, were not a component of the society's revenue, while a value component of the other kind of product, means of consumption, although it formed capital value for its individual owners, the capitalists engaged in this sphere of investment, was however simply a part of the social revenue. This much is already clear from the investigation so far. Firstly, even though the social capital is simply the sum of the individual capitals, and therefore the annual commodity product, or commodity capital, of the society is equal to the sum of the commodity products of these individual capitals, and although, therefore, the same analysis of the commodity value into its components that holds for each individual commodity capital must also hold for the society as a whole and in the last analysis actually does hold, yet the form of appearance which these components assume in the overall process of social reproduction is a different one. 446 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. Secondly, even on the basis of simple reproduction, we find not only the production of wages, variable capital, and surplus value, but also the direct production of new constant capital value. This is true even though the working day consists of only two parts, one in which the worker replaces the variable capital, and the other in which he produces surplus value, profit, rent, etc. In other words, the daily labor that is spent in reproducing the means of production, whose value breaks down into wages and surplus value, is realized in new means of production which also replace the constant capital component expended in the production of the means of consumption. The main difficulties arise not in the treatment of accumulation, but already in that of simple reproduction, although the greater part of these have already been resolved in what was said above. This is why both Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, Book 2, and before him Keynes, Tableau économique, started with simple reproduction, whenever they had to deal with the movement of the annual social product and its reproduction by way of circulation. B. Smith's resolution of exchange value into versus plus S. Adam Smith's dogma that the price or exchangeable value of every single commodity, and thus of all the commodities comprising the annual social product, he correctly assumes capitalist production everywhere, as composed of, or resolves itself into, the three component parts wages, profit and rent, can be reduced to the thesis that commodity value equals V plus S, La. The value of the variable capital advanced, plus the surplus value. As the following quotation shows, we have Smith's express permission to reduce profit and rent to a common unit which we call S. We leave aside for the time being all secondary factors, and in particular all apparent or actual divergences from the dogma that the value of commodities consists exclusively of the elements that we designate as V plus S. In manufacture, the value which the workmen add to the materials resolves itself into two parts, of which the one pays their wages, the other the profits of their employer upon the whole stock of materials and wages which he advanced, Book 1, Chapter 5I, page 151. Though the manufacturer, the manufacturing worker, has his wages advanced to him by his master, he, in reality, costs him no expense, the value of those wages being generally restored, together with a profit, in the former presentations of the subject 447 improved value of the subject upon which his labor is bestowed, Book 2, Chapter 3, page 430. The part of stock that is laid out in maintaining productive hands, after having served in the function of a capital to him, the employer, constitutes a revenue to them, the workers. Book 2, Chapter 3, page 432. In the same chapter, Adam Smith expressly states, the whole annual produce of the land and labor of every country naturally divides itself into two parts. One of them, and frequently the largest, is, in the first place, destined for replacing a capital, or for renewing the provisions, materials, and finished work, which had been withdrawn from a capital. The other for constituting a revenue either to the owner of this capital, as the profit of his stock, or to some other person, as the rent of his land, page 431, Marx's emphasis. Only one part of the capital, as Adam Smith has just told us, also forms revenue for someone, namely the part invested in the purchase of productive labor. This part, the variable capital, firstly performs the function of a capital in the hands of the employer and for him, and then it constitutes a revenue for the productive worker himself. The capitalist transforms one part of his capital value into labor power, and precisely in this way into variable capital, but as a result of this transformation it is not only this part of the capital, but his entire capital, that functions as industrial capital. The worker, the seller of labor power, receives its value in the form of his wage. In his hands, labor power is simply a saleable commodity, the commodity from whose sale he lives, and which therefore forms the only source of his revenue. It is only in the hands of its buyer, the capitalist, that the labor power functions as variable capital, and in fact the capitalist only appears to advance the purchase price of the labor power, for its value has already been supplied to him by the worker. After Adam Smith has shown us that the value of the product in manufacture equals V plus S, where S is the profit of the capitalist, he tells us that in agriculture the workers, besides the reproduction of a value equal to their own consumption, or to the variable capital which employs them, together with its owner's profits. Over and above the capital of the farmer and all its profits, they regularly occasion the reproduction of the rent of the landlord. Book 2, Chapter 5, page 463. Marx's emphases. The fact that the rent goes into the hands of the landlord is quite beside the point for the question we are dealing with here. Before at 448 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital passes into his hands, it must first exist in the hands of the farmer, of the industrial capitalist. It must form a value component of L.E. product, before it becomes revenue for anyone. Thus for Smith, rent and profit are both only components of the surplus value that the productive worker constantly reproduces together with his own wages, with the value of the variable capital. Rent and profit are parts of the surplus value S, and in this way Smith resolves the price of all commodities into versus plus S. The dogma that the prices of all commodities, and T therefore the annual commodity product, can be resolved into wages plus profit plus rent of land, assumes the form, even in the intermittent esoteric part of Smith's work, that the value of any commodity, and thus of the society's annual commodity product, equals V plus S, the capital value laid out on labor power and constantly reproduced by the workers, plus the surplus value added by the workers through their labor. Smith's end result reveals to us at the same time the source of his one-sided analysis of the components into which commodity value is divisible. For more on this, see below. For the fact that these components also form the various sources of revenue for classes with different functions in production has nothing to do with the quantitative determination of each of these components and the limits of their total values. When Adam Smith says, wages, profit, and rent are the three original sources of all revenue as well as of all exchangeable value. All other revenue is ultimately derived from some one or other of these. Book 1, Chapter 6, page 155. All kinds of confusion are heaped together. 1. All members of society who do not figure directly in the reproduction process, whether as workers or not, can receive their share of the annual commodity product, their means of consumption, in the first instance only from the hands of those classes to whom this product firstly accrues, productive workers, industrial capitalists and landlords. To this extent, their revenues are, in a material sense, derived from wages, the wages of the productive workers, profit, and ground rent, and hence appear, in contrast to these original revenues, as derivative. On the other hand, however, the recipients of these derivative revenues, in the sense just given, draw them by way of their social functions as king, priest, professor, prostitute, mercenary, etc. Asterisk on Marx's frequent distinction between the esoteric and exoteric aspects of Adam Smith's theoretical work, see above, page 276, note. Former presentations of the subject 449, and they can therefore view these functions of theirs as the original source of their revenue. 2. And this is the high point of Smith's stupid blunder smiley face, after he has begun by correctly defining the value components of the commodity and the total value product embodied in them, and then by showing how these components form an equal number of different sources of revenue. 5. Thus after he has derived revenues from value, he proceeds in the reverse direction. And this remains the predominant idea in his work. And makes these revenues, instead of just component parts, into original sources of all exchangeable value, thereby throwing the doors wide open to vulgar economics. Cf. R. Roscher. Asterisk. C. The constant capital component. We shall now see how Adam Smith tries to conjure the constant part of capital out of commodity value. In the price of corn, for example, one part pays the rent of the landlord. Single quote. The origin of this component of value has as little to do with the circumstance that it is paid to the landlord and forms revenue for him in the form of rent, as the origin of the other value components has with the fact that they form sources of revenue as profit and wages. Another part pays the wages or maintenance of the laborers and laboring cattle, he adds, employed in producing it, and the third pays the profit of the farmer. These three parts seem, indeed, either immediately or ultimately to make up the whole price of corn. 6. This whole price, i.e. its quantitative determination, is absolutely independent of its distribution among three kinds of person. 5. I have reproduced this sentence literally, as it stands in the manuscript, even though it seems in its present context to contradict both what precedes it and what directly follows. This apparent contradiction is resolved below in subsection D, capital and revenue in Adam Smith. Fe 6. We leave completely aside here the fact that our Adam was particularly unfortunate in his choice of example. The value of com can be resolved into wages, profit and rent only by depicting the feed consumed by the draft cattle as their wages, and the draft cattle as wage laborers, hence depicting the wage laborer in his turn as a draft animal. From manuscript II. Asterisk. Wilhelm Roscher was a German vulgar economist and founder of the Historical School of Economics. The work to which Marx alludes here is Die Grundlagen der Nationalsozialökonomie, published in 1858. 450. The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital, a fourth part, it may perhaps be thought, is necessary for replacing the stock of the farmer, or for compensating the wear and tear of his laboring cattle, and other instruments of husbandry. But it must be considered that the price of any instrument of husbandry, such as a laboring horse, is itself made up of the same three parts: the rent of the land upon which he is reared, the labor of tending and rearing him, and the profits of the farmer who advances both the rent of this land, and the wages of this labor. Though the price of the com, therefore, may pay the price as well as the maintenance of the horse, the whole price still resolves itself either immediately or ultimately into the same three parts of rent, labor, he means wages, and profit. Book 1, Chapter 6, page 153. This is literally all that Adam Smith has to say in support of his astonishing doctrine. His proof consists simply in the repetition of the same assertion. He concedes, by way of example, that the price of corn not only consists of V plus S, but also of the price of the means of product tion consumed in the production of corn, i.e. that it consists of a capital value that the farmer did not invest in labor power. Nevertheless, he says, the prices of all these means of production can themselves be decomposed, just like the price of corn itself, into versus plus S. Smith simply forgets to add, as well as into the price of the means of production used up in their own creation. He refers us from one branch of production to another, and from this again to a third. The statement that the entire price of commodities is either immediately, or ultimately, resolvable into versus plus S would only cease to be an empty subterfuge if Smith could demonstrate that the commodity products whose price is immediately resolved into C, the price of the means of production consumed, plus V plus S are finally compensated for by commodity products which entirely replace these consumed means of production, and which are for their part produced simply by the outlay of variable capital, i.e. capital laid out on labor power. The price of these latter commodities would then immediately be versus plus S. And in this way the price of the former, 2, C plus V plus S, where C stands for the component of constant capital, would be ultimately resolvable into versus plus S. Adam Smith himself did not believe he had given such a proof with his example of the Scotch pebble collectors, who according to him, 1. Do not supply any kind of surplus value, but simply produce their own wages. 2. Do not employ any means of production. Though in fact they do, in the form of baskets, sacks and other containers for carting off the pebbles. We have already seen above how Adam Smith refutes his own theory. Former presentations of the subject 451 without even becoming aware of its contradictions. The source of these, however, is to be sought precisely in his own scientific premises. The capital converted into labor produces a value greater than its own. How? Because, says Smith, the workers impart to the things on which they work, during the production process, a value that, besides the equivalent for their own purchase price, forms a surplus value accruing to their employers, profit and rent. This they do indeed, and they can do no other. What applies to the industrial labor of a single day, however, applies also to the labor set in motion by the entire capitalist class in the course of a whole year. The society's total annual value product, therefore, can be broken down only into versus plus S, into an equivalent with which the workers replace the capital value spent on their own purchase price, and the additional value that they have to provide for their employers over and above this. These two elements of the commodity value, however, also form sources of revenue for the different classes involved in the reproduction process. The first wages, the revenue of the workers. The second surplus value, of which the industrial capitalist keeps one part for himself in the form of profit, while another is deducted as rent, the revenue of the landlord. How can there be any other component of value, if the annual value product contains no other elements besides V plus S? Here we are concerned with simple reproduction. Since the total annual labor is resolved into labor needed for the reproduction of the capital value laid out on labor power, and labor needed for the creation of a surplus value, where can still more labor come from to produce a capital value not laid out on labor power? The matter stands as follows. 1. Adam Smith defines the value of a commodity by the amount of labor that the wage laborer adds to the object of labor. He says in fact, to the materials, as he is dealing with manufacture, which works up what are already products of labor, but this in no way affects the matter in hand. The value that the worker adds to a thing, and this adds, as are Adam's own expression, as quite independent of whether the object to which the value is added already has value before this addition, or whether it does not. The worker therefore creates a value in the commodity form. According to Adam Smith, this is on the one hand an equivalent for his wages, this part being therefore determined by the value of the wage. Depending on whether this is higher or lower, the value he has added here by his labor is in this respect that needed to produce or reproduce his wages. Another part, however, is added by 452 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital of the worker by further labor above this limit, and forms surplus value for his capitalist employer. Whether this surplus value remains entirely in the hands of the capitalist, or is partially taken off him by third parties, does not in the least affect either the qualitative determination of the surplus value added by the wage laborer, that it is all surplus value, or its quantitative determination, the amount. It is value just the same as any other value component of the product, simply distinguished by the fact that the worker has not received any equivalent for it, and does not receive one subsequently, for this value is instead appropriated by the capitalist without an equivalent. The overall value of the commodity is determined by the amount of labor that the worker has spent in its production. One part of this total value is characterized as being equal to the value of the wage, i.e. an equivalent for wages. The second part, therefore, the surplus value, is necessarily characterized, by the same token, as being equal to the total value of the product minus the value component that is the equivalent for the wage, i.e. equal to the excess value created in the production of the commodity over the value component contained in it that is the equivalent for wages. 2. What holds for a commodity produced in a single capitalist business by some individual worker holds also for the annual product of all branches of industry taken together. What applies to the day's labor of an individual productive worker applies also to the annual labor performed by the entire class of productive workers. This class fixes Smith's expression in the annual product a total value determined by the amount of labor annually expended, and this total value breaks down into one part determined by that portion of the annual labor in which the working class creates an equivalent for its annual wage, in point of fact this wage itself, and another part determined by the additional annual labor in which the workers create a surplus value for the capitalist class. The annual value product contained in the annual product thus consists of only two elements, the equivalent for the annual wage received by the working class and the surplus value annually supplied to the capitalist class. But the wage forms the revenue of the working class, and the annual sum of surplus value the revenue of the capitalist class. The two therefore represent, and this viewpoint is correct where it is a matter of depicting simple reproduction, the relative shares in the annual consumption fund, and are realized in it. There is therefore no room left for the constant capital value, for the reproduction of the capital functioning in the form of means of production. Former presentations of the subject 453 however, Adam Smith expressly says in the introduction to his work that the parts of the commodity value that function together as revenue coincide with the annual product destined for the social consumption fund, to explain in what has consisted the revenue of the great body of the people, or what has been the nature of those funds which have supplied their annual consumption, is the object of these four first books, page 106. And in the very first sentence of this introduction he states, the annual labor of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life which it annually consumes, and which consists always either in the immediate produce of that labor, or in what is purchased with that produce from other nations, page 104. Smith's first error, then, is to equate the value of the annual product with the annual value product. The latter is simply the product of the current year's labor. The former includes, on top of this, all those elements of value that were used in the production of this annual product, but which were produced in the previous year and partly in still earlier years, means of production whose value only reappears, and which, as far as their value is concerned, have been neither produced nor reproduced by the labor spent during the current year. This confusion enables Adam Smith to juggle away the constant component in the value of the annual product. The confusion is itself based on a further error in his fundamental conception. He does not distinguish the twofold character of labor itself, labor that creates value, by the expenditure of labor power, and labor that creates objects of use values, as concrete useful labor. The total sum of commodities annually produced, the total annual product, is the product of the useful labor operating in the current year. It is only by the social application of labor in an intricate system of varieties of useful labor that all these commodities have come into being. It is only in this way that the value of the means of production used up in their production is retained in their total value, and reappears in a new natural form. The total annual product is thus the result of the useful labor expended during the year, but only one part of the value of this product has been created during the year. This part is the annual value product, which represents the amount of labor actually performed during the year itself. When, therefore, Smith says in the passage just quoted, 454 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital, the annual labor of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life which it annually consumes, etc. He one-sidedly adopts the standpoint of useful labor. It is this, to be sure, that has brought all these means of subsistence into their consumable form. He forgets here, however, that this would have been impossible without the collaboration of means of labor and objects of labor handed down from years, and that the annual labor, therefore, inasmuch as it forms value, has in no way created the entire value of the products prepared by it, that the value produced is smaller than the value of the product. If we cannot reproach Adam Smith for going no further in this analysis than his successors, even if an approach to the correct conception was already available with the physiocrats, we can say that he flew increasingly into confusion, and the principal reason for this was that his esoteric conception of commodity value was constantly being thwarted by the exoteric ideas which on the whole prevail in his work, even though his scientific instinct did permit the esoteric standpoint to reappear from time to time. Capital and revenue in Adam Smith, that component of a commodity's value, and therefore also of the annual products, which simply forms an equivalent for the wage is equal to the capital advanced by the capitalist in wages, to the variable component of the total capital he advances. The capitalist receives back this component of the capital value advanced in the form of a newly produced value component of the commodities supplied by the wage laborers.
Whether the variable capital is advanced in the sense that the capitalist pays in money the share accruing to the worker of a product which is not yet ready for sale, or which, although finished, has not yet been sold by the capitalist, whether he pays the worker with money that he has already received from the sale of the commodity that the worker supplied, or whether he has anticipated this money by credit. In all of these cases, the capitalist spends variable capital which accrues to the workers as money, and he possesses in return the equivalent of this capital value in that portion of his commodity's value with which the worker newly produces the share in the total value of these that accrues to him, with which, in other words, he has produced the value of his own wages. Instead of giving him this
Former presentations of the subject 455 portion of value in the natural form of his own product, the capitalist pays him the same in money. For the capitalist, therefore, the variable component of the capital value he has advanced now exists in the commodity form, while the worker has received in the form of money the equivalent for the labor power he has sold. Thus, while the part of the capital advanced by the capitalist that has been transformed into variable capital by the purchase of labor power functions as active labor power within the production process itself, and is newly produced, i.e. reproduced, by the expenditure of this power as new value in the commodity form, i.e. reproduction, the new production of the capital value originally advanced. The worker spends the value or price of the labor power he has sold on means of subsistence, on the means to reproduce his labor power. A sum of money equal to the variable capital forms his income, in other words his revenue, which he receives only so long as he can sell his labor power to the capitalist. The wage laborer's commodity, his own labor power, functions as a commodity only insofar as it is incorporated into the capitalist's capital, and functions as capital. On the other hand, the capital spent as money capital on the purchase of labor power functions as revenue in the hands of the seller of labor power, the wage laborer. Different processes of circulation and production are intertwined here, and Adam Smith does not distinguish between them. Firstly, acts belonging to the circulation process. The worker sells his commodity, labor power, to the capitalist. The money with which the capitalist buys it is for him money invested for the purpose of valorization, i.e. money capital. It is not spent, but merely advanced. This is the real sense of the advance. The physiocrats advance, quite independently of where the capitalist acquires the money itself. What is advanced, for the capitalist, is every value that he pays for the purpose of the production process, whether this is done in advance or after the event, it is advanced to the production process itself. All that happens here is what happens in any sale of commodities. The seller hands over a use value, in this case labor power, and receives the value of it in money, realizes its price, the buyer hands over his money and receives in return the commodity itself. In this case labor power. Secondly, in the production process, the labor power that has been bought now forms part of the functioning capital, and the worker himself functions here simply as a special natural form of this capital, as distinct from the elements of capital that exist in the natural form of 456 tile reproduction and circulation of the total social capital means of production. During the process, the worker adds value to the means of production that he transforms into a product by spending his labor power to the value of this labor power, leaving aside surplus value. In this way, he reproduces for the capitalist, in the commodity form, the part of the former's capital advanced to him in wages, are due to be advanced, produces for him an equivalent for this capital. He produces for the capitalist, in other words, the capital that the capitalist can advance, afresh in the purchase of labor power. Thirdly, with the sale of the commodity, therefore, a part of its sale price replaces for the capitalist the variable capital that he advanced, and therefore enables him to buy labor power afresh, just as it enables the worker to sell it again. With all commodity purchases and sales, inasmuch as these transactions are simply considered by themselves, it is completely immaterial what happens in the hands of the seller to the money received for his commodity, and what happens in the hands of the buyer to the item of use that he purchased. It is also completely immaterial, therefore, insofar as it is simply the circulation process that is under consideration, that the labor power bought by the capitalist reproduces capital value for him, while the money paid as the purchase price of this labor power forms revenue for the worker. The value of the worker's item of trade, his labor power, is affected neither by the fact that this forms revenue for him, nor by the fact that the use of his commodity by the buyer reproduces capital value for the buyer. Because the value of labor power, i.e. the adequate sale price of this commodity, is determined by the amount of labor needed to reproduce it, and this amount of labor is itself determined by that needed to produce the means of subsistence that the worker needs, i.e. the amount of labor needed to maintain his life, the wage becomes the revenue from which the worker has to live. Adam Smith is completely wrong to say, page 432, that the part of capital employed, in maintaining productive hands, after having served in the function of a capital to him, the capitalist, constitutes a revenue for them, the workers. The money with which the capitalist pays for the labor power that he buys, serves in the function of a capital to him, inasmuch as he thereby incorporates labor power with the material components of his capital and hence for the first time puts his capital in a position in which it can function as productive capital. The difference is that labor power is a commodity in the hands of the worker, and not. Former presentations of the subject 457 capital, and it constitutes a revenue for him insofar as he CC1L1 regularly repeat its sale. It functions as capital after the sale, in the hands of the capitalist, during the production process itself. What serves two pure poses here is labor power. In the hands of the worker, it is a commodity sold at its value. In the hands of the capitalist who has bought it, it is a power producing both value and use value. The money, however, that the worker receives from the capitalist, he receives only after he has given him the use of his labor power, after this has already been realized in the value of the product of labor. The capitalist has this value in his hand before he pays for it. So it is not the money that functions twice, first as money form of the variable capital, then as wages. It is rather the labor power that has functioned twice, first as a commodity, when the labor power is sold, when the wage to be paid is stipulated, the money operates merely as an ideal measure of value, and it in no way needs to be in the capitalist's hands yet. Secondly, in the production process, where it functions as capital, i.e. as an element creating both use value and value in the hands of the capitalist. It has already supplied the equivalent to be paid to the worker, in the commodity form, before the capitalist pays this to the worker in the money form. The worker therefore himself creates the payment fund from which the capitalist pays him. But this is not all. The worker spends the money he receives on maintaining his labor power, and thus, if we consider the capitalist class and the working class as a whole, on maintaining for the capitalist the only instrument by means of which he can remain a capitalist. On the one hand, therefore, the constant purchase and sale of labor power perpetuates the position of labor power as an element of capital, and in this way capital appears as the creator of commodities, articles of use that have a value. This is also how the portion of capital that buys labor power is regularly restored by the product of labor power itself, so that the worker himself constantly creates the capital fund out of which he is paid. On the other hand, the constant sale of labor power becomes a source of maintaining the worker's life that he perpetually has to repeat, and his labor power thus appears as the means by which he draws the revenue from which he lives. Revenue, here, means nothing more than the appropriation of values effected by the constantly repeated sale of a commodity, labor power, and in this connection these values themselves serve only towards the constant reproduction of the commodity to be sold. To this extent, Adam Smith is correct to say that the value component of the product created by the 458 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital worker for which the capitalist pays an equivalent in the form of the wage becomes a source of revenue for the worker. But this affects the nature and the size of this portion of commodity value just as little as the value of the means of production is affected by the fact that they function as capital values, or the nature and length of a straight line by the fact that it functions as the base of a triangle or the axis of an ellipse. The value of labor power remains just as independently determined as that of any means of production. This component of commodity value does not consist of revenue as an autonomous factor constituting it, nor does this component of value resolve itself into revenue. This new value constantly reproduced by the worker forms a source of revenue for him, but it does not follow from this, inversely, that his revenue forms a component of the new value he has produced. What determines the volume of his revenue is the share in the new value he creates that is paid to him, and not the other way round. If this portion of the new value forms revenue for him, this simply shows what becomes of it, how it is used, and has as little to do with its formation as with the formation of any other value. If my income is 10 shillings per week, then the circumstances of this weekly income affect neither the nature of the 10 shillings value nor its magnitude. Just as with any other commodity, so in the case of labor power, too, its value is determined by the amount of labor needed to reproduce it. The fact that this amount of labor is determined by the value of the means of subsistence needed by the worker, and is thus the labor needed for the reproduction of these means of subsistence, is a characteristic of this particular commodity, labor power, but it is no more peculiar to it than the fact that the value of draft cattle is determined by the means of subsistence needed for their maintenance, and thus by the amount of human labor needed to produce the latter, is peculiar to these draft cattle. The category of revenue is the root cause of Smith's whole trouble. For him, the different types of revenue form the component parts of the commodity value annually produced, newly created, whereas in actual fact it is the other way round. It is the two parts into which this commodity value is divided for the capitalist, the equivalent for the variable capital that he advanced in the money form for the purchase of labor, and the other portion of value that belongs to him although it has cost him nothing, the surplus value, that forms sources of revenue. The equivalent of the variable capital is advanced once again in labor power, and to this extent forms a revenue for the worker in the form of former presentations of the subject 459 his wage, the other part, the surplus value. Since it does not have to replace for the capitalist any of the capital advanced, can be spent by him on means of consumption, both necessities and luxuries, can be consumed as revenue, instead of forming capital of any kind. The precondition for this revenue is the commodity value itself, and its components are distinguished for the capitalist only to the extent that they form either an equivalent for, or a surplus over, the variable capital that he has advanced. Both of these consist of nothing but labor power spent in the course of commodity production, set flowing as labor. They do not consist of income or revenue, but rather of expenditure of labor. After this quid pro quo, in which revenue is made into the source of commodity value, instead of this commodity value being the source of revenue, commodity value now appears to be, computed, of the various kinds of revenues. These are determined independently of one another, and the total value of the commodity is determined by adding together the values of these revenues. But now this question arises. How can we determine the value of each of these revenues from which the commodity value is supposed to derive? In the case of wages, this can in fact be done, because wages are the value of the commodity labor power, and the latter can be determined, like the value of any other commodity, by the labor needed for its reproduction. But as for surplus value, or in Adam Smith's case its two forms, profit and rent, how are these to be determined? Here we are left with empty prattle. At some points Adam Smith depicts wages and surplus value, or wages and profit, as components out of which the commodity value or price is put together, while at others, and often almost in the same breath, he depicts them as parts into which the commodity value resolves itself. The latter, however, means that the commodity value is given first and that various parts of this given value accrue to different persons involved in the production process in the form of different revenues. This is in no way identical with the composition of value from these three components. If I define the lengths of three straight lines independently, and then make these three lines components of a fourth straight line equal in length to their sum. This is in no way the same procedure as if I start with a given straight line and divide this for some purpose or other. Resolve it, so to speak, into three parts. The length of the line in the first case invariably changes with the length of the three lines whose sum it forms. In the latter case, the length of the three segments is limited from the beginning by their forming parts of a line of a given size. 460. The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. In point of fact, if we stick to what is correct in Smith's presentation, i.e. that value contained in the society's annual commodity product which is newly created by the year's labor is equal, just as with any single commodity or the product of a day, week, etc., to the sum of the variable capital advanced, LA, to that value component destined to serve again for the purchase of labor power, plus the surplus value, which the capitalist can realize in items for his individual consumption, in the case of simple reproduction and with other conditions remaining the same, if we bear in mind moreover that Smith lumps together labor in its value creating capacity, as expenditure of labor power, with labor in its capacity of creating use value, labor spent in useful, purposive form. Then the whole conception boils down to this: the value of any commodity is the product of labor. So too, therefore, is the value of the product of a year's labor or the value of the society's annual commodity product. Since, however, all labor can be resolved into 1. Necessary labor time, in which the worker simply reproduces an equivalent for the capital advanced in purchasing his labor power, and 2. Surplus labor, by which he supplies the capitalist with a value for which the latter pays no equivalent, i.e. a surplus value, all commodity value can then be resolved simply into these two different components, and in the last analysis it forms, as wages, the revenue of the working class, and as surplus value, that of the capitalist class. As far as the constant capital value is concerned, however, i.e. the value of the means of production consumed in the production of the annual product, there is no way of telling how this value comes into the value of the new product, except in the mere phrase that the capitalist charges it to the buyer when he sells his commodity. But ultimately, since the means of production are themselves the product of labor, this portion of value can in turn consist only of an equivalent for the variable capital and the surplus value. That is, it can consist only of the product of necessary labor and surplus labor. If the values of these means of production function in the hands of their employers as capital values, this does not hinder them from being divisible, originally, and if one goes to the root of it, in other people's hands, even though earlier, into the same two portions of value, into two different sources of revenue. A correct point in all this is that in the movement of the social capital, i.e. of the totality of individual capitals, things look different from the way they do when each individual capital is taken separately, i.e. from the standpoint of each individual capitalist. For the latter, commodity value can be resolved into 1. A constant element, a fourth. Former presentations of the subject 461 element, as Smith says, and 2. The sum of wages and surplus value, wages, profit and rent. From the social standpoint, however, Smith's fourth element, the constant capital value, simply vanishes. Summary: the absurd formula that the three revenues of wages, profit and rent form three components of commodity value, derives in Smith's case from the more plausible formula that commodity value resolves itself into these three components. This too is false, even on the assumption that commodity value can be divided simply into the equivalent for the labor power used up in the surplus value created by the latter. This error, however, is based in turn on a deeper and true foundation. Capitalist production rests on the fact that the productive worker sells his own labor power as a commodity to the capitalist, in whose hands it then functions simply as an element of his productive capital. This transaction, the sale and purchase of labor power, does not just introduce the production process, but implicitly determines its specific character. The production of a use value, and even of a commodity, something that can also be undertaken by independent productive workers, is here only a means for the production of absolute and relative surplus value for the capitalist. In analyzing the production process, therefore, we saw how the production of absolute and relative surplus value determines 1. The duration of the daily labor process, and 2. The whole social and technical shape of capitalist production. It is within this process that the distinction emerges between the mere maintenance of value, of the constant capital value, the actual reproduction of value advanced, the equivalent for labor power, and the production of surplus value, a value for which the capitalist neither advanced a previous equivalent, nor advances one after the event. The appropriation of surplus value, of a value over and above the equivalent of the value advanced by the capitalist, even though it is introduced by the purchase and sale of labor power, is an act performed within the production process itself, and forms an essential moment of the latter. The introductory act of circulation, the purchase and sale of labor power, itself depends in turn on a distribution of the social elements of production, which is the presupposition and premise of the distribution of social products, viz. the separation between labor power as a 462 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital commodity for the worker, and the means of production is the property of non-workers. At the same time, however, this appropriation of surplus value, the separation of value production into the reproduction of the value advanced and the production of a new value that does not replace any equivalent, a surplus value, in no way affects the substance of value itself and the nature of value production. The substance of value is and remains nothing more than expended labor power, labor independent of its particular useful character. And value production is nothing but the process of this expenditure. If the feudal serf, for example, expends his labor power for 6 days of the week, i.e. works for these 6 days, it makes no difference to the fact of this expenditure of labor power as such that he may work for 3 of these days on his own field and 3 others on his lord's field and for his lord. Both his voluntary labor for himself and his forced labor for his lord are equally labor, inasmuch as this is considered as labor in relation to the values. Or even the useful products, created by it, there is no distinction between these 6 days' labor. The distinction is solely related to the different situations which have given rise to the expenditure of his labor power in the 2 halves of the 6-day working period. It is just the same with the necessary and surplus labor of the wage laborers. The process of production disappears in the finished commodity. The fact that labor power was expended to create it now appears in the form that the commodity has the following concrete property: it possesses value. The magnitude of this value is measured by the amount of labor expended. The commodity value cannot be resolved into anything further, and consists of nothing more. If I draw a straight line of a certain length, I have, in the first place, produced a straight line, only symbolically, of course, as I am aware from the start, by my manner of drawing, practiced in accordance with certain rules, laws, that are independent of me. If I divide this line into 3 segments, which may be required for a certain problem, then each of these 3 pieces remains a straight line, as before, and this division does not resolve the line whose parts they are into anything other than a straight line, e.g. a curve of some kind. Just as little can I divide this line of a given length in such a way that the sum of these parts is greater than the undivided line itself. The length of the undivided line, in other words, is not determined by the lengths of the segments into which it is divided. It is rather the relative lengths of the latter that are limited in advance by the limits of the line of which they are parts. Former presentations of the subject 463 in this respect, the commodity produced by the capitalist is in no way distinguished from a commodity produced by an independent worker, by a community of workers, or by slaves. In our case, however, the entire product of labor and its entire value belongs to the capitalist. Just like any other producer, he has first to transform the commodity into money by selling it. Before he can manipulate it any further, he must convert it into the form of the universal equivalent. Let us consider the commodity product as it is before it is transformed into money. It belongs completely to the capitalist. But while, as the product of useful labor, as a use value, it is in every respect the product of the labor process just completed, the same is not true of its value. A part of this value is merely the value of the means of production used up to produce the commodity, which reappears in a new form. This value has not been produced in the process of producing the commodity, for the means of production already possessed this value before the production process in question and independently of it. They entered this process as the bearers of this value, and all that has been replaced and changed is simply its form of appearance. For the capitalist, this part of the commodity value forms an equivalent for the portion of the constant capital value he advanced that has been consumed in the commodity's production. It previously existed in the form of means of production, it now exists as a value component of the newly produced commodity. Once the latter has been converted into money, this value now existing in money must be transformed back again into means of production, into its original form as determined by the production process and by its own function within this. The value character of a commodity is in no way changed by the function of this value as capital. A second portion of the commodity's value is the value of the labor power that the worker sells to the capitalist. This is determined, just like the value of the means of production, independently of the production process which the labor power is to enter, and is fixed in an act of circulation, the purchase and sale of labor power, before this goes into the production process. In the course of his function, the expenditure of his labor power, the wage laborer produces a commodity value equal to the value that the capitalist has to pay him for the use of his labor power. He gives the capitalist this value in commodities, and the capitalist pays him the same in money. If this part of the commodity value is for the capitalist only an equivalent for the variable capital that he has to advance in wages, this makes absolutely no difference to the fact that it is a commodity value newly created 464 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital during the production process, consisting exactly like the surplus value at past expenditure of labor power. Just as little is this affected by the fact that the value of labor power, paid by the capitalist to the worker in the form of wages, assumes for the worker the form of a revenue, and that in this way not only is the labor power continuously reproduced, but also the class of wage laborers as such, and with it the basis of capitalist production as a whole. However, there is more to the commodity's value than the sum of these two components. Over and above them both, there is still the surplus value. This has in common with the value component that replaces the variable capital advanced in wages that it is a value newly created by the workers. Congealed labor. It is just that it does not cost anything to the owner of the total product, the capitalist. This circumstance is what enables the capitalist to consume it completely as revenue, as long as he does not have to deduct parts of it for others with a stake in it, e.g. rent for the landlords. In which case these portions then constitute the revenues of third parties of this kind. This same circumstance was also the driving motive for our capitalist to concern himself with commodity production at all. But neither his original benevolent intention to hunt out surplus value, nor the subsequent spending of this as revenue by himself and others, affects the surplus value as such. It in no way alters the fact that it is unpaid congealed labor, nor does it alter its size, which is determined by quite other factors. Given that Adam Smith already wanted to concern himself in dealing with commodity value with the roles that the various parts of this play in the overall process of reproduction, it should have been evident that, if certain portions function as revenue, others must just as constantly function as capital, and on his logic, this means that these should also have been described as constituent parts of the commodity value, or parts into which it is resolved. Adam Smith identifies commodity production in general with capitalist commodity production. The means of production are capital, from the beginning, labor as wage labor, and hence, the number of useful and productive laborers is everywhere in proportion to the quantity of capital stock which is employed in setting them to work. Introduction, page 105. In short, the various factors of the labor process, objective and personal, appear from the start in the character masks of the era of capitalist production. The analysis of commodity value therefore directly coincides with the question as to how far this value is, on the former presentations of the subject 465 one hand, simply the equivalent for the capital laid out, and how far, on the other hand, it constitutes free value that does not replace any capital value advanced, is surplus value. The portions of commodity value compared from this standpoint are thereby transformed surreptitiously into its independent component parts, and ultimately into the sources of all value. A further conclusion is that commodity value is composed of revenues of various kinds, or alternatively is resolved into these revenues, so that it is not the revenues that consist of commodity value, but rather the commodity value that consists of revenues. But just as it scarcely affects the nature of a commodity value as commodity value, or of money as money, whether it functions as capital value or not, so equally a commodity value is scarcely altered by the fact that it goes on to function as revenue for this person or that. The commodities Smith is dealing with here are commodity capital from the start, and therefore include surplus value as well as the capital value consumed in their production. They are commodities produced in the capitalist manner, the result of the capitalist production process. This last should therefore have been the object of prior analysis, together with the process of valorization and value formation that it involves. And since the very presupposition of this is in turn commodity circulation, its presentation also requires, therefore, an independent and prior analysis of the commodity. Asterisk. Even when Smith in his esoteric aspect occasionally comes up with something correct, he takes account of value formation only in connection with the analysis of commodities, i.e. the analysis of commodity capital. 3. Later writers Ricardo reproduces Adam Smith's theory almost verbatim. It must be understood that all the productions of a country are consumed, but it makes the greatest difference imaginable whether 7. The passage which extends from here to the end of this chapter is an addition from manuscript I. This is of course Marx's own procedure in Capital, volume 1 of which commences with the analysis of commodities and money, part 1, and continues with the all-round analysis of the capitalist production process. The separate text on the results of the immediate process of production, published in the present edition as an appendix to volume 1, analyses commodities produced in the capitalist manner as this result. And this lays the basis for the analysis of capital circulation in volume 2. 466 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital they are consumed by those who reproduce, or by those who do not reproduce another value. When we say that revenue is saved, and added to capital, what we mean is, that the portion of revenue, so said to be added to capital, is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers, principles, page 169, note, Pelican edition. In point of fact, Ricardo completely accepted Smith's theory of the resolution of commodity price into wages and surplus value, or variable capital and surplus value. What he takes issue with Smith over are 1. The components of surplus value. He eliminates ground rent as a necessary element of it. 2. Ricardo breaks down commodity price into these components. The magnitude of value thus comes first. He takes the sum of the components as a given magnitude, rather than deriving the magnitude of value of the commodity after the event by adding together its components, as Smith often does, even against his own better judgment. Ramsey remarks against Ricardo. He seems always to consider the whole produce as divided between wages and profits, forgetting the part necessary for replacing fixed capital. An essay on the distribution of wealth, Edinburgh, 1836, page 174. What Ramsey understands by fixed capital is what I call constant capital. Fixed capital exists in a form in which, though assisting to raise the future commodity, it does not maintain laborers. Ibid. Page 59. Adam Smith balked at the logical conclusion of his resolution of commodity value, and thus of the value of the annual social product, into wages and surplus value, i.e. simply into revenue, the conclusion that the total annual product could then be entirely consumed. It is never the original thinkers who draw the absurd conclusions. They rather leave this for the Sayes and McCullochs. Sayes certainly has an easy time of it. What is for one person an advance of capital is for the other revenue and net product, or was so at least. The distinction between gross and net product is purely subjective, and thus the entire value of all products has been distributed in society as revenue. Traité d'économie politique, 1817, 2, page 64. The total value of any product is composed of the profits of the landlords, the capital ISDS and the artisans, thus wages figure here as profits de industrio, artisans' profits, 1, who have contributed to its production. This means that the society's revenue is equal to the gross value produced, and not. Former presentations of the subject 467 is the sect of economists, the physiocrats, believed, only equal to the net product of the soil, page 63, Marx's emphasis. This discovery of Say's was taken over by Proudhon, among others. Stork also accepts Adam Smith's doctrine in principle, but finds the application made of it by Say to be untenable. If it is held that the revenue of a nation is equal to its gross product, i.e. that no capital, he should say no constant capital, needs to be deducted, it must also be conceded that this nation can consume the entire value of its annual product unproductively, without making the least inroad on its future revenue. The products that compose the constant capital of a nation are not consumable. Stork, Consider a Taillon sur la nature du revenu national, Paris, 1842, pp. 147, 150. Stork has forgotten to tell us how the existence of this constant portion of capital fits in with the analysis of prices that he has taken over from Smith, in which commodity value contains only wages and surplus value, but no portion of constant capital. It is only through Say that he realizes that this price analysis leads to absurd results, and his own last word on it is, that it is impossible to resolve the necessary price into its simplest elements. Cours d'économie politique, Petersburg, 1815, 2, page 141. Sismondi, who deals particularly with the relation between capital and revenue, and in actual fact makes his particular conception of this relationship the differentia specifica of his Nouveaux Principes, did not utter a single scientific word or contribute one jot or tittle to the explanation of the problem. Barton, Ramsay and Cherbuliez * make attempts to go beyond Smith's conception. They fail because they pose the problem one-sidedly from the start, by not clearly separating the distinction between constant and variable capital from the distinction between fixed and circulating capital. John Stuart Mill, too, reproduces the doctrine handed down by Adam Smith to his successors, with his customary air of self-importance. The result is that Smith's confusion persists to this day, and his dogma forms an article of orthodox belief in political economy. Antoine-Élise Cherbuliez, a Swiss economist influenced by both his compatriot Sismondi and Ricardo. See Theories of Surplus Value. Part 3, Chapter 23. Chapter 20. Simple Reproduction. I formula Taillon of the problem 1. If we consider the result of the annual functioning of the social capital, that is of the total capital of which the individual capitals are only fractions, their movement being both an individual movement and at the same time an integral link in the movement of the total capital. If we consider therefore the commodity product which the society supplies in the course of the year, we shall necessarily be able to see how the reproduction of the social capital proceeds, what characteristics distinguish this reproduction process from the reproduction process of an individual capital, and what characteristics are common to both. The annual product includes both the parts of the social product that replace capital, social reproduction, and the parts that accrue to the consumption fund and are consumed by workers and capitalists, i.e. both productive and unproductive consumption. This consumption thus includes the reproduction, maintenance of the capitalist class and the working class, and hence too the reproduction of the capitalist character of the entire production process. The form of circulation that we have to analyze is evidently C_MC. C. MC and consumption necessarily plays a role in this, for the starting point C equals C plus C, the commodity capital, includes not only constant and variable capital value, but also surplus value. This movement thus encompasses both individual consumption and productive consumption. In the circuits MC, C, M, and P, C, M, C, P, the movement of capital is both the starting point and the concluding point, and this certainly also involves consumption, for the commodity, the product, has to be sold. But once this is assumed to have happened, it is 1. From Manuscript 2. Simple Reproduction 469 immaterial, for the movement of the individual capital, what later becomes of this commodity. With the movement of C, on the other hand, the preconditions for social reproduction can be immediately recognized from the fact that it is necessary to demonstrate what becomes of each portion of the value of this overall product C. The overall process of reproduction here includes the consumption process mediated by circulation, just as much as the reproduction of capital itself. For our present purpose, in fact, the process of reproduction has to be considered from the standpoint of the replacement of the individual components of C, both in value and in material. We can no longer content ourselves, as with the value analysis of the product of the individual capital, with the assumption that the individual capitalist first converts the components of his capital into money by selling his commodity product, and can then transform this back into productive capital by repurchasing his elements of production on the commodity market. These elements of production, insofar as they are of the objective kind, form as much a component of the social capital as the individual finished product that is exchanged for them and replaced by them. On the other hand, the movement of the part of the social commodity product that is consumed by the worker in spending his wage, and by the capitalist in spending surplus value, not only forms an integral link in the movement of the total product, but is also interwoven with the movements of the individual capitals, so that its course, too, cannot be explained by being simply presupposed. The immediate form in which the problem presents itself is this. How is the capital consumed in production replaced in its value out of the annual product, and how is the movement of this replacement intertwined with the consumption of surplus value by the capitalists and of wages by the workers? What we are dealing with first of all is reproduction on a simple scale. Moreover, we assume not only that products are exchanged at their values, but also that no revolution in values takes place in the components of the productive capital. Inasmuch as prices diverge from values, this circumstance cannot exert any influence on the movement of the social capital. The same mass of products is exchanged afterwards as before, even though the value relationships in which the individual capitalists are involved are no longer proportionate to their respective advances and to the quantities of surplus value produced by each of them. As far as revolutions in value are concerned, they change nothing in the relations between the value components of 470, the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital, the total annual product, as long as they are generally and evenly distributed. Insofar as they are only partially and unevenly distributed, they represent disturbances which, firstly, can be understood only if they are treated as divergences from value relations that remain unchanged. Secondly, however, given proof of the law that one part of the value of the annual product replaces constant capital, and another variable capital, then a revolution, either in the value of the constant capital or in that of the variable, would in no way affect this law. It would alter only the relative magnitudes of the portions of value that function in one or the other capacity, because different values would have appeared in place of the original values. As long as we were dealing with capital's value production and the value of its product individually, the natural form of the commodity product was a matter of complete indifference for the analysis, whether it was machines or corn or mirrors. This was always simply an example, and any branch of production whatever could equally serve as illustration. What we were dealing with then was the actual immediate process of production, which presented itself at each turn as the process of an individual capital. Insofar as the reproduction of capital came into consideration, it was sufficient to assume that the opportunity arose within the circulation sphere for the part of the product that represented capital value to be transformed back into its elements of production, and therefore into its shape as productive capital, just as we could assume that worker and capitalist found on the market the commodities on which they spent their wages and surplus value. But this purely formal manner of presentation is no longer sufficient once we consider the total social capital and the value of its product. The transformation of one portion of the product's value back into capital, the entry of another part into the individual consumption of the capitalist and working classes, forms a movement within the value of the product in which the total capital has resulted, and this movement is not only a replacement of values, but a replacement of materials, and is therefore conditioned not just by the mutual relations of the value components of the social product but equally by their use values, their material shape. 2. Simple reproduction on the same scale seems to be an abstraction, both in the sense that the absence of any accumulation or reproduction on an expanded scale is an assumption foreign to the capitalist basis, and in the sense that the conditions in which production takes place do too. From manuscript VIII. Simple reproduction 471 not remain absolutely the same in different years, which is what is assumed here. The supposition is that a social capital of a given value supplies the same mass of commodity values and satisfies the same quantity of needs in both the current year and the previous year, even if the forms of the commodities may change in the reproduction process. But since, when accumulation takes place, simple reproduction still remains a part of this, and is a real factor in accumulation, this can also be considered by itself. Moreover, the value of the annual product may decrease, even though the volume of use values remains the same. The value may remain the same, even though the volume of use values declines. The value and volume of the use values reproduced may decrease simultaneously. What emerges from all this is that reproduction either takes place under more favorable circumstances than previously, or under more difficult ones, and the latter may result in an incomplete, defective reproduction. All this can affect only the quantitative aspect of the various elements of reproduction, and not the role that they play in the total process as capital reproducing itself or as reproduced revenue. 2. The two departments of social production. 3. The society's total product, and thus its total production process, breaks down into two great departments. Means of production. Commodities that possess a form in which they either have to enter productive consumption, or at least can enter this. 1. Means of consumption. Commodities that possess a form in which they enter the individual consumption of the capitalist and working classes. In each of these departments, all the various branches of production belonging to it form a single great branch of production, one of these being that of means of production, the other that of means of consumption. The total capital applied in each of these two S of production forms a separate major department of the social capital. In each department, the capital has two components. 1. Variable capital. As far as its value goes, this is equal to the value of the social labor power applied in this branch of production, i.e. the 3. Mainly from manuscript II, the schema from manuscript VIII. 472 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital sum of the wages paid for it. Considered in its material aspect, it consists of self-acting labor power itself, of living labor set in motion by this capital value. 2. Constant capital. This is the value of all the means of production applied to production in this branch. It breaks down in turn into fixed capital, machines, instruments of labor, buildings, draft animals, etc., and circulating constant capital, materials of production, such as raw and ancillary materials, semi-finished goods, etc. The value of the total annual product created in each of these two departments with the aid of this capital breaks down into a component that represents the constant capital C consumed in its production, only its value being transferred to the product, and the portion of value that is added by the overall annual labor. This last breaks down again into the replacement of the variable capital versus advanced and the excess over it that forms the surplus value S. Just as with the value of any individual commodity, so that of the total annual product of each department also breaks down into C plus V plus S. The value component C, which represents the constant capital summed in the course of production, is not the same thing as the value of the constant capital applied in production. The materials of production are certainly completely consumed, and their value is therefore entirely transferred to the product. But only a part of the fixed capital is entirely consumed, its value thereby being transferred to the product. Another part of the fixed capital in machines, buildings, etc. continues to exist and to function just as before, even if its value is diminished by the annual wear and tear. This part of the fixed capital that continues to function does not exist for us when we consider the value of the product. It forms a part of the capital value that is independent of this newly produced commodity value and is present alongside it. This was already shown when we considered the value of the product of an individual capital, Volume 1, Chapter 8, pp. 311-12. Here, however, we must set aside for the time being the mode of consideration used there. We saw in dealing with the product of an individual capital how the value subtracted from the fixed capital by wear and tear is transferred to the commodity product created during the period of this depreciation, irrespective of whether or not a part of this fixed capital is replaced in kind during this period out of this transferred value. Here, however, in dealing with the total social product and its value, it is necessary to abstract at least provisionally from the portion of value transferred to the annual product during the year by the wear and tear. Simple reproduction 473 of the fixed capital, inasmuch as this fixed capital is not replaced again in kind in the course of the year. In a later section of this chapter, Section 9, we shall discuss this point separately. Asterisk. For our investigation of simple reproduction, we intend to use the following schema, in which C equals constant capital, V equals variable capital, S equals surplus value, and the rate of valorization is taken as 100%. Versus the figures may be in millions of marks, francs or pounds sterling. I production of means of production. Capital 4, U C plus 1000 V equals 5000. Commodity product 4000 C plus 1, U plus 1000 equals 6000, existing in the form of means of production. 2. Production of means of consumption. Capital 2000 C plus 500 V equals 2500. Commodity product 2000 C plus 500 V plus 500 equals 3000, existing in means of consumption. The total annual commodity product, taken together, is thus, I 4000 C plus 1, U plus 1000 equals 6000 means of production. 2. 2000 C plus 500 V plus 500 S equals 3000 means of consumption. The total value is 9000, the fixed capital that continues to function in its natural form being excluded by our assumption. If we now investigate the transactions necessary on the basis of simple reproduction, where the whole surplus value is unproductively consumed, and ignore in the first instance the monetary circulation that mediates these, we gain from the outset three important clues towards further developments. 1. The 500 V of workers' wages in Department 2 and the 500 S surplus value of the capitalists in the same department must be spent on means of consumption. But their value exists in the means of consumption to a value of 1000 that restore to the capitalists of Department 2 the 500 V. They advanced, and represent besides this their 500 S. The wages and surplus value in Department 2 are thus converted within Department 2 into the product of Department 2. 500 V plus 500s, 2 equals 1000 in means of consumption thereby drops out of the total product. 2. The 1, U plus 1000s in Department I must likewise be spent on means of consumption, i.e. on the products of Department 2. It must therefore be exchanged for the remaining part of this product, representing constant capital, to the equal amount of 2, UC. Department 2 474 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital receives for this an equal sum in means of production, the product of Department I, which embodies the value of 1000 V plus 1000s in Department I in this way, 2000 ILC and L, U plus 1000s, I drop out of the account. 3. There still remains 4000 IC. This consists of means of production that can only be used in Department I and serve to replace the constant capital consumed there. They are therefore disposed of by mutual exchange among the individual capitalists of Department I, just as the 500 V plus 500s, 2 is disposed of by exchange between workers and capital ISDS, or between individual capitalists, in Department 2. This is simply temporary, for the better understanding of what follows. 3. Exchange between the two departments, I, V plus S, AG AINSTIIC 4. We begin with the major exchange between the two departments. 1000 V plus 1000s, L, values that exist in the hands of their producers in the natural form of means of production, are exchanged for 2000 ILC, values that exist in the natural form of means of consumption. The capitalist class in Department 2 thereby converts its constant capital of 2000 from the form of means of consumption back into that of means of production for these means of consumption, into a form in which it can function afresh as a factor of the labor process and as a constant capital value for the process of valorization. On the other hand, the equivalent for labor power in Department I, 1000 IV, and for the surplus value of the capitalists in this department, 1000 is thereby realized in means of consumption. Both of these are converted from their natural form of means of production into a natural form in which they can be consumed as revenue. This mutual exchange is brought about by a money circulation, which both mediates it and makes it harder to comprehend, even though it is of decisive importance, since the component of variable capital must always reappear in the money form, as money capital which is converted from the money form into labor power. Variable capital must be advanced in the money form in all the branches of production simultaneously pursued alongside one another across the entire surface of the society, irrespective of whether these belong to departments I or II. 4. From here on, again manuscript VIII. Simple reproduction 475. The capitalist buys labor power before it enters the production process, but pays for it only at a prearranged date, after it has already been spent in the production of use values. Just like the remaining portion of the product's value, so the part of this that is simply an equivalent for the money spent in payment for labor power, the value portion of the product that represents the variable capital value, also belongs to the capitalist. In this particular portion of value, the worker has supplied the capitalist with the equivalent for his wage. However, it is the transformation of the commodity back into money, its sale, that again restores to the capitalist his variable capital as money capital, which he can advance once more in order to purchase labor power. In Department I, the collective capitalist has already paid the workers £1,000, 1,000 versus, I say, pound, simply to denote that this is value in the money form, for the versus component of the value of a product of Department I, of the value of the means of production produced by those workers. The workers use this £1,000 to purchase means of consumption of the same value from the capitalists in Department II, and thereby transform half of Department II's constant capital into money. The capitalists in Department II, for their part, use this £1,000 to buy means of production to the value of 1,000 from the capitalists in Department I. As a result of this, the variable capital value equals 1,000 versus, which existed as a part of Department I's product in the natural form of means of product tion, is transformed back again into money, and can now function once more in the hands of the Department I capitalists as money capital to be converted into labor power, into the most essential element of productive capital. In this way, through the realization of one part of their commodity capital, their variable capital flows back to them in the money form. As far as money is concerned, i.e. the money needed to exchange the S component of Department I's commodity capital for the second half of Department II's constant capital component, it may be advanced in various ways. In actual fact, this circulation comprises countless individual purchases and sales by individual capitalists in the two departments, and the money for this must in all circumstances originate from these capitalists, since we have already accounted for the money cast into circulation by the workers. At one time, a capitalist in category I may use the money capital that he has alongside his productive capital to purchase means of production from the capitalists of category I, while on another occasion a capitalist from category I may buy means of consumption from the capitalists of category II. 476. The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital with the part of his money fund that is earmarked for personal expenses, rather than for capital expenditure. As we have already shown in parts 1 and 2, certain reserves of money, whether for capital advance or for expenditure of revenue, must always be taken as present in the hands of the capitalists alongside their productive capital. Let us assume that half the money is advanced by the capitalists in Department II on the purchase of means of production to replace their constant capital, the other half spent by the capitalists in Department I on consumption. The proportions are quite immaterial for our present purpose. Then Department II advances £500 and uses this to purchase means of production from Department I, so that, including the above £1,000 coming from Department I's workers, it has replaced 3/4 of its constant capital in kind. Department I uses the £500 received in this way to buy means of consumption from Department II, so that half of that part of its commodity capital that consists of S has gone through the circulation 1 CMC and this, its product, has been realized in a consumption fund. By this second process, the £500 returns to the hands of the Department II capitalists as money capital which Department II possesses alongside its productive capital. On the other hand, Department I anticipates the sale of half the part of its commodity capital that is still in store as a product, with a money expenditure to the sum of £500 for the purchase of means of consumption from Department II. The same £500 enables Department II to buy further means of production from Department I and thereby replace its entire constant capital, 1,000 plus 500 equals 2,000, in kind, while Department I has realized its entire surplus value in means of consumption. All in all, an exchange of commodities amounting to £4,000 has taken place with a monetary circulation of £2,000, this latter sum only being as high as it is because the entire annual product is depicted as having been exchanged all at once in a few large amounts. That is important here is the fact that Department I does not only convert the constant capital, reproduced by it in the form of means of consumption, back into the form of means of production, but, on top of this, the £500 that it advances to the circulation sphere to acquire means of production returns to it. In the same way, Department I not only recovers possession of its variable capital, which it reproduced in the form of means of production, in the money form, as money capital which is directly convertible back into labor power, but besides this, the £500 that it spent before the sale of the surplus value part of its capital, on one, greater than purchasing means of consumption in anticipation, also flows back to simple reproduction 477 it. However, it does not flow back through this actual expenditure, but rather through the subsequent sale of the part of its commodity product that bears half its surplus value. In these two cases, not only is the constant capital of Department 2 converted from the product form back into the natural form of n means of production, in which alone it can function as capital, and similarly not only is the variable component of capital in Department I converted into the money form and the surplus value part of the means of product Tion in Department I converted into a form consumable as revenue. Besides all this, the £500 of money capital that Department 2 advanced on the purchase of means of production, before it had sold the compensating part of the value of its constant capital, present in the form of means of consumption, flows back to it, and there flows back to Department I the £500 that it had spent in anticipation on the purchase of means of consumption. If the money that Department I advanced on the account of the constant part of its commodity product, and Department I on the account of a part of the surplus value in its commodity product, flows back to them, this is simply because the one class of capitalists casts into circulation, besides its constant capital existing in the commodity form of Department 2, £500 in money, and the other class £500 over and above its surplus value existing in the commodity form of Department I. Ultimately, the two departments pay one another fully by the exchange of their respective commodity equivalents. The money that they cast into circulation over and above the total value of their commodities, as a means for exchanging these commodities, returns to each of them from the circulation sphere to the exact amount that each of the two cast into it. Neither has become a farthing richer from all this. Department 2 had a constant capital of 2,000 in the form of means of consumption, and 500 in money. It now has 2,000 in the form of means of production, and 500 in money as before. Semi-yearly Department I has, as before, a surplus value of 1,000, now transformed from its own commodities, means of production, into a consumption fund, and 500 in money. The general conclusion that follows, as far as concerns the money that the industrial capitalists cast into circulation to mediate their own commodity circulation, is that whether this is advanced on the account of the constant value portion of their commodities, or on the account of the surplus value existing in these commodities insofar as it is spent as revenue, the same amount flows back to the respective capitalists as they themselves advanced for the monetary circulation. 478 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital as far as the retransformation of Department I's variable capital into the money form is concerned. This exists for the capitalists in Department I, after they have laid it out on wages, firstly in the commodity form in which their workers have supplied it to them. They have paid it out to the workers in the money form as the price of their labor power. They have in this way paid out the value component of their commodity product that is equal to the variable capital laid out in money. This is why they are also the owners of this part of the commodity product. But the section of the working class that they employ is not the buyer of the means of production they have themselves product. The variable capital advanced in money for the payment of labor power thus does not directly return to the capitalists of Department I. It is transferred by the purchases of the workers into the hands of the capitalist producers of the commodities needed by and generally accessible to the working class milieu, i.e. into the hands of the capital ISDS of Department 2, and it is only by this detour, by being first employed by these for the purchase of means of production, that it returns to the hands of the Department I capitalists. The result of all this is that, in the case of simple reproduction, the value components V plus S of the commodity capital in Department I, and therefore a corresponding proportionate part of Department I's total commodity product, must be equal to the constant capita. IIC similarly precipitated out by Department 2 is a proportionate part of its total commodity product. In other words, I, V plus S, equals IIC4. Exchange within Department 2. Necessary means of subsistence and luxury items of the value of the commodity product in Department 2, we still have to investigate the components versus plus S. This does not bear on the most important question we are dealing with here. The extent to which the breakdown of the value of each individual capitalist commodity product into CTV plus S holds also for the value of the total annual product, even if mediated by a different form of appearance. That question is resolved by the exchange of I, V plus S, against IIC on the one hand, and by the reproduction of IC in the annual commodity product of Department I on the other, something that will be left for later investigation. See section 6 below. Since 2, V plus S, exists in the natural form of items of consumption, since the variable capital advanced to the workers in pay. Simple reproduction 479 meant for labor power must be spent by them by and large on means of consumption, and since, on the supposition of simple reproduction, the S component of commodity values is also spent as revenue on means of consumption, it is evident at first glance that the workers in Department 2 use the wages received from the Department 2 capitalists to buy back a part of their own product, a part corresponding in extent to the money value they receive as wages. In this way, the capitalist class of Department 2 retransform the money capital they have advanced in payment for labor power into the money form. It is just as if they had paid the workers in mere tokens of value. As soon as the workers realize such tokens by purchasing a part of the commodity product produced by them and belonging to the capitalists, these value tokens return to the hands of the capitalists. In our case, however, the tokens not only represent value, but actually possess value in their material existence as gold or silver. We shall later investigate more closely this particular kind of reflux of the variable capital advanced in the money form, which takes place through the process in which the working class appears as buyer and the capitalist class as seller. See section 5 below. What matters here is a different point which must be dealt with in discussing this reflux of the variable capital back to its starting point. Department 2 of the annual commodity production consists of the most diverse branches of industry, but as far as its products go, these may be broken down into two major subdivisions. A. Those means of consumption that enter the consumption of the working class, and, insofar as they are necessary means of subsistence, also form part of the consumption of the capitalist class, even if this part is different in both quality and value from that of the workers. This whole subdivision can be classified for our present purpose under the heading necessary means of consumption, and in this connection it is quite immaterial whether a product such as tobacco, for example, is from the physiological point of view a necessary means of consumption or not. It suffices that it is such a means of consumption by custom. B. Luxury means of consumption, which enter the consumption only of the capitalist class, i.e. can be exchanged only for the expenditure of surplus value, which does not accrue to the workers. As far as the first category goes, it is evident that the variable capital advanced in the production of the kinds of commodities pertaining to it has to flow directly back in the money form to the section of capital ISDS in Department 2, i.e. the capitalists in IA, who produce these necessary means of subsistence. They sell these to their own workers to 480 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital, the amount of the variable capital paid the latter in wages. This reflux is a direct one for subdivision A of the capitalist class in Department II as a whole, no matter how numerous may be the transactions between the capitalists in the various component branches of industry by which this reflux of variable capital is proportionately distributed. These are processes of circulation in which the means of circulation are directly supplied by the money spent by the workers. It is different, however, with subdivision lib. The component of the value product with which we are dealing here, ILB, V plus S, exists entirely in the natural form of luxury items, LA. Items that the working class can as little buy as they can buy the commodity value IV existing in the form of means of production, even though these luxury items are, like the means of production, products of the workers concerned. The reflux by which the variable capital advanced in this subdivision returns to the capitalist producers in its money form cannot be a direct one, therefore, but has to be mediated in a similar way to the case of IV. Let us assume, as above, that for Department 2 as a whole, V equals 500, S equals 500, but that the variable capital and the surplus value corresponding to it is distributed as follows. Subdivision A. Necessary means of subsistence, V equals 400, S equals 400, i.e. a quantity of commodities in the form of necessary means of consumption to the value of 400 V plus 400. S equals 800, or ILA, 400 V plus 400. S. Subdivision B. Luxury items to the value of 100 V plus 100. S equals 200, are lib, LUV plus 100. S. The workers in lib have received 100 in money in payment for their labor power, let us say 100 pounds sterling. They use this to buy means of consumption to the sum of 100 from the capitalists in ILA. This class of capitalists then buys 100 worth of commodities lib, and in this way the variable capital of the capitalists in lib flows back to them. The capitalists in ILA already have their 400 V back in the money form, as a result of exchange with their own workers, of the part of their product that represents surplus value. Moreover, a quarter has been passed to the workers in lib, and, in exchange for this, lib, 100 V, in luxury goods have been withdrawn. If we now suppose that the capitalists in IA and lib divide their expenditure of revenue in the same proportions between necessary means of subsistence and luxury items, i.e. if we assume that both of them spend of their revenue on necessary means of subsistence and I on luxuries, then this means that the capitalists in subdivision IA spent I of their surplus value revenue of 400 S on their own products. Simple reproduction 481 necessary means of subsistence, i.e. 240, and T equals 160 on luxury articles. The capitalists of subdivision lib divide their surplus value equals 100 S. In a similar way, equals 60 on necessities and T equals 40 on luxuries, these latter being produced and exchanged within their own subdivision. We shall now see how the 160 of luxury items received for ILA S flows to the capitalists in ILA. Out of 1 IA, 400 S. In the form of necessary means of subsistence, we already saw how 100 was exchanged for an equal sum of IIB, V existing in luxury articles. A further 60 has then to be exchanged for ILB, 60 S. In luxuries. The whole account at the start is ILA, 400 V plus 400 S. Lib. LOO. V plus 100 S. Single quote. 1. 400 V. A. As consumed by the workers in ILA, whose product, necessary means of subsistence, it forms part of. The workers buy this from the capitalist producers in their own subdivision. In this way, £400 in money flows back to these capitalists, the variable capital value of 400 that they paid to their own workers. This can now be used to buy labor power again. 2. A part of the 400IA, equal to the 100. V, B, L. 1/4 of the surplus value, A, is realized in luxury items in the following way. The workers in B receive £100 as wages from the capitalists in their own subdivision. They use this to buy 1/4 of IA, i.e. commodities that exist in the form of necessary means of subsistence. The capitalists of 0 use this money to buy luxury articles to the same amount, 100. V, B, L. Half of the total luxury production. In this way, the variable capital of the capitalists, B, flows back to them in the money form, and they are able to begin their reproduction afresh by renewing the purchase of labor power, since the total constant capital of the entire Department 2 has already been converted by the exchange of IV plus S for ILC. Thus the luxury workers can sell their labor power once again only because the part of their own product that they created is, and since the whole versus plus S of subdivision lib is consumed by the capitalists, and the workers of the two subdivisions together consume the equivalent of IA. V plus IIB. V in the fund of necessities, the product of subdivision IA, the consumption fund for the capitalists of the two subdivisions, ILA plus lib, as composed of ILA, necessities, ILA, V4, LLAV plus LLB. V, workers' consumption, equals ILA, LLB. U, lib, luxuries, IIB, V plus, which in this case comes to 300 IA plus 200 ILB. The ratio in which the Department II capitalists as a whole divide their revenue expenditure between necessities and luxuries is thus already determined, once the relative production of the two subdivisions and the rates of surplus value obtained in them are given. The only additional supposition that Marx makes here, therefore, is that the two subdivisions taken separately each divide their expenditure according to this already given overall average. 482 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital equivalent for their wages has been drawn by the capitalists IA into their consumption fund, turned into cash. The same applies to the sale of labor power in Department I, since the lie against which I, V plus S, as exchanged consists of both luxury goods and necessary means of subsistence, while what is renewed by I, V plus S, are the means of production both for luxury goods and for necessary means of subsistence. 3. We come now to that exchange between A and B, which is simply an exchange between the capitalists of the two subdivisions. We have already disposed of the variable capital 400 V, and a part of the surplus value 100 5 in A, as well as of the variable capital LUV in B. We further assumed that the capitalists in both cases divide their expenditure of revenue in the average ratio of for luxuries and I for necessary provisions. Besides the 100 paid out for luxuries, which has already been spent, subdivision A, as a whole still has a further 60 for luxuries to come and, in the same ratio, B, has a total of 40. IA. S is therefore divided into 240 for means of subsistence and 160 for luxuries. 240 plus 160 equals 400. S, 1 IA. IIB, S is divided into 60 for means of subsistence and 40 for luxuries. 60 plus 40 equals 100 S, lib. The latter 40 is consumed by this class out of their own product, of their surplus value. The 60 for means of subsistence they receive by exchanging 60 of their own surplus product for 60 SCA. We have therefore the following equations for the capitalist class of Department 2, seen as a whole, where V plus S exists for subdivision A, in necessary means of subsistence, for B, in luxury articles, ILA, 400 V plus 400s, plus LLB, 100. V plus 100. 5, equals 1. 000. Through the above described movement, 500. V, A plus B, is realized in 400. V, A, and 100 A, and 500 A plus B, is realized in 3 U's, A, plus 100 V, B, plus 100s, B, a total of 1000. For A and B, each considered by itself, we obtain the realizations, V. SO 400, 0, plus 240, OLU, BH 60, S, B, 800, B, V plus 10 degrees SCA. S equals 206 degrees SCA, plus 4 degrees SCB, 1000 if we stick for simplicity's sake to the same ratio between variable and constant capital in the two subdivisions, although this is in no way necessary, then we obtain for 400. V. A constant capital of 1600, and for LUV, B, a constant capital of 400. The subdivisions of Department 2 are then as follows. Simple reproduction 483, LIA, 1, 6 U. E plus 400. V plus 400. S. Equals 2400, lib, 400. E plus 100. V plus 100. Equals 600 altogether, 2000 E plus 500. V plus 500. S. Equals 3000. Out of the 2000 lie in means of consumption that are exchanged for 2000 I, V plus S. We accordingly have 1600 exchanged for means of production of necessary means of subsistence, and 400 for means of production of luxuries. The 2000 I, V plus S, is thus itself broken down into 800 V plus 800s, 14 A, or 1600 in means of production for necessary means of subsistence, and 200 V plus 2 Us, 14 B, are 400 in means of production for luxuries. An important part, not only of the means of labor proper, but also of the raw and ancillary materials, etc., is the same for both subdivisions. But as far as the exchanges of the various value components of the total product I, V plus S, are concerned, any division along these lines would be completely irrelevant. Both the above 800 IV and the 200 IV are realized through the spending of wages on means of consumption 1000 Li, so that the money capital advanced for wages is distributed evenly on the reflux between the capitalist producers of Department I, and proportionately converts the variable capital they advance back again into money. On the other hand, as far as the realization of the 1000 is concerned, here too the capitalists uniformly draw 600 ILA and 400 lib in means of consumption from the entire second half of Li equals 1000, in proportion to the size of their S, i.e. those who replace the constant capital of 2 a draw, 480, I, from 600. E, LLA, and 320, from 400. E, lib, equals 800. Those who replace the constant capital of lib draw, 120, I, from 600 E, 1 EA, and 80, from 400. E, lib, equals 200, a total of 1000. What is arbitrarily chosen here, for both departments I and II, is the ratio of variable capital to constant capital. Arbitrary also is the identity of this ratio between the departments and their subdivisions. This identity is assumed here only for the sake of simplification, and the assumption of different ratios would not change anything at all in the conditions of the problem or its solution. The necessary result, however, on the assumption of simple reproduction, is as follows. 1. The new value product of the year's labor that is created in the natural form of means of production, which can be broken down into versus plus S, is equal to the constant capital value C in the product of the other section of the year's labor, reproduced in the form of means of consumption. If it were smaller than Li, then Department 2 could not 484 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital completely replace its constant capital. If it were larger, then an unused surplus would be left over. In both cases, the assumption of simple reproduction would be destroyed. 2.
In the annual product reproduced in the form of means of consumption, the variable capital versus advanced in the money form can be realized only by those of its recipients who are workers in the luxury trades in the part of the necessary means of subsistence that at first sight embodies surplus value for its capitalist producers, i.e. the versus that is laid out on luxury production is equal to a part of S corresponding to it in value which is produced in the form of necessary means of subsistence, and must thus be smaller than the total S, 1 EA S, that is.
Dash. And it is only by realizing this V in part of S that the variable capital advanced by the capitalist producers of luxury articles returns to them in the money form. This is a phenomenon quite analogous to the realization OFL, V plus S, in ILC, only that in the second case, IIB, V is realized in a part of ILA, S equal to it in value. These ratios remain qualitatively decisive in every distribution of the annual social product, inasmuch as this actually goes into the process of annual reproduction mediated by circulation. I, V plus S, can be realized only in ILC, just as ILC can be renewed only in its function as a component of the productive capital by way of this realization. 1 IB, V, similarly, can be realized only in a part of 1 EA, S, and only in this way can 1 IB, V be transformed back into its form as money capital. It goes without saying that this applies only to the extent that all this is really a result of the reproduction process itself, LA. Inasmuch as the capitalists in lib do not for instance obtain their verses on credit from another source. Quantitatively, however, the exchange between the various parts of the annual product only takes place in the proportionate way depicted above to the extent that the scale of production and the value ratios involved in it remain constant, and these fixed ratios are not altered by foreign trade.
If it is now said, in the manner of Adam Smith, that I, V plus S, is resolved into ILC, and ILC resolved into I, V plus S, or alternatively, as he often and still more absurdly likes to say, I, V plus S form components of the price, or as he says, value in exchange, of ILC, and ILC forms the entire component of the value I, V plus S, then one could say and one would in fact have to say as well that 1 IB versus can be resolved into IA S, or ILA S into lib V, or that 1 IB versus forms a component of the surplus value of ILA, and vice versa. In this way the surplus value would be resolved into wages or variable capital, and this variable capital would form a component of the surplus value.
This piece of absurdity is actually to be found in Smith, inasmuch as he sees wages as determined by the simple reproduction 485 value of the necessary means of subsistence, and these commodity values is determined in turn by the value of the wages, variable capital, and surplus value contained in them. He is so absorbed in the fractions into which the value product of a working day breaks down on the capitalist basis, LA, into versus plus S, that he completely forgets that it is quite immaterial, in simple commodity exchange, whether the equivalents that exist in various natural forms consist of paid or unpaid labor, since in both cases they need the same amount of labor for their production, and that it is equally immaterial whether A's commodity is a means of production and B's a means of consumption, whether after its sale the one commodity has to function as a component of capital, and the other to go into the consumption fund and be, according to Adam, consumed as revenue. The use that the individual buyer makes of his commodity does not fall into the sphere of commodity exchange, of circulation, and does not affect the value of the commodity. This is in no way altered by the fact that analysis of the circulation of the total annual social product must deal with the specific destination in tet, ms of use, the consumption aspect, of the different components of that product. In connection with the exchange, noted above, of IIB-V for an equal valued portion of IA, S, and the further exchanges between LIA, S and LIB, S, it is in no way assumed, whether we are dealing with the capitalists of IA and LIB individually or in the aggregate, that they divide their surplus value between necessary consumption and luxuries in the same ratio. One person may spend more on one kind of consumption, another person on something else. All that is presupposed on the basis of simple reproduction is that a sum of value equal to the total surplus value is realized in a consumption fund. The limits of this are thus given. Within each department, one person may spend more on A, another person more on B, though these may compensate for one another in such a way that the capitalist class in both A and B, taken as a whole, share in each in the same proportion. The value relations, however, the proportionate shares in the total value of the products of Department 2 for the two kinds of producers, A and B, and therefore also a definite quantitative ratio between the branches of production that supply those products, are necessarily given in each concrete case. It is only the ratio taken by way of example that is hypothetical. If a different one is taken, then this in no way alters the qualitative aspects. It is only the quantitative determinations that change. If any circumstances lead to a change in the proportionate magnitudes of A and B, then the conditions of simple reproduction alter accordingly. 486 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital since 1 IB-V is realized in an equivalent portion of 1 IA-S, it follows that as the luxury part of the annual product grows, and a rising quota of labor power is absorbed in luxury production, the retransformation of the variable capital advanced in 1 IB-V into money capital that can function anew as the money form of variable capital, and with it the existence and reproduction of the part of the working class engaged in lib. Their supply of necessary means of consumption, as conditioned by the prodigality of the capitalist class, the conversion of a significant part of their surplus value into luxury items. Every crisis temporarily decreases luxury consumption. It delays and slows down the retransformation of IIB-V into money capital, so that only a partial transformation is possible and a section of the luxury workers are thrown onto the streets. This leads in turn to a stagnation and restriction in the sale of necessary means of consumption. And this quite apart from the unproductive workers who are discharged at the same time, workers who receive for their services a part of the luxury expenditure of the capitalists. They are themselves to this extent a luxury item, and who also participate very substantially in the consumption of necessary means of subsistence, etc. The reverse is the case in periods of prosperity, and particularly during the phase of hyperactivity, when the relative value of money, as expressed in commodities, already falls for other reasons, without a real revolution in values taking place, and so the prices of commodities rise independently of their own value. It is then not only the consumption of necessary means of subsistence that rises. The working class, in which the entire reserve army of labor has now been enrolled, also takes a temporary share in the consumption of luxury articles that are otherwise for the most part necessary only for the capitalists. This phenomenon also provokes a rise in prices. It is a pure tautology to say that crises are provoked by a lack of effective demand or effective consumption. The capitalist system does not recognize any forms of consumer other than those who can pay, if we exclude the consumption of paupers and swindlers. The fact that commodities are unsaleable means no more than that no effective buyers have been found for them, no consumers, no matter whether the commodities are ultimately sold to meet the needs of productive or individual consumption. If the attempt is made to give this tautology the semblance of greater profundity, by the statement that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product, and that the evil would be remedied if it received a bigger share, i.e. if its wages rose, we need only note that crises are always preparate by a period in which simple reproduction 487 wages generally rise, and the working class actually does receive a greater share in the part of the annual product destined for consumption. From the standpoint of these advocates of sound and simple common sense, such periods should rather avert the crisis. It thus appears that capitalist production involves certain conditions independent of people's good or bad intentions, which permit the relative prosperity of the working class only temporarily, and moreover always as a harbinger of crisis. 5. We saw just now how the proportional relation between the production of necessary items of consumption and the production of luxuries gives rise to the division of 2, V plus S, into ILA and LIB. And so also of IIC into IA, C and 1 IB, C. It thereby affects the character and the quantitative ratios of production right at the roots, and is an essential determining factor of their overall pattern. Simple reproduction is oriented by nature to consumption as its aim. Even though the squeezing out of surplus value appears as the driving motive of the individual capitalist, this surplus value, no matter what its proportionate size, can be used here, in the last analysis, only for his individual consumption. Insofar as simple reproduction is also part of any annual reproduction on an expanded scale, and the major part at that, this motive remains alongside the motive of enrichment as such and in opposition to it. In the real world the matter appears more intricate, since the partners who share the loot, the surplus value of the capitalist, figure independently of him as consumers. 5. The mediation of the exchanges by Monnet ARY circulation as we have analyzed it up to the present. Circulation takes place between the different categories of producer according to the following schema. 1. Between departments I and 2. I 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000s 2000C plus 500 V plus 500 S. This disposes of the circulation of Li equals 2000, which is exchanged for 1000V plus 1000s 5. This should be noted by prospective supporters of Rodbertus's theory of crises. Fe. 488 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. There remains the circulation of V plus S within Department 2, we leave aside for the time being the 4000 i.e. This 2, V plus S, as divided between the subdivisions ILA and LIB as FO IIOWs, 2. 500V plus 500 S. Equals A, 400V plus 400s, plus B, 100V plus 100 S, the 400 V. A, circulates within its own subdivision. The workers paid with it use it to buy necessary means of subsistence that they have themselves produced from their employers, the capitalists in ILA. Since the capitalists of both subdivisions spend their surplus value L on products of ILA, necessary means of subsistence, and, on products of LIB, luxuries, T of the surplus value of A, i.e. 240, as consumed within subdivision ILA itself. Similarly I of the surplus value in B, which was produced and is present in luxuries, as consumed within subdivision LIB. There still remains to be exchanged between ILA and LIB. On the part of 2A, 160 S. Single quote. On the part of LIB, 100V plus 60s. These cancel each other out. With the 100 they receive in money as wages, the workers in LIB buy necessary means of subsistence from IA. The capitalists in IA thereby receive the money they require in order to invest T of their surplus value, equals 160 S. In the luxuries produced by LIB, 100 V. That remains in the hands of the capitalists of LIB as the product replacing the wages they paid, and 60s. The schema for this is thus, 3. ILA, 400 V, plus 240 S, plus 160 5. B, 100 V plus 60 S, plus 40 S, where the items in parentheses are those that circulate and are consumed only within their own subdivision. The direct reflux of the money capital advanced in variable capital, which takes place for the capitalists only in subdivision IA producing necessary means of subsistence, is simply a manifestation, modified by special conditions, of the general law already explained that the money that commodity producers advance returns to them in the normal course of commodity circulation. What also follows from this, incidenta aili, is that wherever there is a money capitalist behind the commodity producers, and it is he who first advances the money capital to the industrial capitalist, money capital in the strict sense of the word, i.e. capital value in the money form, the actual point of return of this money is the pocket of the money capitalist. In this way, even if the money circulates through the hands of more or less all concerned, the mass of the circulating money belongs to the Department of Money Capital organized and concentrated in the form of banks, etc. The way. Simple reproduction 489 in which this department advances its capital determines that the final reflux in the money form I always to it, even if this is mediated by the transformation of the industrial capital back into money capital. Two things are always required for commodity circulation. Commodities have to be cast into circulation, and so has money. The process of circulation, therefore, unlike the direct exchange of products, does not disappear from view once the use values have changed places and changed hands. The money does not vanish when it finally drops out of the series of metamorphoses undergone by a commodity. It always leaves behind a precipitate at a point in the arena of circulation vacated by the commodities. Volume 1, Chapter 3, page .208. In the circulation between Li and I, V plus S, for example, we assumed that £500 was advanced for this circulation by Department 2. In the countless circulation processes which the circulation between major social groups of producers is resolved into, it is now one of this group and now one of that who first appears as a buyer and casts money into circulation. Quite apart from individual circumstances, this is already determined by the difference in the production periods and hence the turnovers of the various commodity capitals. Department II uses £500 to buy means of production to this amount from Department I, but the latter uses the £500 to buy means of consumption from II. The money simply flows back to Department II, which is not made any the richer by this reflux. Department I first cast £500 into circulation in money and withdrew commodities to the same value. It then sold commodities for £500 and extracted from circulation the same amount in money. In this way, the £500 flows back. In point of fact, Department 2 has cast into circulation £500 in money and £500 in commodities, a total of £1,000. It withdraws from circulation £500 of commodities and £500 in money. The circulation sphere needs only £500 in money for the conversion of both £500 in commodities, I, and £500 in commodities, 2. So whoever advanced the money for the purchase of someone else's commodity receives it back again in the sale of his own. If it had been Department I that first bought commodities worth £500 from Department 2 and later sold £500 of commodities to Department 2, this £500 would return to Department I instead of to Department II in Department I. The money invested in wages, advanced as variable capital in the money form, does not return directly in this form, but indirectly by a detour. In Department 2, on the other hand, the £500 for wages returns directly from the workers to the capitalists, since this reflux is always direct where sale and purchase are repeated. 490 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital between the same persons in such a way that they regularly face J&E another alternately as buyer and seller of commodities. The capitalist in Department 2 pays for his labor power in money. He thereby incorporates the labor power into his own capital, and it is only by this process of circulation, which for him is simply the transformation of money capital into productive capital, that he, as industrial capitalist, confronts the worker as his wage laborer. But after this the worker, who was in the first instance the seller, the dealer in his own labor power, now, in the second instance, confronts the capitalist, the seller of commodities, as the possessor of money. In this way the money laid out by the capitalist on wages flows back to him. In so far as the sale of these commodities does not involve swindling, etc., but equivalents are exchanged in commodities and money, this is not a process by which the capitalist can enrich himself. Nor does he pay the worker twice over, first in money and then in commodities. His money returns to him when the worker exchanges it with him for commodities. This money capital transformed into variable capital, the money advanced as wages, plays a major role in actual monetary circulation. Since the working class has to live from hand to mouth, since it cannot give the industrial capitalists any long-term credit, variable capital has to be advanced at the same time in money at countless different points in society, and at definite and short intervals, such as a week, etc. These periods are repeated fairly rapidly, no matter how different the turnover periods of capitals in the various branches of industry. Though the shorter the intervals, the smaller need be the relative size of the total sum of money cast into circulation at one stroke through these channels. In every country of capitalist production, the money capital advanced in this way forms a relatively decisive share in the total circulation, and all the more so in that the same money flows through the most varied channels and functions as means of circulation for a myriad other businesses, before returning to its starting point. Asterisk. Let us now consider the circulation between I, V plus S, and Li from a different point of view. The capitalists in Department I advance £1,000 as payment for wages. The workers use this to buy £1,000 worth of means of subsistence from. This does of course apply when Department II is taken as a whole, in contrast to Department I, but as Marx has just explained, within Department I it properly applies only to subdivision I, producing means of subsistence that enter the consumption of the working class. Simple reproduction. 491 The capitalists in Department II, and these in turn use it to buy means of production from the capitalists in Department I. The variable capital advanced by the latter has now returned to them in its monetary form, while the capitalists in Department I have transformed half of their constant capital from the form of commodity capital back into productive capital. The capitalists in Department 2 advance a further £500 in money to get means of production from Department I. The capital ISTS in Department I spend this money on means of consumption from Department 2. This £500 thus flows back to the capitalists in Department I, who advance it afresh in order to transform the last quarter of the constant capital they previously transformed into commodities back into its productive natural form. This money again flows back to Department I and once more withdraws from Department 2 means of consumption to the same amount. The capitalists in Department 2 are now as before in possession of £500 in money and £2,000 in constant capital, though this has been newly converted from the form of commodity capital back into that of productive capital. With £1,500 in money, a commodity mass of £5,000 has been circulated. To recapitulate. 1. Department I pays its workers £1,000 for labor power of the same value. 2. These workers use this £1,000 to buy means of subsistence from Department 2. 3. Department 2 buys means of production with the same money from Department I, thereby restoring Department I's variable capital in its money form. 4. Department 2 uses £500 to buy means of production from Department I. 5. Department I buys means of consumption from Department I with the same £500. 6. Department 2 buys means of production from Department I with this £500. 7. Department I buys means of consumption from Department II with the £500. As a result, the £500 which Department 2 cast into circulation on top of its £2,000 in commodities, and for which it did not withdraw any equivalent in commodities, has flowed back to it. 6. The presentation here departs somewhat from that given previously, page 476. Their Department I also cast its own £500 into circulation. Department II alone supplies the additional money material needed for circulation. This however in no way alters the principle involved. F.E. 492 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. The exchange process thus takes the following course. 1. Department I pays £1,000 for labor power, i.e. for a commodity of £1,000. 2. Its workers use their wages to buy means of consumption from Department 2 to the amount of £1,000, le. Commodities of £1,000. 3. With the £1,000 received from these workers, Department 2 buys means of production to the same value from Department I, i.e. commodities of £1,000. With this, £1,000 in money, as the money form of the variable capital, has flowed back to Department I. 4. Department 2 buys means of production from Department I for £500, le. Commodities of £500. 5. Department I uses the same £500 to buy means of consumption from Department 2, i.e. commodities of £500. 6. Department II uses the £500 to buy means of production from Department I, le. Commodities of £500. 7. Department I uses the £500 to buy means of consumption from Department 2, le. Commodities of £500. The sum of the commodity values exchanged is £5,000. The £500 that Department 2 advanced for its purchases has returned it. As a result, 1. Department I possesses variable capital in the money form to the sum of £1,000, which is what it originally advanced to the circulation sphere. It has also spent £1,000 on individual consumption, from its own commodity product, le. It has spent the money that it received for the sale of means of production, amounting to the total of £1,000. On the other hand, the natural form into which the variable capital existing in the money form has to be converted, i.e. labor power, has to be maintained, reproduced by consumption, and be present once again is the only article of trade of its proprietors, who have to sell this if they want to live. In this way, the relationship between wage laborers and capitalists is also reproduced. 2. The constant capital of Department 2 is replaced in kind, and the £500 advanced to circulation by Department 2 has returned it. For the workers in Department I, the circulation is the simple one of CMC. C. 1. Labor power, M. 2. £1,000, the money form of the variable capital in Department I. C. 3. Necessary means of subsistence to the sum of £1,000. This £1,000 converts into money the same value of constant capital in Department 2, existing in the commodity form as means of subsistence. Simple reproduction 493 for the capitalists in Department 2. The process is CM, the transformation of a part of their commodity product into the money form, from which it is transformed back into components of their productive capital, i.e. into a part of the means of production that they need. In the advance of M, £500, which the capitalists in Department 2 make in order to purchase the remaining components of their means of production, they anticipate the money form of that part of i.e. that is still in the commodity form, means of consumption. In the Act MC, in which Department 2 buys with M and Department I sells C, Department II's money is transformed into a part of its productive capital, while I's commodity undergoes the Act CM and is transformed into money, although it does not represent any component of capital value, but rather realized surplus value which is simply spent on means of consumption. In the circulation MCP. CM. The first Act MC of one capitalist is the final Act CM of another, or part of it. It is completely immaterial for the commodity circulation itself whether this C, by which M is transformed into productive capital, represents for its seller, who thereby converts this C into money, the constant component of his capital, the variable component, or surplus value. As far as the Department I capitalists are concerned, with respect to the component versus plus S of their commodity product, they withdraw more money from the circulation sphere than they cast into it. Firstly, their £1,000 of variable capital returns to them. Secondly, they sell means of production for £500, see above, exchange number 4, and this enables them to convert half their surplus value into cash. Then they again sell a further £500 of means of production, exchange number 6, the second half of their surplus value, and as a result their entire surplus value has been withdrawn from circulation in the money form. We have therefore, in succession, 1. Variable capital transformed back into money, £1,000. 2. Half of the surplus value realized, £500. The other half of the surplus value, £500. A total realized of 1,000 V plus 1,000 equals £2,000. Even if Department I cast only £1,000 into circulation, we leave aside here the circumstances that mediate the reproduction of IC, which will be considered later, it has withdrawn twice the amount. Of course, the S that has been realized, transformed into money, immediately vanishes again into someone else's hands, Department II, because the money is exchanged for means of consumption. The capitalists of Department I have withdrawn only as much in money as they cast in commodities. The fact that this value is surplus value, and costs the capitalists Noth 494 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital in no way alters the value of the commodities themselves. It is therefore completely immaterial, as far as the exchange of values in commodity circulation is concerned. The realization of the surplus value in money is naturally temporary, just like all other forms that the capital advanced passes through in its conversions. It lasts only so long as the interval between the transformation of Department I's commodities into money and the subsequent transformation of I's money into IR's commodities. If the turnovers are assumed to be shorter, or, from the standpoint of simple commodity circulation, the velocity of monetary circulation is assumed to be greater, then still less money would be needed in order to circulate the commodity values to be exchanged, This sum is always determined, once the number of successive exchanges is given, by the sum of the prices or values of the circulating commodities. The proportion in which this sum of values consists of surplus value on the one hand and capital value on the other is completely irrelevant here. Say that in our example wages are paid 4 times a year in Department I for X 250 equals 1,000, and so £250 in money would be sufficient for the circulation of IVTILC, and for the circulation between the variable capital IV and the labor power of Department I in the same way. If the circulation between IS and IIC consisted of 4 turnovers, then £250 would be sufficient for it, and therefore a total sum of money or a money capital of £500 would be enough for the circulation of commodities to the sum of £5,000. A quarter of the surplus value would then be realized 4 times a year, instead of half of it twice. If in exchange number 4, it was Department I instead of Department II that appeared as the buyer, £500 in money was spent on means of consumption to the same value. Department I would then buy means of production with the same £500 in exchange number 5. In exchange number 6, Department I would use this £500 to buy means of consumption, and in number 7, Department II would use it again to buy means of production. Thus the £500 would ultimately return to Department I, instead of Department II as before. The surplus value is realized here by the money spent by its capitalist producers themselves on their private consumption, which represents anticipated revenue, anticipated income from the surplus value contained in the commodities still to be sold. The realization of surplus value does not take place through the reflux of the £500, for alongside the £1,000 in commodities IV, Department I has cast £500 of money into circulation in connection with exchange number 4, and this was an additional sum, not, as far as we know, the proceeds. Simple reproduction 495 of the sale of the commodities. When this money flows back to Department I has simply recovered its additional money, and not realized its surplus value. The monetary realization of Department I's surplus value simply involves the sale of the Col 1 LL1 oddities in which it is contained, and each time it lasts only as long as the money released by the sale of these commodities is net spent again on means of consumption.
Department I uses its additional money, £500, to buy means of consumption from Department II. This money is spent by Department I, which gets the equivalent for it in commodities from Department II. The money flows back the first time through the purchase by Department II of £500 of commodities from Department I. It flows back therefore as the equivalent for the commodities sold by Department I, but these commodities cost Department I nothing. They are part of its surplus value, so that it is the money that Department I itself cast into circulation that realizes its own surplus value.
Similarly, on its second purchase, No. 6, Department I again receives its equivalent in commodities from Department II. Suppose that Department II does not buy means of production from Department I, No. 7. Then Department I would in fact have paid £1,000 for means of consumption, and consumed its entire surplus value as revenue, i.e. paid £500 in its own commodities, means of production, and £500 in money. It would still have £500 of its own commodities, means of production, in stock on the other hand, but would have got rid of its £500 of money. Department II, on the contrary, would have transformed 3/4 of its constant capital from the form of commodity capital back into productive capital, but it would have 1/4 left in the form of money capital, £500. This being in fact idle money or money whose functioning has been interrupted and which is held in abeyance. If this situation lasts too long, then Department II will have to reduce th scale of its reproduction by 1/4. However, the £500 in means of production which Department I is still saddled with is not surplus value in the commodity form. It is there in place of the £500 advanced in money, which Department I possessed alongside its surplus value of £1,000 in the ComC form. As money, this exists in an ever realizable form. In the commodity form, it is temporarily unsaleable. This much is evident, that simple reproduction, in which each element of productive capital in both Department I and Department I has to be replaced, remains possible only if the 500 golden birds return to Department I, which first sent them flying. 496 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. Once a capitalist spends his money on means of consumption, he is then done with it, it has gone the way of all flesh. Here we are still concerned only with industrial capitalists, who stand as the representatives for all others. If the money flows back to him again, this can happen only in so far as he fishes it out of the circulation sphere in exchange for commodities. By way of his commodity capital. Just as the value of his total annual commodity product, his commodity capital, can be broken down into constant capital value, variable capital value and surplus value, so too can every element of this, i.e. the value of every individual commodity. The realization of each of his individual commodities, the elements of his commodity product, is therefore at the same time the realization of a certain quota of the surplus value contained in the total commodity product. It is therefore literally correct, in the present case, that the capitalist himself cast into circulation the money into which he converts his surplus value, i.e. by means of which he realizes it, and, what is more, by spending this on means of consumption. What we have here of course are not the identical pieces of money, but rather a given quantity of hard cash equal to the money cast into circulation to cover his personal needs, or to the part of the money needed for that purpose. In practice, this occurs in two ways. If the business was started only within the current year, then it takes a good while, at best a few months, before the capitalist can spend money for his personal consumption out of his income from this actual business. He does not on this account suspend his consumption for a moment. He advances himself money against the surplus value that he still has to hunt out, whether this is advanced from his own pocket or from someone else's by way of credit. But this money is also a circulating medium in which he can later realize his surplus value. In the other case, where the business has already been in regular operation for some time, payments and receipts take place at different times of the year, but the capitalist's consumption, which anticipates his receipts and the level of which is fixed as a certain proportion of his customary receipts or those estimated, still continues without interruption. With each portion of commodities sold, one part of the surplus value to be made in the year is realized. But if, out of the commodities produced in the year, no more is sold than is needed to replace the constant and variable capital value contained in them, or if prices fall so that the sale of the entire annual product realizes only the capital value advanced in it, then the anticipatory character of the money spent against future surplus value clearly. Simple reproduction 497 emerges. If our capitalist goes bankrupt, then his creditors in the courts investigate whether his anticipated private spending stood in due proportion to the state of his business and the customary or normal receipts of surplus value corresponding to it. In relation to the capitalist class as a whole, however, the proposition that it must itself cast into circulation the money needed to realize its surplus value, and also to circulate its capital, constant and variable, is not only far from paradoxical, it is in fact a necessary condition of the overall mechanism. For here there are just two classes, the working class, which only disposes of its labor power, and the capitalist class, which has the monopoly of the means of social production and of money. It would rather be a paradox if, instead, it was the working class that initially advanced the money required to realize the surplus value contained in commodities, out of its own resources. The individual capitalist, however, effects this advance only by acting as buyer, spending money on the purchase of means of consumption or advancing money on the purchase of elements of his productive capital, either labor power or means of production. He only ever parts with the money in exchange for an equivalent. He advances money to circulation only in the same way that he advances commodities to it. In both cases, he acts as the starting point of their circulation. The real course of events is obscured by two circumstances. 1. The appearance of commercial capital, the primary form of which is always money, since the merchant as such does not produce any product or commodity, and of money capital, as the object of manipulation of a special kind of capitalist, in the circulation process of industrial capital. 2. The division of surplus value, which must always exist in ETAJIY in the hands of the industrial capitalist, into different categories, the bearers of which appear alongside the industrial capitalist is the landlord, for ground rent, the moneylender, for interest, etc., as well as the government and its officials, rentiers, etc. These fellows face the industrial capitalist as buyers, and to this extent realize his commodities in money. They too cast their share of money into the circulation sphere, and he receives this from them. What is always forgotten in connection with this are the sources from which they originally obtained this money, and continue to obtain it. 498 The reproduction and circulation of the total social capital 6. The constant capital in Department 17. It still remains for us to investigate the constant capital in Department I, 4000 C. This is equal in value to the means of production consumed in the production of this mass of commodities, a value which reappears in the commodity product of Department I. This reappearing value, which was not produced in the production process of Department I, but entered it the year before as constant value, as the given value of its means of production, now exists in that entire part of the commodity mass of Department I that is not absorbed by Department II. Moreover, the value of this commodity mass remaining in the hands of the Department I capitalists is 2/3 of the value of their entire annual commodity product. If we were dealing with the individual capitalist producing one particular means of production, we could say, he first sold his commodity product, transformed it into money. By transforming it into money, he also transformed the constant value component of his product back into money. With this value portion transformed into money, he then bought his means of production again from other commodity sellers, or transformed the constant value component of his product into a natural form in which it could once more function as productive constant capital. Now, however, this assumption becomes untenable. The capitalist class in Department I comprises the totality of capitalists who produce means of production. Moreover, the commodity product of 4000 that remains in their hands is a part of the social product that cannot be exchanged against any other, for there is no such other part of the annual product. With the exception of this 4000, all the remainder has been disposed of. One part of it has been absorbed by the social consumption fund, and another part has to replace the constant capital of Department I, which has already exchanged everything it has available for exchange with Department I. The difficulty is very simply resolved when we remember that the entire commodity product of Department I consists in its natural form of means of production, of the material elements of constant capital itself. The same phenomenon is displayed here as previously with Department II, only under a different aspect. In Department II, the entire commodity product consists of means of consumption. One part of these, measured by the wages plus surplus value contained in this commodity product, can therefore be consumed by its own producers. Here in Department I, the entire commodity product consists of means 7. From here on, manuscript II. Simple reproduction 499 of production, buildings, machinery, containers, raw and ancillary materials, etc. One part of these, that which replaces the constant capital used up in this sphere, can therefore immediately function in its natural form once again as a component of the productive capital. In so far as it steps into the circulation sphere, it circulates within Department I. In Department II, one part of the commodity product is individually consumed in kind by its own producers. In Department I, on the other hand, a part of the product is productively consumed in kind by its own capitalist producers. In the 400C part of the commodity product of Department I, there reappears the constant capital value consumed in this department, and it reappears moreover in a natural form in which it can immediately function again as productive constant capital. In Department II, the part of the commodity product of 3000 whose value equals wages plus surplus value, equals 1000, goes directly into the individual consumption of the capitalists and workers, while the constant capital value of this commodity product, on the other hand, equals 2000, cannot go back into the productive consumption of the capitalists in Department II, but has to be replaced by exchange with Department I. In Department I, on the contrary, the part of its commodity product of 6000 whose value is equal to wages plus surplus value, equals 2000, does not go into the individual consumption of its producers, and it is also unable to do this owing to its natural form. Instead, it must first be exchanged with Department II. However, the constant portion of this product's value, equals 4000, does exist in a natural form in which, taking the capitalist class of Department I as a whole, it can directly function again as their constant capital. In other words, the entire product of Department I consists of use values which by virtue of their natural form can serve only as elements of constant capital, given the capitalist mode of production. Out of this product, which has a value of 6000, 1/3, 2000, therefore replaces the constant capital of Department II, and the remaining 2/3 replace the constant capital of Department I. The constant capital of Department I consists of a number of different groups of capitals, invested in the various branches of production of means of production, so much in ironworks, so much in coal mines, etc. Each of these capital groups, or, in other words, each of these social group capitals, is again composed of a larger or smaller number of independently functioning individual capitals. Firstly, the capital of the society, e.g. 7,500. This may stand for millions, etc., as broken down into 500 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital different capital groups. The social capital of 7,500 is broken down into particular portions, each invested in a particular branch of production. The part of the social capital value invested in each particular branch of production consists, in its natural form, partly of the means of production for each special sphere of production, partly of the labor power necessary and appropriately qualified for the industry in question, modified in various ways by the division of labor, according to the specific kind of labor that it has to perform in the sphere of production in question. The part of the social capital applied in each particular branch of production consists once again of the sum of individual capitals invested and independently functioning in it. This obviously applies to both departments, I and II. As far as concerns the constant capital value reappearing in Department I in the form of its commodity product, part of this goes back once again as means of production into the particular branch of production, or even the individual business, from which it emerged as a product, e.g. corn into the production of corn, coal into coal production, iron in the form of machines into iron production, etc. But to the extent that the partial products of which the constant capital value in Department I consists do not go directly back into their particular or individual spheres of production, they simply change their place. They go in their natural form into another sphere of production of Department I, while the product of these other spheres of production of Department I replaces them in kind. These products merely experience a change of position. They all go back in again as factors that replace the constant capital in Department I, only instead of entering one group of Department I they go into another. Inasmuch as there is exchange here between the individual capitalists of Department I, this is exchange of one natural form of constant capital against another natural form of constant capital, one kind of means of production against other kinds of means of production. It is mutual exchange between the different individual constant portions of capital in Department I. These products, inasmuch as they do not directly serve as means of production in their own branch of production, are thus displaced from their own point of production to another one, and mutually replace each other in this way. In other words, as happens similarly for surplus value in Department I, each capitalist in Department I withdraws the appropriate means of production needed by him from this commodity mass in the proportion to which he is a joint owner of this constant capital of 4000. If production were social instead of capitalist, it is. Simple reproduction 501 evident that these products of Department I would be no less constantly redistributed among the branches of production in this department as means of production, according to the needs of reproduction. One part directly remaining in the sphere of production from which it emerged as a product, another part being shifted to other points of production, and so there would be a constant to and fro between the various points of production in this department. 7. Variable capital and surplus value in the two departments. The total value of the means of consumption annually produced is equal to the variable capital value reproduced in the course of the year plus the surplus value newly produced, in Department II, LA. The value actually produced during the year in Department II, together with the variable capital value reproduced in the year and the surplus value newly produced in Department I, LA. the value produced during the year in Department I, on the premise of simple reproduction. Therefore, the total value of the means of consumption annually produced is equal to the annual value product, equal to the total value produced by the labor of the society in the course of the year, and the reason why this must be the case is that with simple reproduction this entire value is consumed. The total social working day breaks down into two parts. 1. Necessary labor. This creates a value of 1500 versus. In the course of the year. 2. Surplus labor. This creates an additional value or surplus value of 1500 s. The sum of these values is 3000, equal to that of the means of consumption annually produced. The total value of the means of consumption produced during the year is therefore equal to the total value that the entire social working day produces during the year, i.e. equal to the value of the social variable capital plus the social surplus value, or equal to the total new annual product. We know, however, that even if these two value magnitudes are equal, this in no way means that the total value of the commodities in Department 2, the means of consumption, has been produced in this department of social production. They are equal because the constant capital value that reappears in Department 2 is equal to the value newly product in Department I, variable capital value plus surplus value, hence I, V plus S, can purchase the part of the product that represents constant 502 the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital value for its producers in Department 2. This explains why even though, for the capitalists in Department 2, the value of their product breaks down into C plus V plus S, yet, considered from the social point of view, the value of this product can be broken down into versus plus S. This is the case, in fact, only because Li is equal here to I, V plus S, and these two components of the social product exchange their natural forms with one another by way of their commodity exchange. After this conversion, therefore, Li exists once again in means of production, and ITV plus S, in means of consumption. It is this circumstance that led Adam Smith to maintain that the value of the annual product resolves itself into versus plus S. This, 1, applies only to the part of the annual product consisting of means of consumption, and 2, does not apply in the sense that this total value is produced in Department 2 and the value of the product is therefore the variable capital value advanced in Department 2 plus the surplus value produced in this department. It holds rather in the sense that 2, E plus V plus S, equals 2, V plus S, plus I, V plus S. Or because Li equals I, V plus S. It also follows that even if the social working day, i.e. the labor spent by the entire working class over a whole year, just like each individual working day, can be simply broken down into two parts, into necessary labor plus surplus labor, and even though the value produced by this working day can therefore be similarly broken down into two parts, the portion of value with which the worker buys his own means of reproduction, and the surplus value that the capitalist can spend for his individual consumption. Yet, from the social standpoint, one part of the social working day is spent exclusively on the production of fresh constant capital, i.e. of products that are exclusively destined to function in the labor process as means of production, and therefore as constant capital in the accompanying process of valorization. On our assumption, the total social working day is represented by a money value of 3,000, of which 1/3 equals 1,000, as produced in Department 2, which produces means of consumption, i.e. the commodities in which the entire variable capital value and the entire surplus value of the society is ultimately realized. On this supposition, therefore, 2/3 of the social working day is applied in the production of new constant capital. Even if, from the standpoint of the individual capitalists and workers in Department I, this 2/3 of the social working day serves merely to produce variable capital value and surplus value. Just like the other third of the social working day in simple reproduction 503 Department 2, considered from the social standpoint, and also from the standpoint of the use value of the product, this 2/3 of the social working day still produces only a replacement for the constant capital consumed in the process of productive consumption, or in the process of being consumed. Even taken by itself, this 2/3 of the working day, although the total value it produces for its producers is equal simply to variable capital value plus surplus value, does not produce any use value of such a kind that either wages or surplus value could be spent on it, its product as a means of production. The first thing to note is that no part of the social working day, whether in Department I or Department 2, serves to produce the value of the constant capital applied and functioning in these two great spheres of production. All that is produced here is additional value, 2000 I, V plus S, plus 1002, V plus S, in addition to the constant capital value of 4000 I. C plus 2000 I IC. The new value that has been produced in the form of means of production is not yet constant capital. It is simply destined to function as such in the future. The entire product of Department II, means of consumption, is from the use value standpoint, i.e. concretely, considered in its natural form, the product of concrete forms of labor such as weaving, baking, etc. which have been employed in this department. It is the product of this labor in as much as the labor functions as the subjective element of the labor process. As far as the constant value component of this product of Department 2 is concerned, however, it simply reappears in a new use value, in a new natural form, the form of means of consumption, whereas it earlier existed in the form of means of production. Its value has been transferred by the labor process from its old natural form to its new one. But the value of this 2/3 of the value of the product, 2000, has not been produced by Department II in the current year's valorization process. Just as, considered from the standpoint of the labor process, the product of Department II is the result of newly functioning living labor in its given presupposed means of production, labor realizing itself in these as its objective conditions, so from the standpoint of the valorization process the value of the product, 3000, is composed of the new value produced by the 1/3 of the social working day newly added, 500 plus 500 equals 1000, and a constant value in which there is v.s. Objectified 2/3 of a past working day, which took place before the production process of Department II at present under consideration. This value component of the product of Department II can be repra 500 for the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital scented by a portion of the product itself. It exists in a quantity of means of consumption to the value of 2000 equals 2/3 of a social working day. This is the new use form in which it reappears. The exchange of one part of the means of consumption, equals 2000 ILC, for means of production from Department I, equals 1000 V plus 1000s, is therefore in point of fact the exchange of 2/3 of a total working day which does not form part of this year's labor, but was performed prior to the current year, for 2/3 of the social working day newly added in the present year. 2/3 of this year's social working day could not both be applied in the production of constant capital and yet at the same time form variable capital value and surplus value for its own producers, if it were not EXCHNGED with a value component of the means of consumption annually consumed that contains 2/3 of a working day performed and realized prior to the present year. This is an exchange of 2/3 of this year's working day for 2/3 of a working day spent prior to this year, an exchange between labor time of this year and labor time of a previous year. It therefore explains the riddle as to how the value product of the entire social working day can be resolved into variable capital value plus surplus value, even though 2/3 of this working day was not spent on the production of objects in which variable capital or surplus value could be realized, but rather on the production of means of production to replace the capital used up during the current year. This is explained by the simple fact that, considered from the point of view of its value, the 2TL, IRDS of Department II's product in which the capitalists and workers of Department I realize the variable capital value plus the surplus value produced by them, making 2/9 of the total value of the annual product, is the product of 2/3 of a social working day spent before the current year. The total social product of Departments I and II, means of production and means of consumption, is certainly, looked at from the point of view of its use value, its concrete, natural form, the product of this year's labor, but only in so far as this labor is considered simply as useful, concrete labor, not in so as it is viewed as the expenditure of labor power, as value-forming labor. And it is only useful, concrete labor in the sense that the means of production have been transformed into new products, the products of the current year, by the living labor added to them and operating on them. The labor of this year, however, could not have been transformed into products without means of production, i.e. means of labor and production materials, independent of it. Simple reproduction 505.8. The constant capital in both departments as far as concerns the value of the total product, 9,000, and the categories into which it breaks down, its analysis does not offer any greater difficulty than that of the value of the product of an individual capital. It is in fact identical with this. The annual social product, taken as a whole, contains 3 one-year social working days. The value expression of each of these working days is 3000, so that the value